Futures back to the downside here this morning. We're looking to bounce a little bit, trying to get back to positive territory as we kick off a brand new week ahead of a few notable events coming up this week, including more testimony from Fed Chair Powell coming through Tuesday and Wednesday. Once again, we'll get this AI event kicking off later this afternoon in Las Vegas. Snowflake's AI and Big Data Conference. It's a 4-day event. NVIDIA CEO going to headline that. Jensen Huang going to be involved in the fireside chat that's going to happen after the close tonight. It'll be about 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. On the West Coast. So we'll keep an eye maybe tomorrow on any developments that come out of that event. Individual movers this morning include Lucid to the upside in a big way on this Aston Martin headline this morning. We'll touch on that. Coinbase as well, moving back to the downside along with the rest of crypto names as Bitcoin continues this minor pullback after a nice move through to 1-year highs, topping out above that 30,000 mark, still holding 30,000 as well. Looks pretty good. PacWest selling more of their loan portfolio as well. Going to be an interesting couple of days here as we get into the final week of June. It's June 26, 2023. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, there we go, just right now. In fact, taking back into positive territory for the NASDAQ, trying to lead the way back higher here after all three U.S. markets were lower to kick things off this morning. 0.01 for the S&P, 0.04 for the Dow. Still kind of flat, really, overall to start things off. Yeah, a bit of a pullback here for Bitcoin, 2%, as I mentioned, downside 1.5% for Ethereum as we kick off a brand new week. We snapped, if you remember, going back to Friday, we snapped a 8-week winning streak for the NASDAQ and a 5-week winning streak for the S&P 500, both finishing lower not only on the day on Friday, but also for the week. It was about 1.5% for both when all was said and done. We'll see if we can't get headed back in the right direction, maybe a little bit more of a pullback needed after this amazing rally that we've been witness to over the past couple of weeks. Sharif off today for enjoying a long weekend. We'll get right into things. Neil and Sean ready to kick off the brand new week, guys, as we head towards more Fed Chair Powell testimony coming up this week, this time in Congress. We'll also get a look at a few interesting developments, hopefully anyways, from the Snowflake event starting later today.
Yes, sir. Gearing up to be a good week here for sure. Like, obviously, the Snowflake event's interesting. Hearing NVIDIA talk anything AI is likely to give us some moves there as well. And don't forget, this morning we get Carnival reporting. So they generally report a little closer to 9 o'clock, something like that, and their conference call will be at 10. So we'll be in the throes of things when that finally settles itself out. I think it's going to be a good one. The market did make that bit of a pullback, but if you remember, at the end of the day, there was a big rally. I want to quickly show Meta here because I was going to talk Coinbase first, and I don't know, who cares? Meta, big time run right at the close, 85 to 90. I like that 85 support. Probably, if we see 85 today on Meta, we got other issues. It's holding right above that 290 level, essentially where we're able to close. It was just a tremendous rally. Big imbalances on Friday, and so you had some good moves there. Strong and relative strength in Meta. The market might be flat, but Meta, even when the NASDAQ was down, has been positive all morning. So I like this one for a little bit of strength. Amazon's going to be in play. It's got some big support levels at 128 coming up here. And we'll be talking some SoFi and some Lucid. Lucid with a little bit of a James Bond flavor. That's my Aston Martin segue.
Yeah, it's not bad. SoFi, eh? What, SoFi off $8? Is that what you're looking at?
It held a break of 8. That's what I like to see.
Yeah, up to 880 there as well. Okay, yeah, guys. Hey, what's up? Welcome back to the show. All right, so 15,000 right here on the NASDAQ. I mean, that's going to be the big thing for me. That means absolutely everything to everything I trade. So we just sit here and watch. We're going to put out our sticky note in a couple minutes, but ultimately, it's all about this level right here. So if we can hold 15,000, we've seen many stock hit levels of resistance or support in this situation, come back in, hit it. We make that move back up to 15,150 there on Friday, then the drop down, and then Neil talked about a little bit of action at the close. But you're still near that 15,000 right now. We're not even, I mean, 15.2, I don't really want to trade in the middle, but I feel like, you know, Brendan mentioned with some of the Fed speak coming this week, and, you know, we're kind of through the major set of earnings here. We do have Micron this week as well. But, you know, we're going to wait to see what happens with this 15,000 mark. I don't think there's really anything else that's more important right now. You can watch out for the ES as well. The ES today trending, let me see, what is it, 43.50 something? Sorry, 43.88. 43.88 right now for the NASDAQ looking to get, or for the S&P looking to get to 4,400. So anyways, we're just going to look at this. I'm going to watch out. We're going to talk about a lot of stock here in a minute, but I think 15,000, I mean, if it holds, great. We've seen some levels that we can bounce off of. And then if it doesn't hold, then that's when I think we start to come back here and start to look at 14.7, 14.8 as situational levels. But for right now, I still think you short the big names. You know, like Lucid right here. We're short Lucid at 603. I don't care about that news, but we are going to talk about it in a second, so we'll worry about that. But Lucid, you know, names like AMD, I still want to stay short some of those names as well. Lucid might be bouncing here, so we have to maybe find a bottom there. But AMD, well off 110. Remember, we called that on Friday. We said it Thursday. We said that there was probably some action there at that 110 level for AMD after it got bought up on that first initial dip. And then you saw on Friday the same kind of stuff where we held that 110 again right there at the close and boom to the upside. We talked about that a little bit on the Friday after show, but I still like that 110 there for AMD, but I'm still looking short in some of these names. So, all right, yeah, that's it, man. NASDAQ 15,000 all on my mind. A couple big names there, Lucid and AMD. We're looking at key levels already. AMD up 1.4% against the negative market, while it just turned positive. So this is going to be a very, very interesting name to watch here today.
All right, we'll keep an eye on some of the energy names this morning as well. Oil back to the upside now. There was a bit of a sell-off to kick things off this morning, though. This craziness happening over in Russia with this turmoil, the mercenaries that were trying to do something over the weekend. Looks like it has failed. So oil did make a bit of a move. XOM, CVX, among others, to the downside ever so slightly here right now. Oil's back up about 0.5% at the moment, so we'll keep an eye on energy prices. Overall futures across the board were a little bit negative. To kick things off on those headlines as well. Everyone kind of looking back at what happened last week as far as Fed Chair Powell in Washington testifying in the Senate, the Banking Committee, talking about their plan going forward, as many as 2 rate hikes still to come before the end of this year, anyways, according to what he was saying last week. He'll be in Congress this week delivering the same plan, so doubtful we'll get anything new as far as developments from Fed Chair Powell, but worth a note coming up later in the week. Google with a downgrade today from UBS to neutral from buy. They still raised their price target. Tesla as well on watch here. Goldman Sachs, the latest to jump on the downgrade bandwagon for Tesla after this crazy move. Moderna with a notable upgrade today, definitely showing some strength. Yeah, Neil mentioned Carnival set to report here this morning. At some point, typically one of those names that comes out, who knows, sometime before now in 9/29/30, hopefully.
I feel like it is usually around 9 o'clock, but I lament when any company reports like that early in the morning. You know, you don't really get too much of a chance to digest things. You get crazy price action. It's so much easier when we get the aftermarket pricing. You get the call after. All the analysts and everybody can sort of reflect on what the report and read into it. Here, it's going to be more about the momentum. And I think a lot of times, I'm just speaking for myself, it's like I don't really trade it until 10:30. Like the call will go at 10. Maybe you get a bit of direction. You can do some in and outs and some scalp trading. But yeah, I'll settle that one down. I want to trade CCL today. It's usually a good stock, but I don't know if it's going to automatically present opportunities that we can read into. I just wanted to get to Oxy in a quick second because we talked about this on Friday for some of the oil names. It's still near that support. There hasn't been the dip into 55 just yet. So if we get any volatility this week, that daily support underneath 55, 52, 53, every time it gets down under there, it's been bought up pretty heavily. Might not even get there here today as we watch Oxy. Going to want to watch some oil. Obviously, the events over the weekend, for a brief bit shocked the oil markets, and now seems like a little bit of a nothing burger as everything was squashed rather quickly. I guess we'll figure out what exactly happened when they make a Netflix about this in about a decade or so. So we'll have our eye on Oxy for this level. I thought maybe we'd be down there underneath 55 for some dip buys. When we were talking about it last week, it doesn't seem like it wants to come into play. You mentioned a downgrade on Alphabet, though. Alphabet is trying to hang on to 120, and it was a great bounce on Friday. Let's go to the 3-minute chart so you can see what this sucker did. It wasn't Friday, it was on Thursday, when it rallied off of a false 120 break at the open, held 120 on a higher low, and then we got a $3 rally going into the close. It held above that on Friday, and today we've been bouncing since the early pre-market. That 120 level, that's kind of the Alamo here for Google. It did break it on Thursday, so there is always a chance that it could get underneath 120, still come back and battle that level. I would be looking for a dip buy initially on a false break of the low, so 120 breaks, 120 holds, look longs after that if it wants to make a bounce. Just understand this is a relatively weak name, so once you're holding beneath that price, I think it's more of a flat bottom break, but I will give it a chance to bounce like it did on Thursday before wanting to commit to any shorts underneath 120 on Alphabet. And there is a little bit of a gap to be filled if we're to get under there.
We sort of started talking a little bit about Carnival there, so we'll wait. But I mean, we talked about how it's sort of priced to perfection right here, up to $16. Well, I mean, I hope they beat really because it's been such a dramatic move here on CCL and whatnot. So we'll wait to see what happens here with Carnival Cruise Lines. But I'm interested in it. It's been a big move up. RCL, we talked about this last Friday or on Friday, that this was such a big move. Both of these names, right? Really money on the sidelines, people wanting to take vacation. Really highly levered names here just continue to rise up. I mean, this is like 5 or 6 days in a row of upside here for RCL. But today we will look at CCL coming back in again. I mean, I'd love to look at some levels, but it's hard to do that until we get that report coming through. So just last week, 1550 was really been held all last week, despite being picked up on some of those dips. That's a key level for me to see if we can hold that 1550. And then if we really get going, the top actually turns out to be 1650 from last week. So, hey, we all know the earnings report is here. If we couldn't break 1650 yesterday or last week early, and held it 1550 last week late. I hope we get a dramatic move because I could really see us just kind of chilling out here in the middle somewhere in between both these numbers. But I'd really love to see take out this 1650. Then we know we can go long or hit this bottom and either find support down here somewhere near 15 or possibly even at 1550. So I'd rather go long than short on CCL, play the momentum to the upside. But with earnings just minutes away, we'll have to see how this one all pans out. But make sure you hit the like and the subscribe button as I work through a late night last night. We'll be here to trade, though, early. We still got 45 minutes to go, so it should be a good day here today. I'm still looking at that NASDAQ 15,000, man. It's bouncing around right now at 15,060. This should be a really exciting open. Sticky note is now out, by the way. Hold your cards close until we see what happens at 15,000.
All right, let's bring in Michael Noss here, CMT over at Trade Ideas, to kick off a brand new week. We'll get a few ideas to look at. Good to see you, sir, as always. It's been an interesting couple of weeks here as far as mainly tech has been, the main topic of conversation. There's obviously plenty of ideas and movers elsewhere in the market as well. You're going to tell us about a few here in commodity world.
Yeah, so one of the things I love about doing this show on Monday is I spend most of the weekend like chart nerds going through weekly charts and scans and trying to figure out kind of what's going on for that week and prepping for the next week as a swing trader. And this week when I went through the first slide I have here, so this is just basically me sorting all of the ETFs I look at Trade Ideas. I just make a list of the ETFs and I sort them by the change in 10 days. How much have they moved in 10 days? And you can see wheat at the top, not only at the top, but up 16% in the last 10 days, which for a commodity is pretty wild. You would expect to see that in a tech name or in a semiconductor or AI play or something, but 10 days you get wheat up 15%. That's pretty significant to me. So I brought up the chart of wheat, which is the next chart we have here. And not only is it moving higher, you can see at the bottom I circled on pretty high volume. So we have this high volume breakout on wheat, and the charts in the corner, these are the picture-in-picture charts we have at Trade Ideas. That's a weekly chart. So you can see really, really beaten up on the weekly chart, massive bounce going here on really high volume on the daily chart. So maybe we're getting a little bit of a turn here. So then I started to look around at the other things that I think are related to wheat. So the next chart we have here is corn, and that's doing kind of the same thing, not to quite the degree, but a nice push off of a bottom. Corn didn't sell off nearly as hard as wheat, but a nice push off the bottom and on increasing volume. So something is going on in the food type sector. You know, I'm not the news guy. I'm sure there's some macro event out there or something, but I just follow trends, and this is a new trend that I see that is taking off. So the next chart just really kind of hammers it home here with the blue line is the S&P 500. And then the pink line is wheat, and the yellow line is corn. So just showing over the last kind of 2 weeks or so, the differences in the two. The SPY, you know, it's up a little bit, it's down a little bit, but this really big breakout in both wheat and corn are super interesting. So I actually went in, and in Trade Ideas, you can kind of take by sector and say, hey, just show me this sector right here or that sector right there. So I went through and I started to look for some names that looked interesting that I think could benefit if this corn and wheat rally holds or even continues. So the first one here is ADM, and they're a flour milling company. I will say this segment and these stocks I'm going to talk about are going to be really good for newer traders, or traders that don't really like a whole lot of volatility, because these things aren't going to be incredibly volatile. However, ADM is a really good looking chart. So on the weekly chart in the bottom corner, I just noted that it's at support right now. And then on the daily chart, if you guys were watching me on Friday, it's doing that setup where it has an anchored VWAP from a swing low point. It's been above that for a period of time, and it's pulling in. So it's right around $73 right now. If we can start moving to above 73 to 74, I think that's where I'm going to pick some up. And a real obvious place for a stop is right below those last three candles low. So I know exactly where I'm wrong, which is good. And then the next one is ANDE, which is a fertilizer company. So I guess if wheat's going to go, then it also makes sense that the fertilizer to grow that wheat could also get a pop as well. And we have gotten a move over the last little bit here for this one as well. So we've got a pretty hard resistance point at about $46 a share. So I want to see a break and a close above 46. And that's where I'm going to look to take that for some continuation. Next here, we have General Mills. I think this one just kind of speaks for itself, right? If wheat prices are going up, they're going to jack up the price of cereal and everything that they sell. One thing that I noticed when I was going through this is the MACD, which is a trend indicator. The last time it crossed, I circled it on the chart there, we had this big move in GIS. Now that's from about 75 to 90, because again, these things are slower and they're less volatile. But we're getting that same kind of cross that looks like it might be happening on the MACD as well. Maybe we go up to retest 90. Again, these are nice, smooth traders for people that are not a big fan of volatility. Now, the last one here I have is INGR, and that is corn milling. So they just take the corn and they mill it just like ADM, which is flour milling. This one, it's pulling back nicely. I've anchored a VWAP from the low. That's at like 105. So I think if this gets over 105, that will be the play for that one.
The individual names are concerned, technically speaking, from, if you go out to that weekly time frame, you can see these trends right across the board. So it's not necessarily, as you said, overly volatile, but heading in the right direction, even as the market on a bit of a pullback here. Sometimes it's as easy, Mr. Noss, as applying real life maybe to the idea of trading. Yes, prices across the board in the food sector definitely higher. I was at the grocery store on the weekend. Two bags, $200, if you can believe that.
Ooh.
So.
Yeah, everyone's nuts. Feeling that across the board.
It's crazy.
And, if wheat and corn are going to break out like this, sadly, it's only going to continue.
Yeah, for sure. Great stuff. Michael Noss, CMT over at Trade Ideas. Have a great week.
You too.
Thank you very much, sir, Michael. And just one I want to point out, because General Mills on that nice little upward trend, they report on Wednesday. So if you're looking for a catalyst for this sucker to break out, maybe that's exactly what it might be. Like, you get that tight little consolidation there. It's probably not the kind of name that would go 10% off an earnings report. So if it starts breaking after earnings, you get that close above, and next thing you know, you're off to the races. It's all about finding those good setups, those stocks that are of interest, and showing patterns, and then being able to utilize them on different time frames. So I like that look. I mean, General Mills, maybe not always a day trading stock. This is probably the one week that we'd even look at it, given that it's going to report on Wednesday. But just another angle to be able to sort of look at that chart and say, hey, if you're looking to, whether it's buy dips or just find little swing longs, what's something that gives you a little bit of extra confidence, right? So I love Michael's found that anchored VWAP to add to some traditional setups. I feel as if some of those setups were things that Michael had looked at lots of times for some of those gap consolidations, and now just adding anchored VWAP to that happens to make it look even better. So General Mills Wednesday, I want to say after the bell, but I didn't double check. Either way, this one should be on our watch on Wednesday.
All right. Prad doesn't eat meat. No, he does eat meat, as far as I know.
Yeah.
I don't know why I was.
He eats super chicken all the time.
Yeah. I don't know what that's all about.
That's random.
And he said that his new favorite, he had the sopressata from Luca was his favorite pizza now.
That's good stuff.
Yeah, shout out to Michael Noss. The only thing, and I was gonna say the same sort of thing, is there make sure that you do check out for earnings plays and things like that, because if you're gonna be swinging something, you just want to make sure that you don't have any unexpected events. Well, expected events, I guess. I mean, earnings is expected, but do your research before you do that, because you don't want to get slapped in the face where everything's looking nice and all of a sudden come out with a report that's not where you think it is. Like for example, CCL, as we wait on our hands to see what's going to happen right now. This is just another one of those examples where I think technically it's really set up to break higher here, bouncing off this 1540, looking to go higher. So, if I wasn't in well, I mean, I'm not in CCL, my personal account, but if there was no earnings today, then I would be like, hey man, anything dipping down below this $15 mark right here seems to be a pretty sweet buy back up to the upside until we see about this 23, 24 level, because you're now broken through this 15 right there, and then 15 tops again here. So I really like Carnival today. I don't know. So we'll wait to see what does happen now coming through. So CCL today, General Mills, a couple good ideas. Use the VWAP. Use your whatever works for you. We often get questions about what are you looking at? What are those lines on your screen? And what should I do here? Well, I mean, just keep it simple sometimes. Use VWAP. Use some of these. I use a 50 period on a 1 minute chart, which has been pretty good for me. 21 period as well. And then down here on the daily, I like the 50, which is the pink, and then the green is the 200. So trying to keep it as simple as we can. As Lucid, we got some out at 95, but now it's right back up there. I think Lucid might have had that bottom at 595. So we're going to have to watch out now for the 620 take. That's what we wrote down on the sticky note here today. Sticky note is back to, I don't know, I was just going to see how much negative feedback I got today about this one, because we were so positive and it was kind of mixed at the end of the day, but we went back to handwritten sticky note today. So let's see where the responses are coming on that one, but the sticky note is now out. Oh, and I also got the invitation to the shareholder meeting, which is going to be 1 week before I go to Italy. So we may not have to go to that, but we'll wait to see what happens. Eventually I'm going to go. Last year was my first opportunity and did not. So hopefully next year at some point we'll go to Lambeau.
You know what's good about
see
that?
What's going on.
Is a shareholder, your new quarterback, Jordan
MVP.
Love, can apparently do all of the things that Aaron Rodgers can do.
But better, I think. And not on drugs, hopefully.
I saw that quote and I'm like, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah, they're all coming out to his support, right? So we'll
Which
see.
they have to, but he's not.
No, I mean, Aaron Rodgers, what, 3-time MVP or something like that? They're not. He's on. Let's slow that down. I think Jordan Love has 30 NFL snaps or something like that. So we'll wait to slow down on that one.
Is that one?
I think, he had that one game against Kansas City that he started.
Yeah, so.
And I don't. Yeah, maybe it'd be more than 30 snaps.
He's got to have at least 100 snaps.
Yeah, probably.
Not
How many snaps do you get in a game?
I don't know, 70 to 100,
70 to 100, yeah. So that's what I was going to say. Probably about 100 snaps for Jordan Love. But okay, Brendo. It looks like Lucid's trying to take $6 again, so that's going to be really good right now. We're going to figure out. I know that's the problem, Mr. Blue, about going to Rome. It's going to be super, super warm right there, but we're flying directly in, so we don't have to worry too much about all that kind of travel nonsense. But okay. Here we go. Let's go back over and start discussing some stock, as it looks like Lucid's trying to take 6 again.
Just noticed this as well. Some of the chip names back to the upside. NVIDIA now positive, 0.5% to the upside, back to 424.50 again. If you missed it right at the open, I was mentioning this Snowflake event kicking off in Las Vegas as of today. It's a 4-day big data and AI specific conference. The headliner at 8 p.m. Eastern tonight, CEO Jensen Huang going to sit down with the CEO of Snowflake for a fireside chat. again after the close. So this might be more of a tomorrow type thing if anything comes out of it. But some of the chip names, guys, starting to go here.
Yeah, I mean, NVIDIA was already bouncing off 420 this morning, let alone, had this event starting. Obviously, we'll get something after market. I'm sure there won't be anything likely that crazy. Like, what have we not already heard from Jensen there regarding AI? But maybe just off chance you get something new. Keeping in mind one thing, if 420 breaks today, and this has been a pretty good level. Why is this still on Lucid, even though I flipped to NVIDIA? There we go, hit enter again. So even though this has been a nice little consolidation off the top, and this is the 420, which forms that support, just keep in mind that every single time there's been a big dip in NVIDIA, the buyers have stepped in. And when it got down here, it was a big move to 15. It kind of broke down. On Thursday, same thing. Friday, got down there, same thing. We ended up closing at the lows. I guess there wasn't time enough for it to make a rally, given the fact that we were breaking that in the aftermarket. So even if 420 were to go, I think if it gets back above, you got to think of that as almost like a jailbreak long situation. So it's trending to the downside and setting up for a flat bottom break at that 420. But man, every time it's gotten there, it has been bought and bought en masse. You want to respect the strength that's in NVIDIA. And to me, that's the line in the sand today. As far as levels to the upside, you're $10 away from what I thought, 435, 436 is where the resistance is at. So I don't know if that comes into play. If it does, you're so deep into a trend at that point that, hopefully you should be in the long, looking at the long off 420. And if it gets to 435, 436, probably a short. Although if it's in the afternoon and it's run $10, it's not an automatic short idea. There is another chip name I want to be looking at today. Double bottom last week on Intel at 32. It's stronger than the market today. It's holding the bottom of this consolidation and trying to break back out. So you close exactly at 33, which gives you another even dollar to kind of look at for the 930. And then looking dip buys, whether it's at 32.5, 32 even, or just the 33. I don't think necessarily you're going to fill in that entire gap here today. But as long as support holds, you want to look long. Once that's gone, I think it's easier to look for those shorts. You either want to be patient and wait to short something on a strong move up, or allow it to break that support and then concede that it's headed to the downside. So 420 on NVIDIA, got 32 and 33 here on Intel.
Yeah, we just talked about just like, we have both Intel. I mean, it's not huge today because I'm trying to wait to see about CCL as well. But we have Lucid, we have AMD for the short at 114, and we have Intel for the long at 32. So Neil just sort of talked about Intel right there. But here's the short. So yes, last week, AMD, I mean, pretty sad week for it. Pretty sad couple weeks, actually, for Advanced Micro Devices as it continues to make its nice little downside move here. You can see, I mean, these lines aren't going to be exact, but there's the trend line right here to the downside. So you can see, boom, we keep on making higher lows, lower highs, boom, boom, boom. Even these wicks coinciding with this move down, right? And so then you look at, say, right here, you get 114 that we just drew that. So we topped out at 114 on Wednesday, then at Thursday. Friday, we didn't get anywhere near there. And of course, we bounced off 110, but not before making a bottom at 108. So yeah, the 110 is pretty important for me on AMD. I'd like to see that again. I think we could smash that short. But for me, any kind of a rally up right now on this name, down 12% last week, I still think it's a short here for Advanced Micro Devices. Semis will lead us back up through this market as well, but I just don't know if we're ready to do that yet as we watch out for the NASDAQ at 15,000. So I'm going to be patient as we can be here with Advanced Micro Devices, just looking over to make sure it's on one of my screens to make sure we trade it. And then really, I'm not even looking at NVIDIA these days because I've just done so much more work with Intel lately, and Intel's been a really good stock lately, Intel and AMD. So we'll continue to watch that. And then there's the 33. I mean, Neil, or 32. Neil just talked about it, so it's kind of irrelevant right now. But down there, 32, we've bounced off of it again. And I just think that could be, it was the top here before breaking higher. So there is support, both support and resistance. So there's some supply zones here, demand zones at 32. And that's going to be about as key as it gets for any name right now, I feel like, looking back at stock. Oh man, oops, the wrong way. We want this one. to show you that area right there. So not that we have a cross here. Let me get rid of that. But yeah, the idea here is that 32 becomes some sort of a line in the sand, whether or not you are bullish or bearish on this name. So I still like Intel down here. I figure like with all the work what they're doing, the foundries, some upgrades before downgrades. So we're gonna wait to see what happens. I just wrote down that we should be able to hold it, but if 15,000 breaks on the NASDAQ, then I think we lose this name as well. So 32 still a ways away. It's only $33 stock right now. So $1 on this name down, you might have to wait. The market's going to have to get pretty spicy for Intel to get down to 32 bucks today. But I feel like that's a very, very patient play coming through. And look what's happening right now. The number one name on the sticky note starting to get a little more profitable here as there goes Lucid. Some nice downside pressure. We just got filled at 90 right there as we breaking lower here on 9 o'clock. So 9 o'clock hits. There's more liquidity bumping into the market right now. So there goes Lucid back down. I'm sure we'll talk more about this as the day goes on.
All right, a few people mentioning this MEDS, MEDS up on this morning. They're going to combine with this TradeX Health in a merger that's valued at $58.61. So shareholders of, Super Lattice will receive 3.8 million shares of MEDS valued at $58.61. So just be aware of that. A couple of things on this company. First off, 5 million market cap. According to this, 335,000 free float on MEDS. So that one just taking out 20 bucks there on a move to the upside. So heads up on MEDS, big mover so far this morning. Let's jump into everything else you need to know so far this morning, heading towards the open here. If you haven't done so, make sure you grab that. We send it out every single day for free before we come on at 8:30. Use a QR code, watchlist.tradertv.live. We'll get you there as well. Enter your email address. It's free, as I mentioned. Why not? Let's go. Google top of the list this morning off of this. UBS cutting to neutral for Alphabet, pointing to more competition essentially in the generative AI space that could take a slice out of their advertising revenue on the search end of things. There's also this, which is kind of an interesting note. They're looking at the possibility of distributing internet via those stratospheric balloons and lasers to remote areas is Alphabet. So interesting look. Still MEDS as well, guys.
Yeah, watch out for that.
I mean, lasers, right?
Oh, obviously lasers. On that MEDS note, if
lasers.
if 300,000 is the actual float on that, just be wary of the likelihood that you could see some halts on a stock like that. That's anything under $1 million. That's not a lot of liquidity. Also, careful trading those. A lot of times we only look long because if you get stuck in a short, it better be at a ridiculous price where you think it's going to come back in. But lasers, huh? You're not going to beat SpaceX that way. But either way, we kind of tend to trade off of relative strength and relative weakness. So everything I was saying about that 120 level for Alphabet, yes, you've managed to bounce off that level several times. But Google has been relatively weak. You can talk about how strong big tech has been. I don't know why I'm missing a little data there, but Google's one of the only of that group that's held the highs, but grinding lower, broke a little bit of support a couple of weeks ago, and at about 122, and then is now kind of hanging out just slightly underneath it. Not drastic pullback at all. But it has been relatively weak and unable to sort of break through some of those highs. So yes, 120 was fantastic if you got that long on Thursday. But if we do not hold on to that level, Google just looks like a short. Now, if we do bounce off 120, I think it would be fair to say 23, 24, those line up for some short opportunities up there. Just looking at just above Friday's resistance levels, and then going back into Thursday when you really bounced off 120, you got to 123.5. I think those are the levels where you start thinking about the short in Alphabet. But all roads are going to lead to this 120, especially if the market has any weakness on it. So if that holds, great. You can maybe look for some longs on a dip. Once we're underneath and holding, Google just is set up to be a short underneath that level. Don't really have any targets as to where it could go if you had a big market fall. So you play those by ear, but this has to be on watch at that 120 level.
We still have Virgin Galactic here. I mean, I don't know, for Neil to talk about Google and then to come over to me and talk about it, it's kind of like the same thing. down 1%. So I'll just talk about the relative weakness to the market. It's down today. It is getting a nice little bump here. We were watching Google last week for this 122 break on Friday. It happened early, then it broke it to the upside and never really broke it late again. So I was sort of hoping that we would have got through a lot of this garbage from Friday afternoon and then held above 122. But then you come in today with that news and now you're a little bit below. I don't, downgraded, okay. Trying to bring internet to remote areas, great. I don't really, lasers, light, whatever, satellites, whatever you want to do. I feel like they'll always get it figured out. I don't know cost-wise what that's going to come in at, but, 122. So you got to look at 122 now as some kind of resistance level. So for me, I'll keep saying the same thing over and over again until we get some resolve. This NASDAQ has to figure itself out at 15,000. So once it does that, then I think we look over to some names and try to figure out where some potential bottoms have been. So Google looks pretty obvious at 120 to me. Whoops, not now, it doesn't. But looks pretty obvious at 120 right there. So if we can hold 15,000, I think you just go long Google. You say, hey, you break 120, then I'm out of that trade. Pretty easy. It's $1 distance from here, and it's also $1 to the upside if you go the other way on the trade. So, let's wait. Let's wait for the market to open up. But I still like a short there at 122, especially on the downgrade. So we're just going to watch out for Google and see if we can't sort of hold our cards again a little close to the chest. The only name we're in right now is Lucid. It's going to the downside. It's a stock that I think got bumped up on some, I don't know, it's good news for them, but doesn't really solve any of their problems. So I like the move up 8% here for Lucid, but again, with volume coming into this name, the move makes sense to me. We'll fade it. We got a key level there at 620. So we're already taking right now. We're in the money 15 cents when our risk is really 15 cents to the upside. So it's kind of 1-to-1 or so right now on this Lucid trade. Let's just keep our eye on this prize and wait to see what happens once these imbalances come out, maybe at 925 for the NASDAQ names. But for right now, you got Pfizer, you got Space, and Virgin Galactic, of course, and you don't got much else on here. Palantir's here with only 70,000. That's still at a key level of $14 as well. Ford is at a key level of $14. And then NEO would be the other name that I want to look at that's not even on the list right here yet. That one's hovering. Oh, wow. Okay. I saw 7 there. I was like, what? That's not right. But no, it's not. Just there's a New York book there. So obviously, but anyways, under $9 still is NIO. So yeah, lots of names to talk about, but again, the market's just at key levels as we hover around here. So I'm really excited for the open to see which way this market wants to go.
Lines already coming through here for Snowflake. Again, this event not scheduled to start for an hour or two still, but just popped up to 184 there. A bit of a pullback on this. They're going to expand their current partnership with Microsoft to bring large-scale generative AI models and increased machine learning capabilities to the data cloud. So AI already flying around here ahead of this AI event set to kick off. 4-day event. Keep that in mind as well. 4-day event starting later today in Las Vegas. There is the headline that Sean was mentioning on Lucid. Aston Martin up huge over in London. AML is the ticker over in London for Aston Martin. 3%. It's actually 3.7% shareholder now. Lucid is in Aston Martin on this deal. They're going to provide the drivetrain, the battery technology for, get ready for EV Aston Martins, guys.
Yeah, sort of loosely saying, like the next Bond film could have an EV in it. I have no idea. I mean,
yeah, I'm sure. I mean, why wouldn't it?
Because I think they said by 20, what they're gonna, all their models will have by 2030 an EV version.
Yeah.
So assuming that they make another Bond film, I guess by then, which they should, I don't see why they wouldn't. I have no idea who the new Bond is even. But anyways, look, I think Lucid, quite frankly, the case for it to go up almost any single day has more to do with the 22% short interest than anything else, right? So kind of get that one out of the way. Yeah, they got, they get a little extra cash here, they get a bit of a stake, but quite frankly, the Saudis are providing them with tons of liquidity anyways. And the PIF is like the number 2 shareholder in Aston Martin as well. So like that's a partnership that kind of probably made some sense in regards. They just kind of fund both of them. I look at this 585 and was just saying to myself, okay, that's where the consolidation was on Thursday. We had the last support. So you're breaking out essentially above that price or gapping above that price. If 585 holds, look for some longs above. Otherwise, If it breaks out the top, I think you could maybe go squeezing. I know I like 675 to $7 is the area for, okay, well now if we're wiping it out, I'm looking short up there. Like between here, 675 and 7 if it goes to way too far in any kind of a squeeze. But I just want to see 585 hold the open. If it does, I think you can look longs off that price because that's where the consolidation breakout was. If it doesn't hold on to that, maybe 550. Only because when we were short last week, there were buyers at 550, and that's where it's kind of survived that move into 550. So either it holds this at the open, or I'd be looking at the 550. When something's, to me, if it's a squeeze play, I'm either looking for it to flush people out at the open to look for long that can battle later, or it just breaks out. Like squeezes have to stop out shorts, and that means breaking out the tops, which it's not doing right now.
Yeah, I like the idea. We're just going back and forth here because we're getting a calendar in our trying to figure out our vacation calendar because as we try to get some more days here, we got to I got to take a day off. Tell Max, take a day off. Tell Obi, make sure that none of us are off on different days. Okay, or on the same day. We want to be off on different days. Lucid, right? Okay, so all right. Look, what I wrote down on the sticky note was quite simple, man, and it just made sense to me. And that is that Lucid is still pretty much a crappy company, just hitting 52-week highs. I shouldn't say it's a crappy company. I don't know if anybody works there. You guys tell me what it's like there and if you're going to be hitting any of these targets. But they've already told us that they're sort of not going to be doing that. We just broke. I mean, if you forget about this news, you're all the way down here, breaking below 52-week lows, breaking below all-time lows. We had a great trade breaking 6 to the downside. And then, like Neil just mentioned, that 550 is the bottom. Not for long. I think we get a lot lower on this name. I don't know how low we actually go, but it's now broken below, and I don't think I'm afraid of anything until we get back above here. And then realistically, $7 could be a stopping spot there as well. So I want to be short this name. Do I expect it to sort of run here a little bit off the open? Yes. Could we get stopped out? Yeah. I mean, I wrote down 620 right there. And again, that was the high. We sort of danced around there on Friday afternoon, big dip down there. And then 620's held a little bit over the last couple days throughout this month before eventually breaking, right? So 620 was kind of the old bottom. But, I may hold this up to 640-ish or so. But I'm not going long. I'm not going long this name. If it gets down to, here it goes. Long could be 100% right. If it gets down to 550-ish, where we were on Friday, all-time lows at the end of the day, then you get this news. You get a nice 10% plus rally here. I feel like you want to short this pop. So that's what I'm going to be doing. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. We're already out of a little bit down here at 95 and then again at 90. And then my next bid will be even lower than this. But we're going to have to wait to see when the market opens up. This has nothing to do with 15,000. This is why I'm in this right now. Not worried about the market here. Just worried about momentum and where it goes. Did you talk about short percentage?
22.
22, yeah. So decent short percentage could spark this thing. Anybody that was holding short, generally traders, and that 22 is probably an old number. It's probably higher. Once you break below all-time lows with negative catalysts and things like that Lucid's had recently, especially with Tesla moving to the downside and some of these other EV names continuing to struggle. Look at NIO, look at XPEV, some of the Chinese names. For me, I want to stay net short this. I don't think this is enough to get it going, but we could be wrong. And if we are, we have a 620 out, maybe bump it to 640. This is not a day ruiner. Hopefully, this is a day maker.
All right, I was going to show you this as well. Definitely getting AML over in, this is actually in London. Aston Martin trying to get back to day highs right now, 12.3% to the upside. Nice looking daily chart for Aston Martin as well. I also saw this morning, which is shout out to Canada. So Lawrence Stroll is the chairman and CEO of Aston Martin. His son Lance is one of their F1 drivers. For any F1 fan, you'll be aware of that. So I saw this come across this morning and thought that might be a little more important for that company than this deal. But anyways, if you're an F1 fan, you'll know why. Tesla, guys, on the other hand, downside this morning on this. Goldman, the latest. Remember we got 2 or 3 last week. Downgrades, that is. Goldman coming through with a pretty harsh price target cut as well, going to 185 from 248 on Tesla.
Yeah,
boom.
Yeah, we'll see. So, like, by when is the real question, I always say. Every time I see that, it's just like, okay, well, you're saying it's going to go there the next year, the next quarter, and every analyst is different because some analysts, if you read their reports, they will give you some targets as to when you think you might hit the upside or that downside. 250 held on Thursday. A lot of things held on Thursday. You got that tremendous bounce back rally after trying to take out bombs at the open. So when 250 rallied, it got like a $10, $15 move. We have been under that. Like, we were under there last week. Quite frankly, a couple weeks ago, 247 and 242 could be underneath support. So we're going to have a potential run at that 250 early on here today, and understand 47 and 42 are going to be underneath it. I look at the previous close and say, yeah, if there's a pop and fade play, I like it at that 56, 57. We close at 256.60. So that would be that zone where if we're going to make a move to the upside and reverse it, I would look at the previous close because everything else would be too far out, and then you're just being really patient above 260 anyways. But we could have a 250 breakdown. I think there is some underneath support potentially at 47 and 42. But let's let it test that 250. I don't want to get caught in any false breaks at the open. That's the new rule for myself. Like, it just, a lot of times if it takes a level a second time, 10 o'clock, or settles underneath, that's where you want to get into the trend. A 250 break at 9:30, I don't think I want to have that on Tesla. CCL might be out.
It is out.
Okay.
EPS of minus 0.31, beating expectations of 0.33. I mean, Brendan's going to have this revenue of 4.9, beating 4.7. But so both of those look great. I mean, beating expectations, yeah, on EPS, still negative EPS. We weren't expecting them to get positive, and revenues beating as well. But as we mentioned, this is the problem. Now that the report is out, we're going to wait to see what they're talking about. We're going to look underneath the hood a little bit here, possibly talking about forward looks, things like that. But there's CCL right now, so anybody that's in this name, here it is. Not a quadunk per se, 1620 down to 1570. I mean, generally speaking, when a report first comes out, you get a lot more action than this, but if we do bounce, watch out for this 1550. Way too early to take advantage of this now. We'll just wait to see where we go now on CCL. I mean, if you like it, great. You can play it off 16. Little bit of lack of knowledge right now for me. So we'll wait for CCL, but there it is, man, Brendan. And all CCL now out, and I think I just reported the right numbers, but looks like a beat, but it is a move downside. And again, remember we talked about this move to the upside there, price for perfection. So maybe they're looking for a little bit more here, Brendo.
The forecast here, just having a look, 4.1 billion to 4.25 for the full year 23. They also said this, they saw continued acceleration for demand. They're going to be cash flow positive, not only for Q2, but also full year 23. So it sounds pretty positive, but we'll keep an eye on this forecast down here, see how that plays out. But yeah, we'll let that play out a little bit here. Let's talk about crypto. There was a little bit of a pullback coming off the weekend. Nice move overall. The past few days, as we've been talking about, this was 52-week highs, or got above 52-week highs, so we took out 31. Came back in, tested 30,000 this morning, and is trying to bounce right now. Nice look, 30,300 and change here for BTC. So most of the crypto-related stocks were down pre-market, but trying to bounce as well.
Yeah, I mean, that rally past 3,000 or 30,000, certainly impressed on Bitcoin.
Still there.
We're still above there. 3,000. I don't know why I even said 3,000. Above 30,000, still above 30. Coinbase might be negative technically on the day, but it's still holding above $60. And that's been, that was a good resistance point pretty much, for a while anyways. Last week, 59.5 was the real top. I think that's kind of the dip buy zone, 60, 59.5. It is trending back to the upside. You're back above both major moving averages. Last time it got here, you saw 65, more or less. So I don't see a reason. As long as you hold 60, there's upside for more. I'm going to double check just very quickly, put Coinbase in here, my trade ideas, to see. I'm pretty sure we have a decent short flow. Yeah, 21%. They still save for the short float. You can see the consolidation on the weekly. Look at the support at 50, and then every time it gets above like $70, it just kind of reverses in there. So you want to play this range bound, and right now it's breaking higher. So above 60, I think I'm looking longs in Coinbase. We're now at 61 and change, a 20-cent spread on the stock, so wait till the open. Don't think there's a lot of liquidity in there. But if it can hold that 60 level consolidation, I think you got some room to the upside, 65 to squeeze. Has not really yielded ridiculous days in terms of up days, but Friday is about as strong as you're able to get. I'll look for some continuation first. Once you're underneath 59.5, you could be filling that gap back in. I think you got to give up the notion of long down there.
Still watching CCL here bouncing off 1550, so that, you know, this could be a play coming through right now on CCL. Just quickly, I just want to talk about one name that I've mentioned and actually recommended down there at that $1.50. And I remember we actually talked about this over and over again when it was down here, and that was buying this $1.50 right here. It wasn't a dollar. The $1.50 was our out, but it was buying it down here against a $1.50 on the daily. So I just want to tell everybody that we now have about a double up in HUD 8. This has been a huge move to the upside right now, and if you've taken that advantage, then, you know, Bitcoin didn't double. Some of these altcoins didn't double either, but HUD 8 has. So this is just, you just watch out here. There's been a great move up in this name. And the reason I'm only bringing it up because I clearly remember talking about it. I'm in HUD 8. I'm in it a little bit higher. I did buy some here to average in, but I just remember this 150 mark right there talking about that. You know, if you're into this area, I'd say you may just want to, I mean, we could slip this out. If you really think crypto's going to moon, then by all means, hold on to everything. I mean, you don't want to look back and then you see next thing you know, this is $4 or $5. It was like last year we were up here, right? So HUD 8 still has a lot to go, but at the same time, it's been a big move up. I don't think there's anything wrong with taking money out of the table on some of these names. We've looked at Mara, some of these other names that have come through on here as far as the mining is concerned. Mara straight upside as well. I would just say take some profit. We had a big move last week on some of these names. So again, it's the same type of thing. If you're in this on this consolidation, well, you got the break. Now just reward yourself by taking something out. So that's about all I can say about crypto. We had Natalie Brunell on, I think it was 2 weeks ago. She's a holder, hodler of Bitcoin and thinks that there's a lot higher to go here. So, you know, pick your poison, do your own due diligence. And if your risk appetite is quite large, then I would say you could probably hold on for a bigger break. We're still above 30,000, as Brendan mentioned, and so did Neil there on Bitcoin. So I'll just call it up for you right now. The trend is your friend on this name, man. Bitcoin's still really high. This is a 1 minute chart. Let's just go to a daily so you can see sort of the damage that's been done. Here it is. So you want to play trend. It's a huge move up. You know, we've dipped down below. We've been bought it up at 30,000 every time. So you kind of want to hold the fort here as we're still at 30,400. So still above on Bitcoin. I still like the trade here. I don't think you're nervous until you break. I mean, you're nervous depending on how much you hold at all time here on Bitcoin. But this 28 right there, it's sort of been a little bit of a top heavy action there. Came back in, tried to break it, resisted it, then finally took it. Then that led us higher. So I'd say you're looking at 28. Or the moon here on Bitcoin. So hold until 28 if you're really feeling special about it.
All right, this all obviously happening with what's going on with the SEC and regulations right now as well. A few more details here for Carnival. So they're forecasting a smaller annual loss overall. Demand, as I mentioned, still higher and higher and higher. Pricing also higher and higher. So their annual loss per share is between 8 and 20 cents. That compared with a year earlier forecast of 28 to 44 cents per share. So definitely an improvement on that side. And again, they're forecasting higher ticker, or pointing to higher ticker prices to benefit overall across the board. The rundown, guys, brought to you by TradeZero, the award-winning broker-dealer specializing in short selling. TradeZero empowers active traders with fast market access, multiple trading platforms, high-quality customer service, and an extensive inventory of hard-to-borrow locates. TradeZero.co/tradertv.live. For more details still, I mean, it's trying to bounce here. Not seeing the negativity, though.
15's trying to hold. I'm not even sure it's going to. There's a bit of a refresher on the 15 even level. When I pulled up my 15-minute chart and just kept zooming out, I found 14.5, 14.60 underneath there. You know, last time I remember the $14 break. So 14 was a huge breakout a few weeks ago, and that was a great trade. If we get through 1460, I would tend to think you're trying to fill that gap into 14 even. For now, 15 seems to bounce. There was an iceberg order there on the 15 level that's causing it to bounce right now. Remember the calls at 10 o'clock, so that always gets a bit dicey. If you have an opening trade, if you're in the money, great. Just understand that the stock can not care what the momentum was before the conference call. Right? Like you can be momentum down, or we can be bouncing from 15 and through 16 and looking like we're squeezing, and the call comes on and you reverse it. Most of it sounds good, but it could just be a case of it needed to be better because the stock was performing so well. I'm a little bit disappointed because RCL was setting up for 100 on the breakout. That'll have to wait. That would have been a sympathy play anyways. If there is a bigger move to the downside in CCL that just doesn't want to stop, worth mentioning here on RCL, there we go, $90 big level, and then 92, 92 and a half. If things get out of hand with CCL, you could always look at a sympathy play if you wanted to catch a bit of a bounce. RCL was the stronger looking. Actually, I shouldn't say that. I mean, they're both strong looking charts on the daily, but given that they're not the ones reporting, sometimes easier to catch a falling knife in a sympathy play. 92 looks like a good level where things to keep going southbound for CCL.
All right, NASDAQ imbalances just came out. Lucid with a little bit of a buy, bringing this thing back up over 6, so we'll have to wait for that. Tesla with the sell, 250, a very, very key level for Tesla coming through on downgrades from Goldman, I believe, for Tesla. Apple also with the sell, so I'll just move this over. You can see sort of what's been happening here with some of these names. NASDAQ with a big red candle right there, the largest of the day so far here in the pre-market with a nice little about 15 handles to the downside. There goes Apple jumping down right there on a sell imbalance. Tesla with the sell imbalance. Amazon at 1. This is what I mean. There's so many key levels right now. Amazon at 130 as well. There's the sell imbalance knocking this name down to 129.40 from 129.70. So nice move down on this name as well. But this is what we're waiting for, man. The imbalances are now out. Nothing on here that we've really talked about today. Really, I mean, we just looked at Tesla. I think Tesla's going to be an exciting name, obviously, with that downgrade. You can see the 20-minute chart right here. 250's been pretty key, but I thought it was 248 or so. Yeah, 248, 247.50, something like that there for the bottom of Tesla. But again, with this sell imbalance coming through, we now only have 2 minutes. We have 3 minutes, and the NASDAQ's trying to touch. It's not, but I feel like it's going to come down here today and look at that's 15 O's, that's 15 right here. That line is still drawn on the chart right there. So 15,000, we're going to keep an eye out for that one. I could see us ripping a little bit here off the open as well, just because sometimes when there are sell imbalances, they get done with, and then when there's no more sellers, then we get to go back up to the upside. But let's just stay patient here with all of this. We're very excited as we go. So coming in, 15,000, Tesla coming into 250, a couple big levels coming through here today. Apple's interesting one because
it won't be 85 this time.
Yeah, if it gets down to 85, that'll be exciting, but looks like this top at 187 could give us a trade as well at some point here today, especially if this market wants to reverse down like this.
Yeah, I mean, was it Friday? No, it was Thursday. It was Thursday where you had like that 185 level was like absolute sickness. And it bounced off 185 a couple of times. So that's been a good level, but that's coincided with the 15,000. I feel as if we test 15,000, you're looking at 186 on Apple. So I look at that even dollar level as maybe the place to go dip buying. It's such a strong trend. And the fact that it held on to 85 when the NASDAQ held on to 15,000, I want to see if it puts in a higher low at the same level, you know it's relatively strong. So that's a good look there. And then, of course, that 187 break. We mentioned Meta, but I want to maybe circle back to it for a quick second here. If we do break 15,000, I think one of the only names that could set up for a dip by long might be Meta at that 84, 85 area I have marked off here. Otherwise, this is a decent chance to also break out. We're talking about Coinbase. We're going to have that at the open. We didn't mention Virgin Galactic just very quickly. It was squeezing, and then they did an offering, and then it bounced a little bit off $4 on Friday. It's holding above 4. I'm looking for a failed break at 5 to short. That's the ideal setup. It gets to 5, fails a breakout, and then shorted at 5 even. However, you had a high here at 480 on Friday. If we do the same move at 480, I'd probably take 2 shots at this on Virgin Galactic, up 5%. I don't think there's any specific news as to why it's up. I think it's just getting a little bit of a bounce. Big short interest and lots of options activity with this name. So that's likely to give it some more volatility as it settles down from getting their launch date set up. So 30 seconds, just on over 30 seconds to go. CCL did break 15. It did, got to 1470. Oh, my line's gone. 1460 looked like it was that local bottom. I'll have to redraw that line. There's now about 180,000 shares on the bid at 1489 because that's not random at all. So CCL should be on watch today. Remember, the conference call is going to be at 10. So be ready for that. The stock's going to move around there. And Katrine is on the bell for this Monday. Ring it in 5, 4, 3, 2, and
1. Okay, now we bees open right now. So, all right, the bees in the trap. All right, 604. Nice move back down in here for Lucid as it's getting flushed a little bit here off the open. Let's put another bid at 92. There it is. So we'll take that fill. We have some lower fills hopefully coming through on this name as well.
Whoa,
what's CCL?
CCL just tanked to 1450 like in one candle.
This might be a problem.
Yeah, that stock is it's ugly to the downside. I wouldn't try to catch a falling knife there. You want to stay away.
Yeah, I was just gonna look at that same thing right now. CCL there 1450 and still making moves down low here. Yeah, let it settle down just a little bit. But what's happening right now is bang right now because there goes Lucid, the #1 idea. I think we could just wind up holding this one for a little bit as there it goes crashing back in here off the open. We did talk about it. We're out of about 25%. I don't know. All right, I'll put another bid at 88. We'll take another piece out there and just watch. Hopefully we get it. There it is. Now we can wait to see where we go from there. But so far, so good here for a nice little day in this market. But let's just go back and check out on our friend AMD, bouncing around right now, not doing much. So we'll leave that one alone. Tesla was an interesting name at 250. It's bouncing. Wow, it's bouncing hard off 250.
Yeah, it was so fast.
I know, but that's what I said. Like I was saying this, like every day Tesla has that one early move and you take it, trust the long, and there it is, right back up to the upside goes Tesla right now. If you're looking to short it, I don't know, man, maybe 254, but that's already from a pre-market level. So I'd stay away a little bit here from Tesla until we maybe get going just a little bit here off the open and see what these futures want to do. Maybe Apple's going to the downside right now.
Not much.
No, not much. Okay, so the only other
I don't
name,
want to rush into anything.
No, the only other name, I don't want to rush into anything either. I mean, here's Intel not doing much today too. So Intel doing that. Lucid, it's a good thing we got those 88s because we're right back up to the upside right now of Lucid. What's up, Brendo?
A little biotech moving around here so far. MLTX. This thing went to $110 in the pre-market. Positive data from one of their treatments or studies underway right now. That was actually out late yesterday, so very, very thinly traded. Be careful with MLTX.
Yeah, be careful here. Both Snowflake and Microsoft are headed to the south side here. Microsoft failing 335 at the open. It's down. Remember, you have a 4-day event going on for Snowflake. That just rolled back over through 180. Let's let that one settle down. CCL is just, my goodness. 1420 is the new low. It just gave up 15 and hasn't found any kind of a bid. 14 even was that breakout price last week. A few weeks ago. If it gets down there, I suppose that's your line in the sand. Apple no longer near 186. Coinbase is starting to go. I thought we'd get a dip buy in front of 60. Now it's just breaking out at 62, but the market's coming back in. I look at the NASDAQ coming back to the downside. I want to be looking for something that I can fade, not necessarily catch a breakout at these prices.
Yeah, I'm kind of doing the same type of thing here, trying to leg into an Alibaba trade. We're long here at 67. It's going to be 20 cents against us. I just want to use this bottom here. If we hold it, great. If we don't, we're going to get out. But I was just owning Alibaba was relatively strong here in that move today. So the market went to the downside. Alibaba kind of floated up there, and we have the 200 period right there. We have the pre-market bottoms as well. So we're going to test the long here on Alibaba, and it's a little bit early. So I'm willing to obviously get out of this if we do dump back in, and we will put a little bit more shares on something like that if it is a bottom for sure for Alibaba. AMD, the name that we have right again, it looks like makes the move up, but we didn't short it because it didn't do it enough right now. AMD now just pushed. Wow, it just. The reason why I said it looks like we had it right to the short, this name was just at 110.40 there before now getting excited right back there up to the upside. Lucid went for a little bit of a jog as well. So I think we'll put some more out here at 98. Hopefully we'll be able to capture. Whoa, now it's really trying to go. There it goes. We got some 98s. I was going to say now it's really trying to go to the upside here for Lucid. So watch out for that 620 as we do have, oh, there it is. We just got it. More 98s. We are going to watch out for Alibaba here going long on this name. This is obviously where my risk is right now.
Okay, so I can forget about 120 dip buy in Amazon. It looks like it wants the other way. The market might go green again on the NASDAQ. Amazon 130.80 was Friday's high. Obviously 131 is going to sit out there. So we could just be looking at breakouts, whether we like it or not. That'll be the first play that comes in. Apple doesn't want any part of 186. It's trying to take out 187 to the upside as well. And Coinbase is now gonzo. Bye-bye, Coinbase. C3 AI is making a move as well, just rejecting $35. So if you get a nice little, okay, if it holds up here, AI through 35, that's a good level from Friday. Yeah, I like that 35 level. We'll probably get this one before we get anything over there in Amazon.
All right. I'd like to do something with Intel, but it's not moving, so we're going to wait for that. But we do have a big one right here. Let's spin the money right now, as we are now 35 cents in the money on Alibaba. Oh, big size. I just saw a huge size there on Alibaba. So let's pay attention to that. It was at 808. 808s and heartbreaks right there on Alibaba. Maybe it was at 10s. Where is it? Where is that size? Oh, it's gone now. Okay. So there was size at Alibaba at 10. Let's take a piece out. Let's go Alibaba right now, man. Making our day with one trade. And again, watch out for the market. It's starting to go upside here, breaking through 15,000 off. No, sorry, not breaking through. Holding 15,000, now trying to break through this little pre-market high. And it's not really the pre-market high, but it's just over the last hour, we're right back up to the top of this one. And wow, well spotted right there for Baba as we are long Alibaba, 85.65 right now, looking for some more upside here in this name. I don't know why this is going. I just saw that it was relatively strong. And then maybe 87 where we were sort of on Friday. Well, actually on Friday, we're well above where we are now on Friday. I guess it was Thursday there, 87 a key level here for Alibaba. If the market wants to run, we've got it. It's Alibaba.
Yeah, I had that breakout on AI. I want to give it some room. It went like 25 cents in the money if you look at that 35, 25 level, but there's room to 36 and 37 if this really wants to go. So I want to give it a little bit of space in down here. Speaking of space, I don't want to give space too much more room. I just feel like if the market wants to go up, that should give me an opportunity to short this. But look, it's just falling to the downside almost instantly. Only up 2% now and rolling over. It's finally bouncing, so I want to take this opportunity to fade it into the pre-market high there of 460s. Well, sorry, the lower high in the pre-market at that 460 level. Amazon dipped big time off of that 131, so no breakout just yet. I do still think this is a relatively strong name. I'll buy at 130 and also look for that break of the high today. Only in C3 AI. And to me, space is a short. I want to short the first available pop on Virgin Galactic, even if the market's green.
All right, I am 85. I'm just trying to watch. So on Alibaba here, I'm getting a little bit nervous because we do have a pretty good upside position right now, but nervous is the wrong way to talk when you're talking about stocks. I'm just concerned about where we're going now. It's a nice move. I want to make sure we capture profit. I'm not convinced about the NASDAQ. As you can see, look at Alibaba. What, Brendo, maybe I missed news on Chinese ADRs, or I was just, like I said, I didn't close my eyes yesterday till about 3 o'clock in the morning. But here goes Alibaba. It is just really ripping. Now I feel silly. We are now $1. Maybe I should stay out a little bit later. We are now $1 in the money here on Alibaba, cruising with a dime in Lucid. But yeah, huge upside move here for Alibaba, kind of against the market. The market's flat. Alibaba's up like $1.50 right now. So let's take out one more piece. Like I said, we'll wait to see if we can figure out what this bump is all about. But meanwhile, I was looking to short Softy here. It was having a hard time. I mean, now Alibaba's gone. Like, honestly, man, I'm happy about it. Celebrated with a chicken dinner winner, but we just identified relative strength in that name, and now it's nicely done to the upside. And trying to identify relative weakness maybe in Microsoft. NASDAQ do this, Microsoft do that. So for me, this could be a good short here at 334.50 right there, as that's been sort of the high here this morning.
Someone in the chat said there's news, but I haven't seen anything. I didn't see anything on Alibaba, but if there's news, we'll let you guys know. It's just Sometimes the programs get going, and that's the real news on those names. But congratulations when you got it, quite frankly. Usually, when they buy it at the open, it tends to last till like 2 o'clock. I'm short Virgin Galactic, so the market is strong. Hopefully this will stay a relatively weak name because it doesn't care what the market's doing. Amazon just came back in to 130 there. Was able to pick some up at 22. It's always 22 with me. If it gets back up to the pre-market, not the pre-market high, the opening range top, that's 130.60. I want to scalp some out into that. You still have yesterday's high as resistance, 130. Friday's high is resistance, 130.80. So it needs to claw through that. I'll be looking for dip buys into 130 to play this all the way into Friday's high and then go for that long above as well. What else is going? I mean, coin, you got to be kidding me. Yeah, it's going to get to 65 before I can sniff out a long. You had to just have the break, I guess, of Friday's high. It is now squeezing once again on Coinbase. If you go to the daily chart, it is 65, 66. That's first area of resistance. Coin is on one, Bitcoin on that rally, and this has that short interest. My concern will be Virgin Galactic. Both longs are in the money. Virgin Galactic is rolling into that lower high. If it gets above 465, I want to be out of this. That's all I want to give it, and then I'll play off of 480 and 5 as separate opportunities.
All right, banging it out here on Alibaba. Nice upside move. We're still waiting for 87. We just got a good out at 60s right now, so that's $1. So it joins the dollar club. It's a dollar. Hey, we talked about it last week, man. You cannot not only be a member but also a client here. I don't know how that works right now, but we are barbecuing it up for Alibaba. So let's make another dollar here. As the CEO of the Dollar Club, we are now entering Alibaba into that right now. All right, Meta right here. Let's have a quick look at Meta. As I think you talked about this earlier this morning about how strong Meta was kind of looking here on the daily. Obviously, we can all see that. But just like all these NASDAQ names, they all continue to sort of struggle here early, besides Alibaba. Alibaba's on the New York, but, well below. So right now we're hovering around. We're trying to take out that 288.50. Doesn't really seem like it wants to do that. I don't know if I want to go short here, this name. The NASDAQ still is bumping, but that looks pretty juicy to me. Remember, Neil and I are just day trading here. So any kind of call that we make or what we're looking at here could be a 1 minute trade, could be a 10-minute trade, could be all day, but trade accordingly if you are trading with us, that's for sure. Make sure that you understand that we are trading equities, not options. We are making trades that have to be closed at the end of every single day. Okay. So these are truly day trades. We're sitting on a prop floor, so we're using levered up money right now. So, maybe you take 10 shares, you take 100 shares, 1,000 shares. It's completely up to us and up to you guys. We're just here to show you some of the opportunities that exist in this wild world of the stock market. I'm going to go short right now. I am short right now. Meta, new position alert. Short Meta against this 288.50. Probably gets busted out here. I don't know why we're so low on this, but let's just hold it out for now and see if we can get a downside move here in the market as it is retracing a little bit.
Yeah, of course, I remember now that Virgin Galactic is, I think it's must be SSR, because I couldn't just hit the bid there. And I am shorted. I'm trying to add, there we go. I was just able to add to position. Maybe it's not SSR. So I have a 49 short, just adding to this. I think if it gets down to Friday's close at 434, though, that's an area I want to take profit out in front of. Amazon is giving right back in there, trying to hold on to some support from earlier. We had that first move from like 130 into 130 and a half. Now it's challenging 129 and a half there. If it makes a nice bounce on a higher low, I want to still be looking for the net long here. 129, 129 and a half. AI is still holding at 35, but with the NASDAQ still green and still slightly positive here in Amazon, I'm looking for the bounce here off 129.50 to jump back in and add what we took out.
Okay, so Meta's working. So we only took out literally 10% there at O's because it's O's. So we take 25 cents right now on Meta. That's 1-to-1. You could get out right now. Like I said, Neil and I will make our own decisions and decide on how long to hold these things. But I'm going to take out another piece right now at 1-to-1 if we can get this again. Remember where our stop is, 288.50. Give it a little bit higher than that, but that's right where VWAP is, and it's where the top's been today. And I don't even have a bid out. Oh, there it is, right, or a bid to get out. All right, we'll take another fill at O's right there. We're going to go to 288.50. Again, this is a violent name. So Meta can rip our faces off here in just a matter of seconds. So let's let's be cautious here about this trade, especially since this market is still above VWAP. We are still going higher and higher and higher right now in this market. So, yeah, higher. What's that
Than
song?
I've ever been before.
Yeah, exactly. There it goes, man. So we're going to have to wait here for this. But this is going to be slippery. We'll take another fill right here at 34. I think I'm at 35. I'm in there somewhere. We'll see if we get a fill, and then we'll have to watch it, because for right now, the market is well up.
The market wants to be this.
Yes,
it's 0.16, but it's trying to hold green. So the dip buy ended up working here on Amazon. We got that dip, holds 129.70-ish, and we're able to get some out the north side of 130. If we do not break the local high, I want to take some more out. Respect the fact that you do have overhead resistance. 130.80 was Friday's top. That could come into play. C3AI just coming back here. Yeah, I just have the one entry off of 35, but it's holding pretty well. This could be a nice little place to add. Even some fills underneath 35 into 34.80. Those can be pretty solid. Everything's going to the upside. So I do think I'm going to, even Virgin Galactic wants to go higher. So I added on the way underneath 450. Okay, it's working. It's rolling over. Let's add on the way down. Nah, it looks like it wants to take out the top as well. So this could be the short that we lose on. I want to jump over to Coinbase again, because this sucker is through 65 and not really showing any signs of stopping here on Coinbase. I do think it pulls back eventually, but on the daily, 66.40 is the wick top. We're $1 away from that in 15 minutes from 10 o'clock. So 15 minutes into the day, and we're already testing major resistance on Coin. If it gets through that, 70 to 71 is an automatic short for me. I'm just deciding whether I want to take even a shot at this, fighting it. And the answer is telling me no, so I'm going to stay away from that one. So Amazon working, space remains to be seen. That short, obviously the market wants to go.
Yeah, so we did the typical Sean move here, man, and that's sometimes a good move, sometimes a bad move. But yeah, Meta. I said like everything's going, and we got stopped out of Meta, but then it had a high wick there, and we saw that high wick. It didn't continue. The market didn't really continue. We already know what the market's doing. We did self-warn about that move up there through 50, so we got out at 50, and then right back in at 40 again, then right back out again at O's. So we're negative on Meta for now, but we're waiting to see where it goes from here. You know what's been really going upside, and I've been trying to get some longs? Is it SoFi? But you already talked about a little bit of this. Bitcoin.
Oh, shoot.
Crypto really starting to go. Look at GBTC here. Crypto really going upside right now. So I just want to talk about that, because there it goes, man. Anybody that's in Bitcoin. Bitcoin's only at 30,500, but this is really shot up here. GBTC up. And I just want to bring that to everybody's attention for that. And then there goes Lucid. Watch out for 620. That's going to be our out. We talked about that on the pre-market high. We've already gotten out a lot of this name, so we're going to have to wait for that 620. Could be a break long if it does take it, but I'm going to put my stops out right now for that break on Lucid, just making sure I have orders to get short, in which I do.
Yo, I'll hit this one for anyone if you have any piece of the crypto move. I mean, it's just disgusting. I wish I could tell you I had that SoFi, but I was looking for $8. I want a long in front of 8. To me, it was a little bit pricey to be 25 cents out in front on an $8 stock. But bye-bye. It's through 865 now. Trying to go higher. The local resistance on this, if you are in the long, last time we were here, 875 and $9 would be the two levels to watch. Thankfully, we do have some exposure to this market move up. I just got another leg out of Amazon, so we're going to ring the register there. But 130.80, you know, if we're going to take this out, I think this is a place to be adding into Amazon through that high. So either we get another dip buy down into maybe the 130 level, 129.80, somewhere in that range, higher lows ideally, or we just end up taking a bit of a breakout trade. Still only Virgin Galactic short. C3AI has not done much of anything. I'm going to try and add to this if I can get a piece of this consolidation at 35, maybe some underneath fills. Once you're underneath 34.70, let's say, you could be down another $1. So I don't want to fight this one. But if it's holding this little flag or whatever you want to call it, I want to kind of be building the long position on C3AI. Uber is going, Snap's going, Tesla as well. We haven't really talked much about this strong Tesla move. Off 250, here's your line. I think this one wants that Friday afternoon resistance at 258, maybe even 260. It's already at the previous close without breaking it just yet, so 256.5 possible resistance on Tesla here. I got my 3 positions. I got to be worried at least a little bit about that Virgin Galactic and trying to add in some Amazon long.
Yeah, the long has to be the right play here today. Look at Meta. Meta just, wow. Again, we went short. We took a little bit of profit. Then it busted up through the highs again, and there goes Meta. We said that this was going to be a dangerous name to short, but I like the short in case the market did fall down. We took dollars on Meta on Friday, but there it is right there. We lost 30 cents like twice there on it, so it sucks for sure on that one. But obviously, we still have Alibaba. That's my only exposure long right now. Microsoft continues to be that one maybe. If you wanted to go short, we do have some highs there. But it is trying to now, now obviously I don't even want to look at Meta because if it breaks back down, I'll probably take it. I don't want that anymore. But Microsoft here, relatively weak against the market, down 0.26. The market's up right now. And we are taking that 15-1 coming through here. So Microsoft could be the short here, down 0.27 right now against 335. I don't really know why I'm looking short all the time. I do have this bias, I guess, right now in the market that eventually we're going to get some sort of a collapse, but it's not been right, so I don't know. There it is. We'll just push that short right now. We take that at 16 here on Microsoft. Sorry, 13s. I thought I got 16s, but we did not. We got 13. So we'll take something out at O's, and then we'll wait to see what is that VWAP. That's 80s or so. So we'll wait for that on Microsoft as well. But right now we're shorted at VWAP basically, and we'll see what happens right now at 334, giving it to that high of the day of 335 right there. Look, if the market gets going, man, it gets going, and we get stopped out of these positions. But this is what we have to do. Try to be patient a little bit. Microsoft has been heading lower here to the downside, and if this market doesn't hold, well, if it holds 15-1 and goes higher, then we're in trouble on this position. So let's give us this one now. We haven't taken our full position. Let's give it to 335, that high. Punching in and trying to play momentum and timing the market perfectly is tough to do. So let's hold on to this. See about 335.
Yeah, so first long in AI did work. We got the reload off that 35, and it kind of broke the consolidation. So I end up getting out. We'll wait for it to maybe show some green in here, like show me some strength. Like I got in on the way down instead of allowing it to consolidate. So if it shows some strength and holds out at that support, 34.75, 34.80, we jump back into it. We're kind of 1 for 2 on the stock, and I want to be patient in terms of getting into it again. Amazon just wants to keep going, so I guess I'm going to add on a 130.80 break. That's in front of 131, so I'll have a decent price underneath 131 if it goes. Space is still giving me some fits down there. It's holding that 450 area. CCL, remember the conference call? It starts in like 8 minutes, so it's bouncing nicely off 1420. You could see a big move around this 15 area. Usually I'd be thinking short in front of 15, but with the call 10 minutes away, it just feels as if you're almost destined to get wicked out. So let's stay away from that. Apple is, at least we got Amazon, is the only thing I can say about Apple. Because Apple, through 187, I got crazy wick there, through that 187 level, through Friday's high, and just continuing to churn. I think you just want any piece of this you can in terms of buying dips, maybe looking at some even dollar breakout levels on Apple. So far, the only complaint that I can make would be not being in Apple, not being in SoFi. I don't want to force any shorts, but Coinbase is it's staring me in the eye, and I fought this one on Friday.
Yeah, I'm trying to fight the law, but the law always seems to win around here. So if the market's the law right now, anyways, I am like, again, we'll switch off the shorts at some point, but I'm slowly learning. Trust me, I'm putting things in my head here. When the market wants to go, it's almost useless to fight it. It's completely useless. You don't, like, once you get that move up, there's been really no retracements. All these dip downs are just buying opportunities here in the NASDAQ. As you can come to the chart here and have a quick look, Ramin, at this, because there it is. Like, there's the dip down, boom. There's the dip down. There's the dip down. And we just keep extending higher and higher and higher. So all of this makes sense to me. It's just we're only looking short, which is not making any sense to me anymore. So yeah, here we go. Microsoft looks like it wants to go. We are waiting for 335. We said we'd try to get a better average price. So right now we're out of the money, 40 cents. Here it comes, right back to the upside. 335 staring us in the face. there's the short. And watch out, you know, because it wants to take 335. That high is 335.20. We're only going to give it to that. If it breaks it, it breaks it. And we're dead meat on that one. But we did get that 620 fill, and we just got a couple outs at 11 here on Lucid. So although our average price is 15, we will take that 4 or 5 cents because, like I said, any sort of a dip down seems like it's just been a buying opportunity. So I'll do the same thing kind of on Lucid. And wow, okay, just as much as we get into this, look what happens. We talked about getting railroaded. Look at this market going to the upside. We wanted to short AMD against 112. Well, there it is. It blasts through 112 right now. And by the way, Microsoft also blasted up right there. And we got like, what just the hell just happened?
The market just kind of...
It just blew up right there. Yeah. So we got out of Microsoft, and we will have to flush ourselves down the toilet. But we have AMD, which is our new position against 112. But hey, man, that also just blew up as well. So as I said, no point in fighting this market. It seems just be taking names every single time you try to go in front of it, both ways.
I went from wanting 33 long in Intel to it breaking 33.5 to the upside. Like it just you can have the dip buy plan all you want. It's just that when it doesn't come in, suddenly you're staring breakouts in the face. Amazon's 13 cents away from taking 13.8. That's another one I'm looking for the long side of, but Intel just broke out. I mean, Friday's high, technically speaking, was 33.45, but I'm never really putting a stop at that price. So 50 broke, I got 53s. There's a big gap to be filled here on Intel, so I think there's a lot of room for it to go. C3AI is trying to hold up a little bit, but I don't know if I want to, I'm not at the point where I want to join back into that one yet. Let's give it a little bit more room. Virgin Galactic, the only good thing about Virgin Galactic here would be it's holding the bottom of the consolidation. So it doesn't seem to want to break out as I'm working into short, which is usually a decent sign, but if the market never rolls over, what are you going to do? Like, this can be holding down all I want. If there's no continuation, it can't be a winning trade. So Intel, I add to Amazon. Maybe we'll get something in Apple at some point, but this one's absolutely flying without much of a retracement to get you in. I
think we got to go to Brendan, was that?
What?
G moving around. This is actually a REIT. A few people mentioning this in New York, up 15.5%, just coming into daily resistance as well. So they sold a majority stake in one of their commercial properties, guys. So SLG, a REIT.
I made the mistake this morning of moving a level 2 that had Tesla in it to CCL. Knowing full well I was unlikely to trade CCL. Like I know I'm not likely to do it. Oh, there's the Amazon breakout. Sorry, I was just about to talk about Tesla. Amazon breaks 130.80. That was Friday's high. I didn't want to have a 131 break. It allowed me to add at a better price. So if it fails this, then I can get something. Yeah, gimme. No, I don't want to chase.
Sometimes it gets.
Yeah, gimme never gets.
Sometimes it gets.
So if it fails a 130 break, what I wanted to get at is that I could have something adding underneath that at Friday's high, and suddenly that's still a profitable trade to get some at the 80s and then get some at 131. It's a little bit easier to hold as well. If you have 131, I'm probably trying to hold it to 75. Now I can just add to it at 82s here and then have the ability to hold it down into 50s and 60s. So we're trend up. It's arrows up. Hopefully you can hit some home runs to the long side. I wish I could tell you I had more long, but as I mentioned, Tesla off 250. Wow, that's the kind of trade. Oh my goodness, I hope Max has that. Because if you're only looking at Tesla, right? 250 false break. It's now making another leg higher. This market doesn't seem to want to dip. If it does dip, Apple's probably the first place I want to go to catch a bit of a long. But Amazon working, I just got into that Intel long. It's starting to go. Every 10 cents on Intel you usually want to respect because it's a $33 stock. Take some out in front of 59. We'll get some out in front of 70. If it gets to 34, cross that bridge when it gets there because, quite frankly, I would have been looking at 34 and 35 as reversal levels. 35 for sure. 34 is kind of a little bit diddling in the middle if you look at the recent range here. Virgin Galactic probably not going to end up working out because the longs are in control today.
The longs are big time in control. We're shorting Tesla off 257, so let's see if that can work right now. We are short Tesla right here. We've been covering some because, like we said, if I'm going to go, I'm literally short at 256.98 right now, so it did bust a little bit higher for us. But yeah, let's just give this to I just put the trigger in at 257.20. I mean, it's super, super strong. And why keep fighting the trend? I know it doesn't really make too much sense right there. But, you know, this is Tesla's close. So Tesla's close from Friday is right here at 250. Well, it's 258, I guess. But that's because we had that huge move run up. But we were looking at 257s prior to the last 2 or 3 minutes in the market. So we're going to have to watch out for that. And then I think that if it does continue to go higher, which who knows if it does. Right now we're 75 cents in the money. But that 258 would be a trade there as well. But we just took another piece out there on Tesla. We actually got a 30 fill as well. So Tesla's okay right now. Yeah, that just came in. We got a great fill down there. Good thing I put that fill out because sometimes you want to.
If you don't put it out.
Yeah, if you don't put it out, you don't get it. So right there. But here it comes right back up to 257. I don't know, man. This name continues to be strong. We did have that downgrade today from Goldman Sachs, but does not seem to be really affecting the name. So nice downside pressure here from Tesla temporarily, but now you can see making moves back higher as this market just, yeah, no sleeping here on this market today as it just wants to continue to go higher. So bad being a bear these days, and it's just getting hit. I think we have to be patient, so we'll sit on our hands just for a little bit. AMD, we got to wait. We did get stopped out of AMD as well right there. So that we tried it. We actually made a little bit, but then gave it back on that last break, which was fine. It was more that first break when we really ramped up. The same hit that really took our lunch on Microsoft right there, took it on AMD as well. This move just bang, right? Like we just got short and then it's like, no, we're taking out the day's high immediately on us. So yeah, there goes the market again. I was waiting for 15.1. We're well past that. And I said that the next level would be 15.2, and I didn't think we'd get to there today, and I kind of laughed about it in the pre-market, but yeah, here comes 15.2 pretty quickly, man. Maybe that's just the next level to short. You wait for that, or you wait for pullbacks in a little bit to get long. But right now, I feel like we're a little bit of no man's land here in this market. So yeah, Lucid, Alibaba's dollar in the money, that's still hovering here, as well as we just wait for Tesla to actually pull back again. There we go. I think we got another bid. Oh no, we're bidding 21s. 21. Can you do something for me? Yeah, right there. Spin that again. As now we're $1. Tesla joins the dollar club if it takes 256. Let's see if it does that. We do have another bid down there. All right. I know you're on Amazon. I'll just throw it over to Brendan. We'll come back and discuss some of Neil's positions. So it's 10 o'clock. What's happening now?
Hey guys, yeah, 10 o'clock, we're green across the board to kick things off on a Monday. 0.25% right now for the S&P. The Dow just went green as well. 0.05 was the last one to get back into positive territory. All three of these, the Russell, 1, 2, 3,000, back to the upside. Remember, the 2,000 specifically among the weakest back on Friday. Composite and the 100, exactly the same for the NASDAQ right now, 0.53 in positive territory. Yeah, if you're with us in the pre-market, we touched on that Goldman downgrade for Tesla. Lucid picking up 3.7% stake in Aston Martin. Earnings now, the call, anyway, now for CCL. So just be aware, anyone who is trading. Carnival. We also touched on NVIDIA right out of the gate, showing a little bit of strength. We're back to basically Friday's highs coming into play right now, 1.25 for NVIDIA. And the other side of that equation, 2.3% for Snowflake with their AI event getting underway in Las Vegas, guys.
That event, and the CCL call is on right now at 10 o'clock. It just started. There was a question in the chat asking why I entered Amazon. Just a name that I thought was relatively strong. You can see on the 15-minute, it's holding this nice consolidation up around that 130 high. So you had support at 128. That obviously never came into play. You had 129 on the previous close, 129.30 specifically. So we just went break and dip hunting, breaking out at 130, the dip buy on the higher low, allow it to make a higher low. Once it makes that higher low, enter into the long again. Instead of, you kind of take out into the high, but then add to the position when it breaks out Friday's high. If I think it's trend up on the stock and if the market continues to go higher, then we want to be adding to our long position and then seeing how far it can go. Maybe we see 33 or 34 today on Amazon. I don't really have a particular level in mind as far as it could go because you're in some uncharted territories. Intel was more of a clean breakout from last week's highs, Friday's high. That's stalling out in the first 10 cents, but if the market wants 1%, I can see Intel going up. Virgin Galactic, I don't know about this one. Quite frankly, it's doing the right thing, which is bucking the trend of the market, but it was rightly pointed out that kind of looks like a bull flag, like a wipeout bottom. It holds on to 434, which is the previous close, and is now consolidating higher. So since the open, it's a little bit bullish. If it gets through the high, I do have to get out. I might even consider just taking it out even more shallow than that, but it's still working, at least for now. What's going on with Coinbase? Because quite frankly, okay, that's still up at 66. It might have 70 in it, but the longs I got seem to be okay. There's a little bit of a dip happening now. If space doesn't pull back in this move down, then it's not going down at all.
So we'll just, so space, we want to go to another big tech company here. Obviously, trying to go to space as well. We'll watch out for SpaceX and Tesla right now, as we've shorted 57 a couple times, man. A couple times in here and gotten out lower. So all good so far, but still waiting out for that 257.20. We've taken much more than 20 cents. We could take 20 cents right now. We've gotten 60s, we've gotten O's. We actually got, there we go, we've taken it again. Okay. Now it looks like it wants to bust higher here, Tesla. So many times is a charm, right? There's 257. Here, it's funny that we just started talking about it, and there it breaks right there. So we'll flush ourselves down the eventual toilet there on this name as well, because there goes Tesla back up now, trying to break higher and higher and higher. But we made money on the short, but of course, as soon as we talk about it, it starts to go upside right there. So we wanted to wait for 15,000, right? But that's not coming through. So now we have to sort of think about, are there names that are maybe bucking this trend a little bit and perhaps are down that could get going? We already have Alibaba. It's not doing anything. Our Lucid is right here at these tops again, right now, watching out for that 625 break. So that's going to come through possibly very, very soon. We can look at Micron. I mean, Micron's a name that does...
Reports
MJJ,
Wednesday.
Yeah, MU. Yeah, reports Wednesday. So that's why we might want to look at this name, as Tesla's now up to 258. Like,
what the heck?
Just play short, play long. I mean, I play short, play long on all these names right now. Okay, so here's Micron. Just wanted to see if there was anything here on the minute chart. Again, it's not really moving too aggressively. It's kind of just stuck in the middle. And then, of course, AMD. I say of course, but that 112.50, it basically went up there again, but that went against us, obviously, and we didn't really identify that. This could have been the good short there, sorry, 112.50 right there. So seeing that last move against that should have been shorted. So we definitely missed our opportunity there on AMD, and that sucks because that was a name that we were trying to be all over. So right now we're just waiting basically on Lucid to either fall or not, and then looking for something else. I don't know. What else you guys want to look at? Starbucks long? Yeah, that's probably good. I like Starbucks. We'll talk about that coming through as we still have Alibaba, of course. CCL, okay.
I wouldn't touch...
14? No, I was going to say it's just bouncing off 15. If you wanted to have a high right there and an out, maybe 15 would be your out.
What's crazy about it, we were
Down
talking about
7%.
that before. It's like, if it wasn't for the conference call, and if you're not, and there's no chance, like we're not going to be listening to the conference call while doing the show with you guys. That's just a harsh reality. I've seen traders sometimes have the earbud on and they're listening to the call, they're trading that individual name, they know what they're looking out for. That's one thing. Normally, I would be short something like a 15, just on a pure setup basis. Wipeout bottom, showed you resistance at 15, gives you the up down at 15 even. No trade for me because of the conference call. If you took it, congratulations to you. It was on this show that I was in one of the banks. I feel like it was, I don't remember which one now.
It was Wells Fargo.
Yeah, you're right. It was Wells Fargo conference call and just got absolutely run over. Great technical setup that was just basically, and it ran my stop and I missed it because I didn't have a stop that was aggressive enough. So I missed my stop out and it kind of ruined my day. And I refused to trade during a call after that now. It needs to be very specific circumstances. Virgin Galactic gets underneath 445. I'm taking some out almost immediately. I've only taken 20% out, but it was bucking that trend and kind of not wanting to run with the rest of the market. However, bit of a bull flag forming, held on to Friday's high. So some caution here. If we break Friday's close, if we break that, I'll have half the trade to hold down into $4. So that one's starting to work. Amazon's still going. Intel seems like it's on one here, so it's arrows up for Intel. Just got a 33.68 fill, as that one seems like it's headed for 34 even. Didn't get the 33 long because it didn't really dip very much. We got the 50 break. 34, I think we get it all out. What else is moving? Wow, Uber's going to test 45?
Yeah.
Yeah, buddy. Okay, so, it already broke 45. Check that. Uber broke 45, got to 45.04. I just see some names in the chat. I'm just holding on to Intel and Amazon. I don't really see any re-entries on those just yet. 45 even. Is that a breakout price? Nah, I don't even see it. this is kind of in no man's land. There's not enough size up there or anything for me to want to take a retake of 45 long. But if you got it, I don't see your reason to be getting out of this. That's more of a hold. Like a lot of these longs in the market are just setting up like holds right now. For Amazon, which I'm in, it's been a good ride. I do think it's now 3 consecutive reds on my 3-minute chart. I mean, the NASDAQ's obviously holding higher. It did this before. It pulled back in, gave you like 129.80, then a breakout. I would have thought the dip would be closer to 130.5 here. If it doesn't get down there, I don't want to chase it. I have one offer in front of the high of the day, and then we're holding to the next even dollar. We'll try to do that. This is probably a good time to maybe get more out of Virgin Galactic because the market is about to make another bounce here. And about to go through Friday afternoon's high is 15,157. If we get through that, I probably want to be taking more out of the one short that I have. SoFi short, Benjamin says. Okay. Yeah, maybe. Market's still pretty strong. That actually held up pretty well. I thought it was going to at least 75.80 and got to 866 and starting to pull back. So congrats if you got that one. I just happen to like Virgin Galactic. That's the one that's set up for me to the south side.
Okay. All right, so we'll enter a new position right now, a name that we haven't talked about yet today very much, but it's Google. We'll take Google against that 122. We're going to go to Brendan, then we'll talk about this.
Another one moving around here in the food processing group today. Free is on the NASDAQ. That's a whole Earth Brands up on a buyout rumor, guys. So 23% on a buyout rumor.
All right, that's probably...
They probably
food,
won't get that
20%.
deal done for free.
No, it won't be for free, but it'll have to cost somebody something. All right, so right now, Google, eyelash, 200 period here at the 5-minute. We also talked about this previously. It's not on the sticky note, but it's on the watch list there. Google, I think it's the #1 name on the watch list today. Getting downgraded, but still getting a bump up here today. So we're going to watch out for that 122 flat. You know, Tesla got downgraded as well, and we're down on that. We're barely down on that name. I hope to get up on that soon. But right there, 122 coming through. Let's see how low we go here on Google. And look what's happening right now. Finally, there's the chicken dinner winner for us on Google as good trade there. We're short. We have double the shares there that we meant to have. We meant to have this trade, but we just got filled twice against 122. So again, short here 75. We're now 1-to-1 on this. It's 25 cents worth of risk. So we're now 1-to-1. So let's take out, again, I'm only taking out 10%, hoping that we can fall a little bit to VWAP down there. And then otherwise, we're watching out for that 122. So trying to play ratios here a little bit on this name. So that's making a little bit of sense for me. This is the name that, right here, Alibaba, just made that move there. It's starting to break down a little bit. So maybe we will get another piece out on Alibaba. It's just been hovering here. So I don't know. We'll punch out some at 38. There it is. You can see we started cascaded a little bit there, but there it goes. Okay, so good out so far there at 38 as Alibaba joins the dollar club, but nice move down. And then unfortunately, we were very, very close again to getting AMD. Like you know where I'm waiting at? 30s. So I'm waiting at actually at 29s. It gets as high as 20s there, and then the dip in again. So why am I waiting there? Waiting for this high. So we get something around here on a bump up. Remember what happened here? It just ran us over, just came from 110.60 all the way up $2, like in 10 minutes, not even. Now it's fading back down, but at least we have Google making some money back on this name as it's heading to the south side.
There was just a wick top on Lucid there. It broke that pre-market high, that 620. Got to 25. Got to 28, breaking 25. But yeah, a bit of a wick. If it cannot reclaim 620, this might be a short. I mean, it's setting up on the 15-minute. Like if it holds here between 610 and 620, it could just be a short off the high. I got a couple of things to be concerned about. One, Amazon. We got a couple of reloads there on the way to the upside. We're still holding on to it. Want to look for that higher low. Can it hold on to VWAP is a big question. This is the first real actual red candle here in the NASDAQ forming on my 15-minute. So you want to be cautious getting back in any longs. It was a good early run. You want to be sure of continuation. Virgin Galactic is now starting to roll over a little bit better. Just got to the low at 435. So you always want to give those ones a chance to flush. But I've been in that situation before where the market's breaking out, you get something off of a lower high, and it just sits there going sideways and eventually breaks out with the rest of the market. This one did roll over. It's now a double bottom. because it's made the double bottom, the only reload is going to be off of that pre-market high, and I want to hold through a break of the low, if it in fact does happen. C3AI, do I have to go back, Ali Musa? If you have to go back. No, I don't see this one. I don't think I have to go back to it. So I was looking for that consolidation long on the breakout. It was a good early long. I got the reload. That just immediately stopped me out because I caught it on the way down. But you know what? Even if I get it more patiently, I still lose on the trade. I could have been patient with this move, maybe got a better price by 10 to 15 cents. This one was destined to be a fail regardless. I wasn't looking short off the 35 level. I was looking long, so I was going to lose one way or the other. Got some profit out to limit the hit, but yeah, not a good look for C3AI. Still green on the day on AI, but it is pulling back. Speaking of pulling back, Carnival is continuing its trend to the downside here. There's not a lot of buying. Conference call ongoing. I'm wanting this one to settle down and have the call end. Once that's done, I'm going to be looking at that 15 level for the short. It's pretty obvious, that 15. Not much else to trade off of right now.
Yeah, no, I think that's important. We'll wait for that call to be done, and then maybe it rips actually from that. So we'll see.
Oh, the short interest.
What happens? So we did get. I'm back. So we're actually down on Lucid right now because we did take. Well, we're flat on it. Well, we have this current position which is down, so that's the problem. But yeah, we got taken out there at 25. I do want to use that 28 now. Possibly as the top, maybe 30s. Let's see if we get some more there at 25, and then we'll just deal with it at that point because, yeah, not super happy with Lucid starting to go back up to the upside right there. So we'll short it. We'll see if it does want to fade out in the afternoon. We did talk about that with SoFi last week, breaking 8. It was good early for like the first 10 or 15 minutes, and then it got sour. And so the same thing appears to be happening right now with Lucid. But we'll go short here at 15 small, waiting to see if we get something up here at 24.25 to average into this piece just a little bit. All right, so that's that. We got out of BABA. Google. Yeah, I mean, we got another fill down there at 40, so hopefully they can come in. We do have another one, low 30s, and then we'll wait to see 20, and then hopefully downside on that name. After that, though, yeah, not much else. So if there's anything, we can look at PayPal. PayPal's moving around a little bit, I feel like. 67 and change right now for PayPal. What's the price? Yeah, so it's upside. Okay, again, just bouncing, just coming in through some scanners. So bouncing off 67 right now trying to take out the high. Possibly this is a good name to hit. PayPal's been doing pretty well, but it has curled over a little bit. But look at this NASDAQ. It looks like it wants to take these highs. So you know what? Whenever that happens, wow, Apple's 188 again. So, all right. I mean, we're short NASDAQ names. We're short one NASDAQ name in Google. Can we add Apple to it? I mean, Google right now is kind of just hovering around right now. Let's take a piece out at 54 and then see what happens. We're also trying to get back into Tesla, which is now below where we shorted it. Again, we didn't give it enough. We should have given that 258. Remember we talked about where the close was? Right there, 258. So we could have, I mean, like I said, there was some moves on the end and then it dipped down. So the actual close on Tesla is sort of where we were shorting it in the first place, right here at 256.50. But then that sort of falsified bottom there because of the close. We do have that nice top at about 355 of 258. So I'm going to go short again if we can get into there. But good thing we covered, not good thing, but we covered some Google. And then honestly, what about Apple?
It is a monster right now.
It's 188 and still wants to go as the NASDAQ taking out highs. I'm going to be shorting Tesla in front of that 258, so we might as well pay attention to that because it's coming in right now.
So speaking of the NASDAQ, 151.57, that's going to be that Friday level we got in the afternoon. Obviously in the pre-market
right
you were higher, so we're right here right now. I just got a fill. If I didn't get this fill, I was probably just going to hit offer enters, and as I got to that level, but Intel broke through 33.80, headed to 34, so that one continues to run. I'll slap the Kincaid spike on there. The problem with me calling the Kincaid spike is that hopefully no one in my fantasy league is watching this because I've made it pretty obvious that I plan on taking Dalton Kincaid, the Bills' new tight end. And now you know as well, Sean.
Well, I knew from day one, but
it was pretty obvious.
The only person watching the show from our pool is me. So
I know.
You don't have to worry.
I was half jokingly. Wayne watches it, and I pick one of our buddies, and he actually watches it, and he picks in between my 2 first-round picks.
What's up, Wayne?
And he now knows that I want Dalton.
Yeah,
Kincaid.
because where's your first pick?
I pick 8. He picks 9. I pick 10.
Oh, so you go 8, 10.
I pick 8 and 10.
Yeah, but just take him at 8 then.
I don't want to take him at 8.
Yeah, but
he's not the best available at 8.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. I guess you got to wait to see who's the best available at that point.
So I'm going to probably
8 to 10 If your guy's not there, it's probably worth it. If the guy at 8 is not there.
No, but if he's smart, he takes my guy from me. And he goes
yes,
to 9
I
and
know,
takes
I
me.
know.
So,
But does he need a tight end? That's
he doesn't need one.
right. So there you go. So
I
maybe,
traded my tight end last week, so everyone
maybe
knows I'm going to take the Bills guy.
maybe you'll be
34 has no size on Intel. There's not even, it's a regular level at 34, so I don't want to make a decision there. Let's see it challenge that and maybe bust through. Amazon is starting to run out of steam. You're at resistance on the NASDAQ. You want something strong to be at the high. We're not at the high on Amazon. So this is a weird thing to do, but when I see something like that and I can trim essentially flat, because I haven't added back into this. That's the other thing. I didn't get anything on this consolidation, so I'm just going to trim a little bit flat on Amazon to limit the hit if this gets down into VWAP, because the market's trying to take highs, and this has been failing that 131 breakout. So just a little bit of maintenance on that position. Virgin Galactic short, absolutely fine. If Intel fails 34, fair enough. But yeah, that Lucid. Remember I was saying Lucid was setting up, and I see vegan trader in the chat. Are you actually vegan, or is that like a code nickname for the style of trading?
I'd say they're probably vegan.
Yeah, no, I'm assuming you are. Yeah, that's really setting up that head and shoulders, whatever you want to call it, that 620. It's still not above that 620 level. I think it's setting up. I want to be patient with it here. Now you're going sideways. Give it to the high of the day. It's a decent lower high. Just understand it's up 13% with a short float. When something like this takes out the top, you acknowledge that the short is no longer good. As we go to Brendan for the small cap recap.
Hey guys, yeah, a few moving around here as far as small caps are concerned this morning. I was talking about this one earlier up on this headline down here, 15.9 or 15, yeah, $15.90 on a merger deal with this super lattice. So heads up on Med, starting to come back to the downside, but we're hovering around that 15.5, 15.90 area where it might be a little bit better trading than where it was early on. MLTX as well, another one, Moonlake Therapeutics. Positive data on a trial that they have going on right now, phase 2 trial that they have going on right now that actually came out yesterday, so late on Sunday for MLTX. So a huge gap to 52. We're down $10 now from the high on MLTX. In space, if you missed it this morning, they pinpointed their date and the crew that's going to go up on that next launch. But not much action here so far today for Virgin, guys.
Yeah,
not much action for Virgin there. It's hopefully that's a good sign because, oh my goodness, thank you, Brendan.
Yay, 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 yay.
He mentions Virgin Galactic, and the next print, I just got a fill at 41, and it's right at the low of the day. So I'm looking for a break of the low. This is also Friday's close price. I'm looking for one more fill in here, and then we're holding down for a breakdown to 4 even. That's been the plan. I like this one short side, but yeah. So we never said trim some of Amazon because it's making lower highs. The market's rolling over, so just a little position maintenance. It gets into VWAP here, and then suddenly what you got out, you can kind of get back in at a better price. And if it holds VWAP and holds trend, all I've done is kind of save myself like 30 cents on a position when I still like the long, don't get me wrong. It's just, yeah, lower highs wasn't strong enough as the market came back in, so wait for VWAP to add back into it. Intel did reverse off 34, but this is a much stronger looking move. That actually blew right through my 33.80 level. I don't see a dip buy in here. Adding to this probably would only be a 34 breakout. So I'm now short Lucid. I want to add to this. If it continues to hold that lower high, we'll try to add to it. And Meta dump apparently.
Yeah, we just
oh yeah,
we just made $1.70 on Tesla right there. So we shorted Tesla. We talked about wanting this price right there. So remember I said we're going to get back positive on Tesla? Well, we're cooking with it now. Back positive now on Tesla after getting that short right there at 257. Well, I guess my price, 257.55. You can see it on board right there. We also have 35 cents of the money on Google. We just took that out. Again, put a bid out, right? And you get it. Well, you don't always get it. I wish that was the case. 32s right there for Google as it fell in against VWAP. So that was a good trade. We'll take another piece out here. Why not get a 34 right there? And then put some more offers a little bit lower, like 20s, 22. Then we have one at 12 down here as well because that VWAP is 21. So we'll see a little bit ahead of that. Then we'll wait down here near 121. Hopefully this can continue to fall down. Yes, sir. There goes $2 club now is Tesla. There it is. Yes, sir. Now we're $2 in the money on this one as it's starting to fall down off of finally, we have this something falling down here in this market. It's Tesla, and I know there's a lot of people that are long Tesla, but yes, sir, we'll see if we can have some diamond hands on this one. Now $3 in the money on this trade for Tesla. So again, try to be a little more patient, try to pick your poison here, pick your spots, and trade the names that you believe in a little bit. I mean, that's worked to some extent. We did have that AMD short, of course, actually, I thought it would be lower than this right now, considering the market pullback. So we'll still, as if that just came back up and I missed it again on AMD. Okay, stay a little more focused on that one, my guy. And you'll be able to get that back in. So there's another fill at 30s, and now we're waiting. What? I'm waiting for 22. That just touched 24. So yeah, this is what I mean. Get the orders out. Try to be a little more aggressive maybe here. If you're short on the dip buys, maybe get a little more aggressive. I'm going to hold out on Tesla because this is red right now. So if the market really turns, how far down can we go on Tesla? Rhetorical question, I think pretty damn far. And we're going to wait on that one. Maybe Microsoft needs to be reshorted at 336, but let's let that one get back up there.
Yeah, exactly. Be patient. You're in that top end of the consolidation that we've seen the market do before, and sometimes it just kind of holds on to it for a little bit. So I got that VWAP dip buy on Amazon. There was a seller, a big seller at 130.80. They end up getting filled, but I took some out in front of it. If it wants to continue higher, I want to look for north of 131. But if we can't hold, I'll draw a this is just like a really dirty trend line. There's a lot of wicks on this chart, so apologies to that. But really, 129 bottom in there. The higher low wick down to 129.50. So if you draw that loose trend line, it kind of lines up with VWAP. If we can't hold on to this, I want to get out and then regroup on Amazon. It has been good so far to the long side multiple times. Been long like 4 times the stock. Intel, not much to do except if it wants to hold VWAP. I wanted to make a decision at 34. Was actually considering whether I wanted to add. Now it wants to seemingly pull back. But this is much stronger than Amazon, so I want to give it more of a chance before I re-enter this trade. I think 33.60, somewhere around VWAP is going to make some sense to me. Lucid, we just got the short. Virgin Galactic just hit the low of the day. Made a fresh low of the day, 432. We've got that one at the 50 level. I do think we could see $4 today as this one heads to the downside. Pretty easy flush there. Lucid, we have not added to it, but it's set up that wick high above 620. Now you're in the consolidation phase, looking for the breakdown into 6 and then lower. 585 was pre-market support. I could see that holding up there once again. So let's see what happens, man. The market is at that decision point. I think you want to be set up. If you like the shorts, and there's plenty of opportunities off that recent high, and if we end up going higher, just find something trending. Apple's a good example. I'm not in that one. Actually, Apple's stronger than Amazon, so kudos to anyone that has that. But those longs have been pretty good. The question becomes, can we hold on? I mean, Apple right here, I forget about 187. You're not talking 187.50, I suppose, is the support level if you're in here on Apple. There's a lot of these dark pool wicks this morning for some reason.
Yeah, I'm
all over the place.
Yeah, 12s now for Google. Okay. Well in the money now. Okay, so by the way, we shorted, we don't have our full positions on here. So yeah, revenge is a dish best served cold, but we now have Microsoft 70 cents in the money. We have we have Tesla $3 in the money. We have Google 50 cents in the money looking to get printed lower. We just put a bid at teens there and missed it. So let's get another one out. Maybe Google is relatively strong. We'll hold it out for that one. We'll put another bid at 22. There it is. We'll just take that one. We'll say fire alarms up right there. Although that's red light Rasico. If anybody knows about that, shout out to you. Okay, an old goalie from Montreal that used to give up a lot of goals. So the red light going on behind him. All right, so 334. I mean, we could take $1 on this. Maybe we should do that and then watch to see what happens after, because you know what I mean. This market can get pretty spicy every once in a while. So let's make sure that we're okay with all that. All right, so in what has been a new trade here, we just got it. Lucid right now is starting to go back up to the upside, so watch out for this name. Starting to break a little bit higher now, back upside on LCID. So we'll give this a little bit more room, but not too much. I mean, we're now down on the name on the day as we hold this. So let's hopefully this will come back up, give us a fill, and we'll see where we go from there. Did I just get filled on something? No. Okay, so still waiting on everything here. Lucid, we did not get that fill. Google is what we got filled on, sorry. We got filled at 20 on Google. So now let's let this come back in. Microsoft bounced off that 50 cent level, so we got to put a marker here at 334.80.
So alert to this SOUN, Sound Hound. 445, double top on the 15-minute. This goes back to Thursday. It is a big-time runner. I'm just going to double-check. I asked Brennan if there's anything new on this name. It's 9% float, short float, and I don't think the float's that big. Actually, the float's pretty solid, 144 million. So this is more about the short float. It is breaking out at that 445. I know 445 was that recent high, but I think 450 being more of a round number, I think you look for that. It could be a halt candidate based on the kind of move you have here, but it's got a decent enough float that it might not halt at all, despite going a little bit parabolic. So let's look at that 450 level for potential break. CCL, man, it's getting woodshedded. We're getting woodshedded. It has been woodshedded this morning, almost down 10%, double bottom forming at 14.20. Is this the Alamo for CCL? I guess it would be. 10% to the downside is essentially breaking these lows. So you could be looking at an SSR bounce here. When you're already down 10%, I generally look for a long on an SSR bounce. And if we do hold on to 14.20, if it breaks 14.20, goes SSR down 10% and then holds that level, I'd be looking for a retracement long on CCL. Call still kind of going on. Oh yeah, Soundhound is joining the Russell 2000 and 3000. That was as of the close Friday. So Amazon long, that's bouncing off VWAP. Intel still working. As you said, Sean, I'm in Lucid now. I'm looking to add to it. I just want to see it a little more weak off that lower high. Either failing to break the high, like going up, failing the top, and then we can add to it, or maybe just breaking down. But Lucid continuing its trend to the upside. That's the short that concerns me right now as we go to Brennan for the crypto update.
This segment brought to you by Riley Coin, the utility cryptocurrency used by the International Organization and the Royal Court of East Breffni O'Reilly as their method of exchange. Shout out to our friends over at Riley Coin. A few interesting headlines coming through this morning as far as crypto is concerned. This one suggesting that maybe buying the dip, not necessarily a good idea at this point after we get that huge move back above 30,000, still holding 30,000 as of a few moments ago. We'll get rid of this and show you. Yeah, there it is. The test of 30,000 is successful. We get now a green candle once again on the daily chart for Bitcoin. So trying to extend this latest move back, maybe try and clear that high and stay above that high for BTC. There it is on the 24-hour period, still down slightly over where it was on Sunday, 0.36 there for Ethereum as well. Trying to hold on to 1900, but unsuccessful. But overall, pretty choppy day, to say the least, guys, for crypto.
Yeah, and of course, Coinbase rejects 66, and I'm thinking a little bit higher for the short opportunity. It happens every now and then. You think you're being really patient, like let it actually run the high on the daily, 66.5 that wick. It's like, oh yeah, let it break that high and then get it on the back end. Don't just take it right at 66, because that never actually works. And then of course it worked perfectly if you have it. Still holding a higher low though. If this holds on to VWAP, I don't see a short entry for myself on Coinbase. It could just be holding this and breaking the top, and then I'm back to that 67. Lucid is going to be the short-term concern. Virgin Galactic, it is bouncing off that low, but the trend is solid there. Amazon needs to hold on 13.5. The market is pulling back in, so I'm looking for a place to add to Lucid, and I might need to get out of that Amazon. It's been a great long, but if we don't hold on to 15.1, I don't want to be holding on for dear life on that. So we're going to look for that re-entry or add on Lucid for the short trade. Even Apple's starting to roll over.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So if Apple holds 187.50, sorry, breaks 187.50, we could be headed for a bit of a downward turn here. Yeah, maybe Amazon could even be a reverse, but I want this Lucid. I'm going to get my ad right now as the market's showing some weakness.
Yeah, it's really irresponsible of me not to be short Apple at that level, but we are now joining the dollar club, of course, is everybody's. I don't know if it's everybody's favorite, but it is one of mine, is Softy right now. There goes Microsoft down $1. We actually took this out at 85, like we said, and now you're down here. So Microsoft continues its sort of push back to the downside. That's going to be a great trade. And by the way, you guys seen my Tesla position? This is now $4 in the money. So yeah, this has brought me back to life a little bit. And then there's Google as well. This is now Is it going to be the third member of the Dollar Club today? Yes, it may be Google. We just need a fill at 75, which we're bouncing off of, Sean. So let's get a fill right there at 75. Let this name join the Dollar Club right now for anybody that has it. You know, we talked about shorting 122. There it is right there. Downside pressure coming for Google, so that's all good. We didn't get quite the fill on Lucid that we wanted. We got some 25s there. Or no, sorry, 24s. Did not get 25s. I don't think it went, did it go to 25? Maybe
I don't
it did.
think so.
But anyways, we got a 24, giving us the average price of 18. So now that's coming back in. So that's going to be hopefully a good story for us. Microsoft now, so here we go. So Google just got to print us, man, and that's Dollar Club again member. Today's members of the Dollar Club, of course, include Alibaba, which we're going to get out if it breaks 86. But we already took that name out. It includes Google. We talked about that. It's Microsoft is in the club right now as that's trying to go lower. And then Tesla, a 4-time member right now of the Dollar Club today. So there it is. Nicely done to the downside. Just taking out the 200 period. I think 54, we get out of this one. It's been a nice move down for Tesla. If it continues to go, that's fine. But I think this target out, do you know where my out was? 258.60. So we gave ourselves $1 worth of room, that high, to make right now 4. So I like that risk to reward. Let's set this up right now on Tesla. And we could do that right in front of us right here. So let's just go before it happens. 254.11s. Let's get out of Tesla. Put that enter in and get it out. We'll take $4 and then clean our hands of that one.
Watch out for Lucid here. I just remember it hadn't filled 25. It
It
just kind of blew that level up there. That one's headed upside. Maybe it's going to break out. Amazon, I did get out when it broke that trend. We didn't have the beginning of the trend, but we were able to join all the way up to the top. We even got the reload. Couldn't regain 131. So at some point, you kind of give it up. It needs to reestablish above VWAP. Show me that the trend is still on after that reversal. As I mentioned there, Lucid. It just gave that up down at like 25. So I did get that fill. Now we're in. Breaks a high or not. I want to see this underneath VWAP, and then we start taking that sucker out. If the market wants to continue to move down, we don't hold on to 15.1. I like this short. I think it's on the 3-minute chart. It doesn't look as good. If you pull up the daily, were it to fail here, you can see the consolidation last time we were there. You can see that level here on Thursday. It's kind of an up down into this gap. If it fails to break out from that gap, you have a lot of room to pull back in. If it gets underneath $6, forget about it. You can see 85 and lower, but it could also break out on it. So got to be cautious. The only long I'm still in was the strongest in terms of how it behaved at the NASDAQ high, at least. So the 33 half break, I did take a bunch out into 34. Most of it, as a matter of fact. If we can hold on at 33.5 on Intel, I think there's a reload possibility here. This one is a strong trending stock, double bottom, and then a breakout. I want to give it some room to consolidate in there. And Apple, so it's a little bit in no man's land right now. I'd be looking back to the previous close, which is just under 187. If this gets further down into the downside, I'd be looking for a dip buy in Apple. Got 2 shorts that I like here. I suppose Coinbase would have been the other one, but I talked myself out of a Coinbase short. So, it is what it is. That's what happens sometimes if you fight a stock too much. You're a little bit too cautious getting into it, quite frankly, with Coinbase. That would have been nice off 66, but I don't want to chase this too far. So Lucid's starting to come back. That might have been money fills up there. But I want this breaking, this consolidation, before we get anything out.
Okay, we are monstrous right now. We're now $5 in the money on Tesla short. This short is really bleeding down right now. So, good move downside. Let's see what's happening now with Tesla. Breaking through 253, and now here we go, downside. Let's change our stop right now, immediately. Wow, okay, the market's really bleeding down here again. Hopefully, it's just took a VWAP. Tesla's broken a little bit here to the downside as we are really, really...
Another one.
That's enough. Right there, breaking through 253 down to 252. How far are we going to go on Tesla? I think we got to put it out there at 253. So let's do that right in front of everybody. 253.11 again. We'll do that. Just give it a little bit of room there. Put that out. Now we'll make sure we capture that 450 on this play as well, as there goes Tesla downside action on that. We did not get bigger reloads there on Lucid, which kind of sucks because we probably should have gotten that reload. We have decent position for sure. So hopefully this can come back in for us and print to the good side here for Lucid, and for me that would be downside. So let's see. Market now breaking, all is well over here in Katina land. Yeah, there it is, $1 in the money right now as we're smoking. Not a great start because of, I guess it was just really Microsoft there that sort of blew this top off for us early right there, but we got it back and now it's starting to come back in. We're now $1.20 in the money on this, $5 on Microsoft, on Tesla, $1 on Google, and waiting for Lucid to do something as it just bounced again. Look at Lucid, man. Lucid just bounced again off 620. So what else you guys want to do? Yeah, if Tesla breaks low of the day, see ya. Yeah, I think that's probably true. That's 250. So we're going to hold out for that. If it breaks it, great. But so far, so good here for Tesla looking to break. It already broke, but if we get above 253, then we will get out of that one. Man, maybe we can short more Lucid, but I don't really think we want to.
It's holding up right now, which is a concern.
That's the concern. So.
Guess what's at 14?
Shopify
never mind.
also 64. What's at 14?
No, it's actually 14.12.
Right.
I was going to say Palantir looked like it was getting close to that 14 level again. Palantir had a bit of a breakout. You had the AI names go up, and they were all kind of breaking consolidation down now. I was watching Snowflake break down. And so beneath 14.20 on Palantir, if it gets down to 14 even, that was the previous close. So that could be a bit of a dip buy zone. Lucid, it wants to work. It feels like it does, but the buyers keep coming in. There's the higher low on Snowflake. They have their event going on, just to remind everybody of that. And CCL, I mean, it just bounced again off that 14 too. So it feels as if this one does want to hold on to that SSR bottom. It didn't break. What I was looking for the setup would have been a break of the low. So break the bottom, trap some people that might be trying to sell underneath, and then go long. It never broke. That didn't set up a long for me. If it doesn't break that bottom, maybe it's just a long right in front of it, and then try it twice to the long side on Carnival. Getting shellacked today, obviously, but it wasn't all bad on the report. As we go to Brennan for Sector Watch.
Hey guys, this board a little deceiving at this point so far this morning. Market's still red, but a lot of green on here, led by, as we've been talking about, tech right now across the board. Semiconductors specifically, the entire group to the upside today. LRCX, AMAC, QCOM, to name a few, 2.8 up through 3.5%. In positive territory, software names, hardware as well, all positive. There's CCL dragging down some of the travel-related names, now 9%. NCLH, namely 4.25%. Downside, you can see Wynn, Marriott, some of the casinos and hotels, though, still holding on to positive territory. Consumer durables and consumer discretionary names positive for the most part. We talked about CarMax down there in the corner. KMX under pressure again after earnings back on Friday. Pfizer no longer going to continue work developing their obesity treatment. So that came out this morning, 5.5% to the downside. So some of the pharma names under pressure. Moderna with an upgrade today, however, 1.8 to the upside, you can see. Real estate, energy, media specifically, but communication stocks overall positive, along with the materials group. So basically flat here, 0.16 downside right now for the S&P.
And quite frankly, this is one of those, it felt good to be patient and only pick out certain names and certain setups here because that is what's working out. We'll get to Lucid in a quick little second. I do have my last piece of intel. Whenever I take a breakout, I always look for the local high as the next level of support. So we did scalp out on the way to that 34 level. But if it cannot bounce off 33.30, then there will be no re-entry for me. I'll just get out of the trade. If it bounces here, great. You're still above 15,000. It was a relatively strong name. But Lucid, we only had two shorts. One of them was Virgin Galactic, which was never really a problem. Didn't have to fight that one at all. Lucid, waited for it to make a bit of a head and shoulders, and then it did one last pop to the high. Well, it got to VWAP. I took one out there in front of VWAP. That'll be about 10 cents. And then out in front of 6, we'll get another bid there. As a matter of fact, if it breaks 6 even, I want to be on the bid in front of, sort of underneath that level into 585. So I'm going to get some bids out because if it starts to break down, I want those fills to the downside and then try to respect it. Uh-oh, somebody just spilled a little water. Hopefully it's just water. There. So a bit of a tank here in the market, but we are lining up toward that 15,000 level on the NASDAQ. That's been the big one. Good point by Dan Emmons in the chat. I just want to read his words so you know that they're his, not mine. Where are you, Dan? Where are you, Dan? Here we go. Here we go. What happens after you spend 6 months eliminating every short in the market? The implied bid to cover gets destroyed. This creates weakness in the overall market. So what that essentially, to make a long story short, you have less dip buyers when you have these little flushes downside. One level that we think can come into play here being that 15,000, obviously. So as we get to that, I think that's where you want to look for reloads on anything strong. I think that's where you want to consider taking profits on some of your shorts. Ring that register, and always.
Hola, like and subscribe today.
Yeah, you're damn right about that one. Make sure you do like and subscribe as many times as you possibly can, but don't subscribe too many times because then you'll...
Yes, just once.
You'll unsubscribe.
Just once.
Right now, okay, so finally, man, let's go spin the money finally for Lucid. And by the way, also, today's trading sponsored by Fruit Salad. So today's fruit salad, tons of kiwi in today's fruit salad, Neil. So this is a good one. Yeah, exactly. I loaded the living crap out of the kiwi in here right now today. So we've got some honeydew melon. There's some nice, for color in there, we've got some cantaloupe. And then as you can see, whoa, yeah, that's a good view. As you can see, there is some blueberry in there as well. So today's color is green, unlike the market. Well, the market was
like
green.
a blueberry.
Love those fresh Canadian kiwis.
Yeah,
Amazing.
like directly from
yeah, the lovely kiwi farm here in Toronto, Ontario.
You don't have one?
Canada.
Yeah, it's out back, right?
Yeah, just out back. Okay, so yeah, we're rocking and rolling here, man. There goes Lucid. Let's hold it, let's hold it, let's hold it. See how low we can go. I mean, we just got some pieces out there. As we went to get that reload on fruit, well, not reload, first time on fruit salad. And by the way, second coffee of the day only. After only getting a couple hours sleep last night, shout out to my guy Sharif. It was he's off, so that's what I was going to get at right now. We have Prad coming, and I believe Max to take you through the midday show. So that should be a lot of fun for all y'all involved with that one. As we are excited to be back once again here live. Next weekend though is July. What are the holidays next week?
It's you know what's so this
you were telling me. Yeah.
I think this is the first time. Maybe it's happened before,
Yeah.
but it's a half day on Monday.
That's what it is.
So
It's a
July
half-
4th, obviously July 4th, the market's closed.
Yeah.
But I didn't think there was ever a half day before on the 3rd. So on Monday, the market closed at 1 o'clock.
Well, yeah, it always seems like July 4th is like a Monday or a Friday, always. Like just
Yeah.
the date itself or a weekend day. So we'll look at that.
So we'll be
figure
there.
it out.
We'll be here on Monday. It's just obviously it won't be a full day for the market.
Yes, yes, yes. So good job here today with holding on to some of these shorts. Tesla really cranked lower to 252, but we got out that first time that it broke 253. So right there, man, this is the trade. Look at this, short, 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 out. So here's us losing on Tesla. Here's us making Tesla big bank for me today. Number 1 stock, Alibaba. Number 2 stock, Google. Number 3, Tesla. And 2 red names on board right now, including Meta and Microsoft. So, and AMD. AMD is down, but that's really pissing me off because now it's broken through 110 when we were short up here at 112. So anyways, we bite our tongue on that one because, we just got stopped out of that and that was tough. That just happened so quick. I didn't even get a chance to rethink about it. It busted out right there at 10 o'clock on something. It wasn't on news. It was about 9:53 or so where the market head higher. And then it's this short right there at 12:40. The price, right there that should have been shorted. So that was a mistake for us. We'll wait for Lucid. Google's obviously a Dollar Club member, and so is Microsoft. Microsoft just bounced off 333. Should have acknowledged that as well down there. So we'll try to put another bid at 333. But hey, look what we're bouncing off of again. 15,000 again, right back to the bottom of the day. Where do you think we're going now? I don't think that, but it could retrace back up to the upside. Let's wait.
Yeah, this is a profit-taking center. I think for shorts, when you bounce off that 15 level. The 4 quarters is a bit of a bounce here on Virgin Galactic, so we'll ring the register there. If you got the shorts, you want to pay out, but this would be a higher low on the NASDAQ that's coming in here. Let's respect it. I mean, it's bouncing, you're putting a bit of a higher low. I've only reloaded Intel, but I haven't even gotten a full position back into that. But Lucid is holding on to VWAP a little bit too much for my liking. It has been a strong stock, so you would have thought it would try to catch up a little bit as the market rolled over, but it's holding that support. If it breaks, I'll take one out in front of 6, and then I want the rest underneath. So still Virgin Galactic. That's been the short for me all day long. Apple, you've got to be kidding me. So there's a lot of these crazy wicks on Apple, but trust me, this did go right to 187. I mean, exactly. No, it did. It went right to 187. These wicks are bad, but this is legit. It went right into 187. I had just told myself to wait for the previous close, which was down here underneath. The market looked pretty weak. We weren't close to 15,000 yet, so I thought that was going to line up. And then Apple bounces right off the even dollar. So 187 looks like you're a little bit of a line in the sand there for Apple. SOUN, oh, that did go. There it goes. So it first failed at 450. Now it's breaking out above 450. There's big offers all over this place, but it's been chewing right through them. So it's not a super thinly traded name. It's got a decent enough float, but the trend is pretty strong. That local double top was right here through 445. You're now through that. I think I don't know, you probably just want to take the next long consolidation above 445 and that double top, and then give it probably down to 430 and see if it can get to $5. That would be a nice setup. Pull back here, then holds 445, 15, 20 cents worth of risk, and then you're looking for $5 on SOUN.
Yeah, it's a crazy one. That one's being added, right? Or one of those things.
It's
Brendan can bring that story
apparently
again.
it was added on Friday.
Oh, is that what it was? Yeah, because there was some Russells back and forth. So that's probably what it was. Okay, so
it was added to the Russell 2000 on Friday.
Okay, perfect. So we don't need to double check that. Okay, so good. All right, so let's just wait here. Neil just talked about Lucid. Let's look at something else. We've looked at Oracle a couple times over the past little while. Yeah, of course it's red today. Again, like sometimes you short the right name, sometimes you short the wrong names, but this one just went up to 119.50 again. Not just, but throughout the day, went up to that level, which again, sort of matches where we've been on this. What is this? Oh, we don't need the imbalance locator up. Right there, so do the 20-minute chart, right back in there, 119.50, basically the high there from Friday. You can see here what we came into right there, 119.50 coming through again on Oracle, so that's too bad. That would have been a good short. We've been looking at Oracle lately, so that's why I want to look at it again. A good out on Tesla. When do we reload the Tesla short, or do we? I don't think we do. I think we wait again. We talked about where the market's going. It just tested the bottoms, then it came right back up. Now you're waiting for this to happen again. I don't even want to sit here on VWAP. I don't have any more Tesla situations here at all today. We'll wait for this. So we can just do it right now. Let's go 257. Let's go 257.75. We'll put 100 shares there right now and wait to see if it comes through. So we'll wait for 100 shares up here. If it comes in, great. We'll get the starter position, and then we'll work it off that 258.50. So let's just wait to see if it does come up and fill us up there. If it does, great. Yeah, not much else happening. We have less than 10% left of Google. We actually have 5% left. We got some good outs there at 75s. We got them twice. So it came in, hit us, went back up. I just put a bid again, but look where we just bounced off of again. And it's not rocket science here. The NASDAQ bounces off of its bottom. So NASDAQ related names, although trading differently than the NASDAQ today, still coming down into the bottom of the day. The other position that I'm embarrassed for is Microsoft, because that came to 333, and we should have got out of that one as well, putting another feather in our cap for that name. But no, we don't do it, and now we have to suffer this move all the way back up to where we got out the first time here for Softy. So yeah, happy about everything today. It's been a great day to trade. Let's go over to Brendan, because it all matters what your money's saying to you, right, Neil?
US dollars.
So the USD, whatever D you're on, that didn't sound good.
Boy.
Whatever.
I knew they were going to do that.
I mean, I set myself up, and then not only do I set it up, but I also put myself right into it. Whatever dollar you're looking at. I mean, what does D stand for? Dollar.
We'll just carry on. The dollar downside, speaking of, downside a little bit here so far this morning, 0.13. 102.75 for the DXY. This is a weekly chart once again, so continues to work its way into this consolidation. Bit of a choppy board to start the week. Remember, we get more inflation-related data later on in the week, some manufacturing economic data to come as well. And then, of course, Powell coming up in Congress this week instead of the Senate like last week. So the euro, the Canadian dollar, pound was positive, now negative once again. They were all to the upside to kick things off so far today. Australia and New Zealand both green, now red, green down here, 0.37. Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Ripple on this board, downside still. But keep in mind, that's just 12 hours versus 24, guys.
So triple bottoms on CCL. So it was SSR at 1422 and the low was 1421. So if you ever hear us say something called the SSR bounce, and why do day traders look at it? Because when a stock ticks to short sell restricted, it becomes a little bit more difficult. Anybody can sell. You can always get out of a long position, but you need an uptick to sell to the bid aggressively and get short to the bid aggressively. And that's why a lot of times you'll get these relief rallies. 2 bounces off of it. It could be taking it out now. If it does a false break, breaking 1420 here, it's underneath the low, can't go any further and gets back up. I maybe think it could bounce one more time, but that's been pretty ugly the entire way through. I got the bounce on Intel, so that one's setting up for maybe a reversal long. Got the bounce on Intel. We didn't get to 15,000, but Intel decided to want to make a higher low, wanted to respect that breakout price. We add the even break, then we wait for it to get back down to the pre-market bounce level. Doesn't seem to want to hold on to VWAP. So I get some out VWAP. That's about a 15-cent move in there from that 40 entry back into that 55. If it holds this consolidation, I go long a couple times off here and give it a chance. But if 15,000 breaks, Intel can't hold, then this is the last of the longs. Apple probably even a better setup if you can get 187s. That would be the other name I'd still be looking for some longs in as well. So 187 held like an absolute champion on Apple. Wow. Just had that. Like that was the one. Like it is what it is. Like it's a little bit late now, but 187 was level. I was looking at yesterday's close for an entry point. So CCL, it's underneath. It probably needs to start holding on to that level to even think about going long off this. You had to have it that first time. That SSR bounce, generally speaking, is usually going to be the best the first time you do take it. Still a chance it holds on to it. The current low is 14.13. As long as it's within 10 cents of that 14.20, I give this level one more chance.
So I just saw in here Renata. What's up, Renata? I'm going to join you with this trade right there. Shorting Bob at VWAP. I mean, Alibaba is the #1 name here today on the show. So I'm happy with trading it. I like it. Let's see if we can go short now. We were long Alibaba initially. We got out when it broke that 86.40. Now we're under VWAP, and it seems like it's held it there. It was a good move. It just popped up again. So I think you're well spotted on this one, Renata, and I'm going to join you with that if you do not mind. Lucid obviously goes into the money here for us. Great trade on Lucid. Able to get it all out. We're well up on Lucid today. Not all of, sorry, all of it out. We're only out of half right now, but we got some out on this dip down. We'll take another fill there at 9s. But on this dip down, got good outs, man. We got some out at 8s. We got some out at 6s right there. As now, we'll wait to see what happens for this. So feel like that's a good trade for sure on LCID. Let's just see if we can hold it out. Baba, we just took it, so we'll wait on that one. Google, 70 cents in the money. Microsoft still. Possible reload. Let's check back on Meta, a name that we got hit on as well earlier with the same shorts. Like again, shorting, we were short 288. This thing's at 286. Like it's just stupid. But again, a little too early. And I don't really think we were too early for time-wise, just missed where we should have got it, right? We got a little excited trying to take it on VWAP there, but then it just climbs right back to day's high basically of 290, which is right in there from the pre-market. And then it dips down. So yeah, we're hella short everything right now. Baba, Google, Lucid, and Microsoft. Looking obviously for a little bit more right now on all of that as Microsoft's at VWAP right now. Is that true? I just saw that come through as well. Oh yeah, Microsoft broke above VWAP. And again, maybe this is a good short for Softy, right? Bouncing around VWAP here, holding that high of 335. We could get back in against 335. That's not a horrible trade right there for Microsoft. Back in against 335. Yeah, let's do that. Let's get back in. So we're short Baba right now. Everything's good on that front. But maybe Microsoft, if we do get closer to 335, let's put another short on maybe in the 70s, 80s, something like that.
So NVIDIA went back and forth at that 420 level. Nothing really clean at that level. It got to 421. It's retaken it to the downside and made a fresh low. To me, I wanted shorts underneath 420. It's only now confirmed underneath this. So I'm looking at this break pretty much right here, right now at 418 even. I think it's about to go any second now on 418. If it makes a bounce higher, did I get it? I got 85s on that break to the downside. If it does make a bounce and gets past like that local high, I suppose, if it doesn't hold beneath 418, I go for the reshort at that 420 level. So it's a bit of a breakdown trade. It's a weird time of the day to do it, but as long as we're underneath 420, I want multiple cracks at this one to set downside. CCL, not really that great of setup for that long. You had to have that SSR bounce the first time. So I don't know if I'm going to be trading CCL today. Just because it has earnings doesn't mean you have to trade it. And so probably missed out the first time through on 420 NVIDIA, but it wasn't clean anyway. So you wait for it to get a little bit more clean to the downside. I don't have any bids just yet. I want to see how it behaves underneath. It's still battling back and forth, 20 cents under, 20 cents over, that kind of a deal. If it holds on to the $0.50, I think you should at least get to 416, then 415. It's been a big time consolidation up here. And if you were to break it, I mean, who knows where it could end up. If you go back to 400 is a good level, 405 is a level here. You do want to give it some room. The most local level would be 415.
So it is now everybody's absolute favorite time of day, and it is what's for lunch here at Trader TV Live. If you said today that there was a possibility of chicken,
no chance.
Then you are a chicken dinner winner today, because
I, for one, am shocked.
Today's menu, it's actually looking pretty good. It's crispy chicken burgers.
That's actually not bad. You can't screw that up.
Hopefully it's not processed chicken.
You
Crispy
can't really
chicken
screw
burgers
that
with
up.
pickles. Down with pickles. This is where it gets better.
Seriously, Greg.
Greg getting excited.
You said pickles, he lost his mind.
I love the pickles as well, Greg. So me and you are on that front. Hot peppers.
Yes.
And seasoned fries. Let's go. I think this is a banger today. Finally, a proper lunch, a crispy chicken burger with pickles, hot peppers, and sweet fries. Of course, I'll be having a salad, but that sounds really nice for everybody that gets the opportunity to have that. So, Pig Out Boys, it's crispy chicken burgers. I should say crispy chicken sandwich. I don't know why it says crispy chicken. I guess you could have a chicken burger. That's why
it's a sandwich.
That's why I'm worried about the process.
It's a sandwich.
For me, I you fry up like a thigh or a part of the breast, like a nice piece of chicken, throw it in there, mix it all up, throw some coleslaw in there. Love that kind of stuff. But now we're all pretty hungry. I don't know when it's going to come.
It's 11 o'clock, so we have an hour. Well, it depends. Sometimes it comes a little bit early.
Yeah, 11:30.
Oh, I might have just got wicked out of NVIDIA. I'll take 3 shots at this, but it doesn't hold on to that first $0.50. So I'm out. Position board is switched to midday, guys. We'll get to that in a second. I want to be looking only short underneath that 420 level. That might have been a nasty wick out. I'll try to get back in. It is 11 o'clock. The only long I have left is going to be Intel, but Apple above 187 has been able to hold on to some strength. It is Obi and Prad. So, Obi and Prad taking you through the midday. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. Good luck out there. This market wants lower.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm your host, Trader Prad, and obviously we got the Obi-Wan Kenobi himself right next to me. This segment of the show is brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get funded trading account up to $1 million and keep up to 90% of the profits. The program has simple rules and no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV and use promo code TTV for 10% off. Hopefully you guys had a wonderful day so far today to start with. Market is having an inside day, so opportunities might be thin and slim. But that being said, there were many out there. CCL to start off the day with. We saw the market coming off with market going up, but CCL coming off in pre-market off its earnings report, giving us opportunities on RCL, on CCL itself, even Lucid in the watch list today, PACW on the watch list. Couple of my stocks, you'll see them update once I get into a position, so let me do that for you real quick. I'm just going to get into AMC really quick and just get out. Bang, bang. Did that work? No, that didn't work. Bang. Well, I can't short AMC. Okay, fine. We'll go long AMC then. Long AMC and then get out. And then now position board should update for you. There you go. We are currently long Lucid and short RCL, trying to see if CCL moving the way down, moving the way it is to the downside. Maybe we can sympathy trade RCL to the downside. And Lucid longs were good for me all day, but right now they are 6 cents out of the money, trying to lean on the $6 area.
Nice, nice. That's some crazy moves out the open, right? Like in the morning, I got a little. There's a lot of fugazi going on in the morning.
There's always a lot of fugazi.
I came in a little late. I'll admit. I kind of missed my bus in the morning. Had some issues with some. Was that the Presto card? Couldn't find my Presto card in the morning. But yeah, came in. Not the right mindset, but seeing as how Tesla did a clean bounce off the 250. Let's pull that up. Tesla is what I traded this morning. Not the best to start off with, but we kind of made it back. So I was a little early. I think if you guys remember last week, I really liked that 257 price on Tesla. I really was concerned or actually looking for either a close above or below the 257 to see what today could bring. And I think we closed just around that 257 today. Out the open, 250 comes in. I'm still on the bus. Like I'm watching this thing fly out the open, and I come in a little bit, like a few minutes after the open, and I'm like, okay, well, how much higher can it go? 255 already had made a top, so I started shorting. Wrong. So add to the short, bad habits, kind of work my way out of it, and then I'm like, okay, now the selling is really coming in off the 257, and then I just start taking scalps. Just tape scalps all the way down. Retrospect, yeah, I could have probably positioned into the 257 because I liked it and taken in for the bigger picture move, but like because I had already taken like a pretty substantial loss on the first position, I kind of scalped my way out of it, and now we're looking positive on Tesla. Now I'll continue to wait to see if this 250 area can come back in on Tesla. Now we see that Microsoft has kind of double bottomed this 333 area. Which is kind of the leader, one of the leaders of the markets, and I have Apple here as well. You have kind of a bottom here at that 187. So I'm keeping those in mind to see if Tesla can really reclaim this 250 today, and maybe we can take it down for the 250. But yeah, the idea was a 257 short on Tesla, and look, the market has kind of shown itself that sellers do kind of exist above this 15,100 and around this 4,400, where we saw them present last week as well. So kind of looking for that continuation move. Tesla's been looking a little weaker from its run. So yeah, let's see where this goes. 250 is what I'm looking for on Tesla.
Nice, man. I love the usually what I say, not that you have to follow it, is if you're not prepared and if you come in late, it's always the best idea to just stay away from the market. Right. I have done that many times. It is, you get a lot of FOMO. It is hard to come in, take 2 hours all the way from wherever the hell you live, come down, and then just sit there and look at the screen. It's hard. Yeah. But if you are able to, build that discipline in you, you're more than good to go. Right now, the markets are dropping like it's absolutely hot. I tried a little long on AMD in front of the lower day over here, but with the market moving with the way to the downside, I don't want to really take that gamble. But look, lower day did not break, so I'm just going to get back in over here. Round number 2, fight. Let's go back in it. If lower day breaks, then yeah, I'll get out of it. But this market's moving violently all over the place, ladies and gentlemen. The RCL short is now 47 cents in the money. I added on the break of 96. We are really flushing on all across the board, even on CCL. CCL in front of $14 now. Maybe that's an indication to actually cover some profits on RCL. So let's do that. Let's take some profit targets on RCL at the moment and see if CCL can flush below 14. If CCL flushes below 14, then I'm okay with holding my rest of my size on RCL. And Lucid, for those of you wondering, I'm pretty surprised that the big kahunas were thinking so bearishly on Lucid today. The fact that the stock had an all-time low at 540, what made you so bearish on it? 620 high, but like weren't you looking? I agree. I'm not saying it's a good company or they make good cars or anything, but it's just like all-time low 540, good news. I was expecting maybe a shorts getting squeezed, a 620 break, maybe we run up like 20, 30 odd % on the day. So I was looking very long. I started building long in the pre-market itself, started adding all the way back through the open. I added even up the high to 620, expecting for that 620 to break an overextended move. But as you guys can see, the expertise, the knowledge. I mean, we had a great conversation about your knowledge base, about your expertise, about your experience being a trader for 22 plus years on last Friday. So for those of you who missed Trader TV podcast episode 1, go check out Friday's After the Close show. We had a great time with Sean. We grabbed some beers. We talked about markets. We chopped it up about life. Mrs. Catino was in the chat. Can't wait to do the second episode this week. I think it's with Randy. I can't even remember who the current, what a great host I am, right? But yeah, it's going to be a great time. Check that out. Currently coming back to the market, Lucid is, teetering around the $6 area, where, as you guys can see, for lack of a better word, I am still gambling. When the shorts have already proved itself at the pre-market highs of 620, why am I still trying to go long in front of 6? I don't even know at this point, but I'm doing it. If 6 breaks and we start moving back towards pre-market lows, I don't want to be involved in that game anymore. And RCL is continuing to go to the downside. Is that because CCL is actually breaking 14? The answer is no yet, not yet. We haven't broken 14 yet, but RCL is now a whole 70 cents in the money. Let's see if CCL can take out this 14 area. There is a little bit of a size there, not too much size. That size could end up being an iceberg, or a reserve order might show up. Right now, yeah, look at that. The orders keep on refreshing. So that means that buyers are reloading their orders, or you see new buyers coming at the $14 area, not really letting that level break it now. And look at the volume that's being transacted at this $14 price. Oh, 1401, some size showing up on 1401. If we take out the 1401, I might just instantly punch out of my shorts on RCL and start looking for a little SSR bounce on CCL. And honestly, that SSR bounce right here was amazing. I tried to catch that SSR bounce here once. I got stopped out. That was a little sad. But man, 14 level still holding with only 20 lots now compared to how many lots were earlier. My main fear, if I'm looking for the long right there, yeah, my main fear was that size on 1401, which is now on 14, which is now on 13.99. So CCL still going down. That puts our RCL position at $1 full per share in the money. Let's take another exit on that position. Thank you, CCL, for that profit. CCL, man, you would not believe this, Obi. Before the earnings even come out, I kind of knew there was something happening with CCL today. Before the earnings even come out in pre-market, I'm looking at that 1650 breakout long, and it actually happened. So I'm like, what the? Okay, let's try go for a long. I'm literally hitting my F1 key, which is my buy key, getting ready, and 2 seconds later, that drop happens.
Wow.
That like psychs me out of the market today. I'm like, I should be very careful, because if that's my idea, then I'm going to get blown up. I'm still positive on the day, but just be careful when you're trading stocks that have a catalyst behind it, like an earnings catalyst or a conference, what's it called? Shareholder meeting or anything. So you got to be careful when these type of events are happening in any certain position that you are in. CCL still going down, taking RCL with the Yahoo.
Nice, man. Yeah, when I see something like that happening, like you had the idea for the 16 drive right out the open, and right out the open it kind of negates that idea automatically. So sometimes when I see that happening, like I'll immediately think for the short, right? Because I was like, yeah, I had a strong conviction on the long, and right away that conviction was blown away. Right away, but yeah, if that happened real quick, then yeah, the FOMO can definitely kick in. While you were talking, I took a quick scalp on Tesla. The 252 broke. I was just sitting at the 251 whole dollar because I know there was going to be liquidity there. Comes and clips the liquidity, and we're back above 251. So yeah, let's see. Overall, yeah, I'm waiting for that 250 to come in to see if it's there. Like I said before, taking scalps off of Tesla because of that. 250 pressure, the selling pressure is there definitely off the 257 where I was expecting it to come in. Can we get the 250? Yeah, we've kind of done almost a full ATR on the way up and then almost a full ATR on the way down as well. So keeping that in mind. Now in terms of RVOL, I don't know how much RVOL this is doing right now. But yeah, that could, if we are doing some RVOL, this 250 break can be pretty solid. I think we can expect that to come in pretty hot if it does come, because of how, look at that defense out the open, right? It's clear, like the low of this candle is exactly 250, and the next one, the low of that candle is also exactly 250. So keeping that on watch as we pull into that 250 on Tesla. What are you guys trading in this market? I know the futures are coming in. 1500 test, 15,000 test is going to come in as well on the NQ. Amazon, I'm not really trading Amazon right now. Amazon, is that how I'm supposed to say it now? That's from now on? Okay. But yeah, no, Amazon, I had a couple ideas on Amazon as well. Like I said, I came in a little late, so I left those ideas at the curb. But we'll come back and see if any of those ideas kind of reclaim if the trade is on the table again. I really like this 131 area, this test from last week's after hours price action, and then this kind of double top out the open on Friday, right? So this area was very interesting to me, this 131 attempt, and then I wanted to see if we can hold above this 131 coming into today to see if we kind of continue this green week after green week on some of these large tech names. Here comes the 250 on Tesla. So we're just watching this 50 cents away, 50, 60 cents away. Now the thing about Tesla, man, I don't know, but when, yesterday, or was it last week, I was talking to Max about this, how crazy this ticker moves, right? You can throw a market order out there, marketable limit, whatever it is, and cross the book. Last week, I hit a market limit, and I got filled 40 cents above the dollar, and I was like, oh, I don't like this position anymore. I want to get rid of it right away. Literally, not even a second after that first punch, and I got the dollar 40 cents below on the second punch. That was the difference between this sort of tape here on Tesla. It's pretty crazy. I think was it Greg last week said that trainees find the futures as cocaine and Tesla as crack when we're first starting off. Because of the way this thing moves, it really gives you that FOMO, and really, like, if you're seeing so much prices print and so many point moves during the day, like, you really have dollar signs in your eyes on Tesla.
Dollar signs in your eyes, man. That's where I want to be at all times. I'm just trying to connect our comms interface, so I'll do that in a bit. As you guys can see, I got out of a bunch of my positions. Lucid actually broke $6 to the downside, and the shorts are obviously paying. The game is now over. 620 barrier coming in, so I'm gonna jump out of my longs, take my L on it. It was a very tiny L. It was a pretty big winner on the day if I did take my profits, but now it's a very tiny L. I'm okay with the way I traded it. No, I'm not. I'm very upset, but I'm okay with the way I traded it, and we'll walk away with the tiny loss on it. Currently, my new position, actually, we'll update to you about RCL. As I saw CCL curling back above to 14, it's not there yet, but it's trying to curl back above 14 right now. So that's going to be my exit on CCL. It looks like I might have just caught the bottom over here. It's also making a higher low right now on the 1 minute, 5 minute, whatever time frame you're looking at. You'll see that higher low coming in, marching right back to 95. And someone in the chat said RCL joining the $1.50 club. That is right, but that's a Sean thing, so I'm not going to steal it. Every time you do say the dollar club, it reminds me of like those YouTube advertisements from back in the Dollar Shave Club. That's right. Immediately my mind just goes to Dollar Shave Club. So shout out to Dollar Shave Club. Hey, sponsor us. We're looking for new sponsors. We got a bunch of new segments. We got the 4 o'clock segment, and your boy does need to shave. So Dollar Shave Club, if you want to hook me up with a nice little, do they give Gillettes now? What do they give their own brands now, right?
Last I remember about that company, dude, I remember they were selling razors for like $1, and then they sold their company for like $1 billion or something. Right?
Did they? Okay.
Something
Makes
like
sense.
that. I don't know. I gotta look that up.
If you have
like,
$1
they did
billion
extremely
people buying
well
it for $1, that's $1 billion, right?
Yeah, I think the business was valued at like I think something like $1 billion. I'd have to check on that, but yeah, it was that was a crazy story. Dollar Shave Club. Let me actually look that up.
While you do that, we'll just go back to chat over here. Let's go see what the chat's looking at. People saying don't get smoked on that shore. I'm guessing you're talking about RTX. Oh yeah, I wanted to talk about RTX. RTX. The reason why I'm sure RTX, because recently LMT, RTX both moved down based on, the catalyst that's happening in Russia, the Wagner Group and so on. Don't want to dive too deep into it. Are you kidding me? LCID now getting back above 6. They stop hunted me. Let's go. Awesome. But I'm not touching that stock anymore. But mainly RTX and LMT, Lockheed Martin and Raytheon Technologies, both defense stocks moving down overall as a sector. I just want to lean on that bearish sentiment on that sector. Let's see if this 96 area acts as a wall over here, which it seems to be doing so for the most part of the day. So a tiny little position, starter position over here around 95.70s, and then looking to add more in front of $96, closer to 96, 95 or so. NASDAQ market right now marching down to the south side, almost to 15,000 coming back into play. And if that's the case, then Obi, we might just see that 250 break coming in on Tesla.
I'm already like scalping off of it just to get a feel. It's definitely holding above the 250 for now, but yeah, that break can come in real hot. I think it was 255 or something. I saw the break right after the break, like we started printing like 20-30 cents below. So yeah, it's holding above this 250 for now. Like I'm not expecting it to be too clean, right? Like as you can see, I took a quick scalp. I mean, listen, if you're short from the 257, like I should have been, like I would be laughing. Like right here, I like no stress. I'm chilling. I'm maybe even posting a bit at the 250 to cover, right? So let's see how this 250 really interacts. I took a scalp off of it for now. But yeah, I don't have all my keys
size
set up
on
here.
250.
There's a 250
it broke.
size.
I'm in. Let's see if we can ride down.
Yeah,
we can.
look at
We
that,
are now
rebid.
pushing up.
So they kind of showed face before the dip as well. But yeah, let's see if these buyers kind of continue on top of the 250. Holding. No size. That size showed up. I think all of it got filled as well. Actually, no, not all of it. Very few of it got filled, and then kind of bid back up the 250. So yeah, not expecting it to be too clean. Let's see where this goes on the 250 on Tesla. I think Netflix is also.
And there's a quadruple, baby.
There's a sell-off. Getting a quarter down.
I'm sorry if you guys see us not talking right now. It's because we're busy taking profits. The markets are clearly going to the downside. 15K coming into play. Tesla a whole $1 in the money. We got stopped at the first round go on this. We lost about 20-30 cents on it. Who cares? Right now, we're a whole $1 in the money on this. Tesla is having a battle right now. There is some size at 249 if you guys can see. Yeah, I'm looking at this screen, but you guys can see on this screen over here. That is on the stream. You are seeing Tesla size 249, 300 lots. About half of it getting wiped out. More getting wiped out. They did break the low a day. Not a real low a day now. 248.99. So can we continue to the downside more past that? NASDAQ breaking 15K. We are still going to the downside. More in the money coming in on TSLA, ladies and gentlemen. We are going down. This is monstrous. What is going on with this market? For a bear like me, Sean did ask me why I'm a bear, and I don't even know why I'm a bear. But hey, for a bear like me, these are beautiful moves. Market looked like they wanted to go positive. We were holding the inside day, but now I think we might just have broken the inside day range from Friday's low, and we might just be continuing south side. The shorts are in, ladies and gentlemen. Apple, where that 190 at? Platinum Pride, when you coming back? Never.
That was crazy, man. Great job catching that 250 break, man. Like I chased a bit of it. Like I said, I don't have all my keys set up here on this setup, so I couldn't necessarily take the break the way I wanted to, the 250. But yeah, that was a sick break. I took a couple scalps into it and off of it, just off the tape. But yeah, holding around this 250 for now. Let's see where we go. But yeah, like we're coming off that 257 key area, like I said before. Why do I like that level? Let me pull up a chart and we can talk about why I like that Tesla 257 as a short this morning. Okay, so coming in, let's pull up a higher time frame on this chart. Let's go to the daily.
Oh, baby, $1.50 club.
Look at that thing go. We are selling off that 250 on Tesla. So here's the reasoning behind it, right? Let me pull up some of the after hours as well. So let's maybe we can go to like an hourly. Okay, here we go. A little bit cleaner here. So as you can see, Tesla has been in a pretty strong trend. Like I've drawn this line here a few weeks ago, actually at the beginning of end of last month. We started off some strong trend breaking out of this kind of consolidation lows in May, right? Can't break below this trend. And then look what happens right here
Fed
on the
people
280.
talking or something.
Is there anyone talking?
Like, what is this move, bro?
I mean,
This is
we're
insane.
testing that 15,000. Yeah, we're breaking 15,000. It's a technical.
Didn't we have
it's
some
a
Fed
technical
people
area,
talking
right?
today though? I'll check. Go ahead.
Yeah. See if there's anything going on, because I think it might just be technicals right now. This 15,000 is definitely going to bring in a lot of interest across the board. But yeah, Tesla short. Look, above and below, we're trending, and now we've kind of broken trend. Not necessarily downtrending right away, but we have transitioned into somewhat of a sideways with this 250, 249 area support, right? So that's why I kind of had this 257 area. As you can see, this was lows from last week. We kind of pushed up. 266, can't really make it. So coming in today, what am I looking for? I'm looking for that area to kind of fail. So that was a trade that I initially had in mind, and that's why I like the Tesla short off the 257. Down here at 250, yeah, I'm expecting people to cover, and maybe, yeah, sure, we can get a continuation move as well, but are we going to get that all today? Perhaps. But I think this level is a good look for this week. This 247 low from here into this 250, right? Can we hold this area, or can we break below on Tesla? Now that Dollar Shave Club, like let me just quickly bring that back here. Look at that right there, July 19th, 2016. Dollar Shave Club was acquired by Unilever for $1 billion in cash. Right?
$1 billion in cash.
Now that was a successful business.
Wow, look at this bounce on Tesla right now, though. Thank goodness I got out. I mean, market might just reclaim the 15K. There you go. We're slightly above 15K. Is it back to having an inside day on this market? If so, then I might just have to just close shop, ladies and gentlemen. You know, you set your hours. You are your own boss. You are your own HR. You are your own risk manager and everything. And if these are the opportunities coming, then you know how to trade them. Awesome. I don't. I like to trade breakouts. I like to trade those movers. I've already given some money back on the day today, but now we're taking that money back from the market. It is getting ready to maybe close shop. I'm just throwing that statement out there. I'm not saying I'm going to stop trading or anything, but I might just cut down size drastically. I might look for a way better setups and not just take random setups all over the place, which you should be doing anyways, right? So let's be patient. Let's look for those right setups. We are still in RTX at the moment. RTX is showing us rejection of the 100 period EMA constantly on the 1 minute chart. Why don't I have that indicator on this chart over here? I should. Yeah, maybe it's just too far high to the north side or something. I can't really see it on the 3 minute chart. Here's it on the 5 minute chart. Here's the 1 day chart. I fixed my layout for you guys, so hopefully you guys are liking the new layout. If you want any changes on it, feel free to DM me and we can get that worked out. Throw out an order for AI at 32.01. Threw out an order for AI at 32.01. Hopefully you got filled, because now we're 70 cents above that, ripping to the north side. Oh, we didn't even hit 32.01 today. Looks like you are trying to just have a stink bid or just catch the dips of some sort, but no, not yet available on that opportunity for yourself. NASDAQ, though, beautiful move back through 15K right now. I mean, we're only a point above 15K, but trying to hold above 15K at the moment. That could give you possible longs across the board. Wow, AMD double bottoming around 108.50s, and now trying to move back up north. I'm guessing NVIDIA trying to do something similar. I would love to catch an NVIDIA long. You know, Look at how poorly I traded NVIDIA today, right? This is ridiculous. So I go long.
Yes.
I get shaken out. Don't worry. I know you're focusing. I'm talking.
I'm listening.
You're focusing. So I go long. I try to take some profits, I get stopped out. I go long again, I get shaken out. I go long again, I get shaken out, because I have no faith in this market that it's going to keep on going up. But look what the market does. It goes up like 0.5, 0.6 to the north side for the NASDAQ basket. But then, now the market's right back to the downside, 0.5, 0.6%. So I was right on my thesis on why I should be trading so scared on NVIDIA. But that did stop, take some profit, didn't really make me profitable on NVIDIA. I think I'm only up like pennies on this position today. So that sucks, because I could have, capitalized a lot more. I was waiting for that 420 break for like 4 or 5 days in a row now, and it comes in today. I just wasn't ready for it. I wasn't ready for that 420 break, because we were in the 425 areas, 426 areas. I mean, look at the stock now. It was down 3%. It's now down 2%. We hit 412, and now we're trying to, maybe go back to 420. If 420 does come back into play, we could see a possible resistance coming in. We've seen that level play up for so many days now, so just got to be a little careful around that price point. Tesla, 249, back in play to the downside. If you are looking for longs, I think Tesla looks good. You could get in around this 249.20s, 249.30s, give it that 30 cents risk to the downside, and see if you can get a potential dollars to the upside, but not a setup that I want to be involved in. I am currently waiting for the slowest stock in the world to move around, RTX, watching paint on the wall.
Yeah, I actually like that Tesla long idea as well. I'm sitting a little bit long here, just under the 250, to see if we kind of reclaim off that 15,000 reclaim. But yeah, like let's see if we can hold above this 250. We know that this is a level of interest, like I said before. The sell-off through it wasn't necessarily too convincing, and then the futures start wicking back up through the 15. So I'm looking for that reclaim of that 250 now to see if we kind of pop back. Because, yeah, the players who were short under the 250, which was a great place to get short, I think, if you were taking it for the scalp, yeah, they're going to start sweating once we kind of rebid back and hold above that 250. So let's see if that kind of comes in. Here on Tesla, looking for about a 50% retracement back into this selling here, maybe 251, 252 could come in potentially. But yeah, Tesla on watch here, 250 key area test.
Why do I hear him?
Yeah, I'm getting double feed here.
I hear myself and him.
Nice. But yeah, let's see if there's any follow through. Keeping an eye on that 15K on the futures. Let's see if we hold above this 15,000, right? But yeah, just focused here on this.
Good. Test it again, Fabian, if you can, and we'll be good to go.
Yeah, we're just having
okay,
some,
no, that just died off. So
audio.
we'll figure it out later. Sorry, Obi. Sorry for.
No worries. Yeah, I'm just here. 20 cents in the money on Tesla. Just chilling to see if we can kind of break above this 250 area. The price action is kind of holding a little bit of a churn in this quarter, right under the 250, which I like. We kind of a bit of a failure to follow through on the overall picture here of the 250 short. Again, that 257 was a great area to short, and kind of covers expected to come in if we don't necessarily follow through properly off the 250 break here on Tesla. Microsoft also curling up, so let's see if we can get some strength, get the ES to kind of pull back up, and if we kind of stay here for too long, I might just get out of this scalp here, because it is a scalp. I'm not looking for too crazy of a move here on Tesla.
All right. Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. If I can hear myself, I'm gonna freak out. Okay, we're gonna move. We're gonna try to fix that off camera later on. Currently, would you say you were going long Tesla?
I was long. I just popped out. So
that's a nice long, my friend. Hopefully $1 per share in the money or so. Beautiful bottom coming in. I mean, look, 15K reclaimed on the S&P. On the NASDAQ basket and on the S&P 400. S&P, I can't talk today, ladies and gentlemen. We just came back from a weekend, okay? I've been gaming and drinking.
How was your weekend?
Gaming and weekend.
I think all Saturday.
And so on, man.
All Saturday, I was gaming for quite a few hours.
I locked in all Sunday for like 12 hours.
Yeah. You were on New World.
Nobody disturbed me. Yeah, you probably saw me because we're friends, right?
I was like, yeah.
I said, nobody disturbed me. I sat down. I didn't eat lunch or dinner. Just powered through my grind session, right?
Serious gamer mode.
Serious gamer mode. It was you know, obviously what I'm saying right now is none of this is like a material that you should be saying online, especially if you're single and trying to get women, but it is what it is. I gamed my butt off. We got my gear score all the way to the high side. I know people most likely don't care about it, but we still got a lot of grind to go. Exactly like the stock market. The grind never ends, ladies and gentlemen. The grind never ends. Right now, RTX is pushing to the VWAP area market, as I was talking about it, taking over that 15K, well, holding 15K right now, taking over would be the wrong way to describe it. Tesla up to $300, says one of our viewers over here. Well, Tesla did get a recent downgrade from multiple banks, and right now we're back under 250. We're breaking the low at day. Market's going back down. Why didn't I just hold my shorts or reload on the 250 area? 250 gave you so many chances to reload. 2 chances really, but you got a bunch of chances over there to reload on 250. Now we're actually breaking the low at day most likely. 248.50's low at day. That's where my exits were also. Let's see if we can take that L, or does the market give Obi another chance to build into a long over here, run it back through 250 turbo, and show me where the money is. Yeah, there we go. Run it back.
Failure to follow through.
Failure to follow through indeed. Yeah, the backside is very evident right now. They're showing it to you, and they're saying, let's go long. You're trading? I'll let you trade.
No, I'm not in the trade. I'm looking for that long. No worries. Yeah. No, I'm like that reclaim was really nice. I like that reclaim of that 249. Now we're back up at 250.
I would like the 250 break.
We wicked back into that 249 low, but like we didn't necessarily break that initial reaction low. So like not necessarily a true failure to follow through in my opinion. I want to see it kind of like clip this level and then kind of wipe back up. Like that pressure is very, very distinct, and I didn't necessarily see it there. So I think we're probably going to chop here, which is kind of expected. 250, yeah, you can take these scalps off of this under over 250 while it's there. But yeah, that convincing action, I don't know if I necessarily saw that. But then again, like this is Tesla. Like I'm still trying to, I guess, try to read this tape. This tape is absolutely wild.
What I know is wild is right now we got triggered into that 250 long market, clearly trying to go up. We're already in the money and we are marching, baby. How high can you go? We're not playing limbo. We're playing the opposite of limbo, whatever that is. How high can you go? Come on, keep ripping to the north side. Can we get multiple dollars per share on this side too? We got it on the short side. Can we get it on the long side? If that's so, I did say I might close shop, but the shop is still very active. The market is hot right now. I know I was complaining about it not too long ago about how it's an inside day, but look, there are some levels that are showing up for us to take advantage of. So why not do that? Only 30 cents in the money, and there's a lot of selling coming in. So Prad's gonna take some out already just to protect some profits. There we go, some buying coming back in. We're trying to push back up. NASDAQ market ripping to the north side, 50 cents in the money now on this position. Come on, Tesla. Should I just set my stop and forget it? That's exactly what I should do. So let's do that. 249.50. Let's cross down to that much. And then my stop is going to be exactly on the even dollar break for the rest of my size. Now we kick our feet back on the table. If this was my home, I would do that. Kick my feet up on the table and just cross our hands and just sit there and just wait for the profits to roll in or the stop to roll in. Whatever happens, happens. The fate is in Tesla's hands or the market's hands, which is currently moving to the upside in our direction. So let's go Tesla. There we go. $1 per share in the money. Nice. Beauty, baby. Keep on climbing and don't stop.
Yeah, this 251, like, again, I'm not necessarily taking these dollars. I'm a little late to the dollars, but, like, I'm just taking quick scalps off of the tape momentum here. Lately, I guess, I don't know, I've been looking at some of my stats, and, like, when I'm starting to position into trades versus where I'm just taking, like, quick scalps off, I think I'm doing much better on the quick scalps. Because, like, you're just taking the momentum, tapes in a direction, so it's very distinct when it doesn't want to go in that direction, so you just punch out.
I'm not against to that strategy, OB. I mean,
there's a lot left on the table, I'm finding.
Yeah, but like,
it's a different way.
You got to be ready for that. You got to be ready for, and I'm the type of guy, if there's a lot left on the table, I really beat myself over it because I'm like, okay, there's like, you can't trade properly, come on, get better, and so on.
Dude,
so
there's
you gotta
5,000 tickers.
Exactly.
There's always something left on the table.
So you got to understand, like, with the also different market environments, right? Maybe at low VIX, that's not a bad idea because what type of dream moves are you expecting?
But I mean, maybe a 57 to 50.
But
yeah, no, you're right. You're right.
High, then then maybe you could start adapting with the current market environment and grow with it, and then change your setups over there. 251 fail, Prad's out.
Yeah, that's what this market's all about.
Why is Prad not out?
This is what this market's all about. It's about staying on your feet, adapting to changing market conditions, adapting to changing VIX. We know that when the VIX is like nice and low, we don't necessarily get those crazy volatile moves, but I guess we could consider that VIX is at an extreme of its range. So that could give a different set of playbook, I think. But yeah, no, watching this 250 hold, I like that it held the 250. Again, my execution not that great off of it, obviously, as you guys are watching. But yeah, let's see if we can hold this 250 and kind of recover some of this price action, right? Like, look at this. Reversion's on the table, guys. Like, you have such a strong move, you revert pretty much the whole move. You're looking for a 50% reversion, you get 100% and maybe a little bit more. And then now let's see if we can kind of get back to that. Now, if you can see, let me pull up just like even like let's pull up the SPY actually. Last week we kind of did something similar where not necessarily the same, but we are kind of rhyming on the same tune as last Friday, where like you have this huge move, you wipe it back, and then you wipe it back. So like by the end of the day, you've just recycled a bunch, like the same prices in that range. And coming in today, like this is kind of what it's starting to look like. So let's see if we can get that on the overall market. No. Let's see if we're kind of in this down kind of a bleed off of last week or a couple of weeks ago. We kind of tested this 245 area, double top-ish. We're kind of exhausting, bleeding off of that, coming into the bottom of the trend here on the larger markets. But yeah, let's see if we kind of stay in this kind of churn on the bigger picture move on these markets, because that's what it looks like we're setting up for. But like, it's never that easy, right? If it happened on Friday, it's probably not going to happen the same way today, or maybe not at all, right? Like, it could bait you into seeming that the move will be similar, or seeming that the move even looks the same. The tape feel could be the same, and then all of a sudden you can have like fugazi. Fugazi. That's exactly what I was about to say. All of a sudden you have fugazi coming in and being like, nope. Clearly, it has the higher ground, right? So that is just the look on the market from me today.
Man, look at this horrible decision making. I guess maybe not, because honestly, at that moment, and I still am sticking with my answer, that was a good decision making over here to just take that loss on PAC-W. But Obi, if I did play my original setup when I joined the floor,
which was
punch and pray,
okay,
it would have worked out.
I mean,
but are we the trader that we first were, or are we the new trader which we're trying to be?
Absolutely not.
Right?
Not what we were. Yes.
So I'm happy with taking that loss. I know we actually give you a lot of trouble over this one about knowing when you're wrong and getting out and sticking to those stops.
Yeah.
That was right there. I said, even if I'm right and the stock goes to VWAP, I'll complain about it. But I think this is where I'm wrong, I'm out. Yeah. So that's what I did over here. And it happens to be my worst stock of the day. Look, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 M's in my bank account. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 tickers traded. 3 of them are losers. 2 of those losers are $4 and a $5 loser, and then PAC-W happens to be way larger loser than those 2. So I like to, keep my risk very tight, very small. Usually when I lose on positions, I lose very small amount of money, but then there always happens to be that one random stock where I go full degen on, and today that was PAC-W. Look at this, take the high day break, add another position, add again in front of the 8 just because I want to get Q for the 8 break, and then I'm seeing the stock fail 8, show me a lower high come into play, pull back under VWAP, I'm not getting out, I add more, and then I go, okay, maybe I am wrong on this trade. Let's start, scaling out. Based on what I had on an average on this position with its move back to VWAP, I would have ended absolutely flat on this trade or lost like $2 on it at best, but hey, sometimes you go full degen on a position. I did that on PAC-W today. Still up on the day today, very much up, and 0 LFT, which means $0 lost from top. But RTX might just take that away from me, my award of 0 LFT on the day, because we are on a loser right now on that one.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, that's something I definitely have to work on, like just getting out when I know I'm wrong, where it's like kind of like hoping and kind of waiting for kind of players to come back in is where I'm kind of working on my trading, where I'm like, okay, there were buyers there before, I'm kind of waiting for those buyers to come in again, but I'm still kind of sitting in my position, kind of hoping for that. So yeah, that's definitely a work in progress. That's 1% every day. So we're definitely not the same trader that we were when we first started.
Indeed, I like it.
We're definitely not the same trader we were last week or the week before. That's what we try to improve on. 1% every day. That's what I'm trying to go for. Tesla looking like we're holding this 250 area here. I am a little bit long in just under the 251. Let's see if this kind of trend reversal happens. We got a little bit more for the 15-minute to print here on Tesla, and just 15-minute candles overall. We're looking for this move to kind of follow through here. We did hold the 15,000 on NQ, and what is that, the 4380-ish on ES. So let's see if there's follow through on some of these tech names here. I know that Microsoft has kind of made a bottom at 331 and revisiting back up into this opening low wick of this 332.50. So I'm keeping an eye on that and seeing if the market's kind of reclaim some of these prices we've revisited in the morning here.
All right, I just sent a tweet out, and sadly, I'm still banned from the YouTube chat over here. I did try to log in with my company account. I should do that. But Bears versus Bull, I know you do a lot of work. I know you're very busy. I would love it if you could do me a favor over here. Get that tweet that I just posted and post it in the chat, and maybe the chat could then click on that link. Help us out with getting some fun name ideas for the Trader TV podcast segment on Friday. I don't want to just call it the Trader TV podcast. I want some cool name for it, like some cool fancy name for it. So if you guys in the chat can help us out, we'll give you a shout out for that. So go click on that tweet and Let me see what ideas you got. Obi, the market actually rejecting the move to the north side around
it's kinda
15,020 and pulling back to the south side. When I'm talking about the market, I am 99.99% of the time talking about the NASDAQ market, which is looks like it wants to really go to the south side right now. 15K breaking again. I would have expected 15K holds if we wanted to make a reversal back to VWAP. Let's see if a higher low gets put into the market around these areas right now as we are pulling back. But what is very clear is the lower highs being put in every single time so far on the day today. Here's the highs, another lower high, another lower high, lower low, lower low. If we start seeing a higher low come in, I could maybe, you know, say there is a possible chance for a VWAP retracement. But the way the market's moving right now, believe in the teal, although my teal is a different indicator than Max's teal. My teal is the 50-period EMA, and at the moment on the 1-minute chart, we are seeing a little bit of rejection on the futures around that EMA. Let's see if 15K hold like it wants to right now, or do we continue back to the downside, break the low a day, and drop it like it's hot, drop it like it's hot. When the shorts in the market, drop it like it's hot, drop it like it's hot. When the bulls get an attitude, drop it like it's hot, drop it like it's hot.
Yeah,
I got my rollie in my hand and I'm pouring Sean down and I got the best shorts because I got it going on. I'm a nice guy with some ice creams. See this ice cube?
Ice creams? All right. Yeah. No. There's a nice, Brad. Looking like we are kind of coming down. I am kind of bagging a piece of Tesla here.
Tesla back to 250.
Yeah, back under 250. Let's see how this recycle really holds. But yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to be too convincing here, as we are printing kind of below that 15,000 here. So I am definitely wrong on this trade. And let's see. I'm gonna try to get out here just on a quick rebid on Tesla here. It looks like we may not.
Lower day breaking.
Yeah. So let me just hop out of that real quick. I mean, it happens. We are wrong on this trade for now. But yeah, let's see if these bidders kind of come back in. That 250 short really coming in hot. Let's see if we kind of hold the bottom of this consolidation here. Market is quadunking.
Yeah, where's Sharif for this quadunks today, man?
Where's Sharif when the quadunks are in the house, man? Where's Sharif? But yeah, that 15,000 flushed right into the 14,980, 20 points below. Taking out that initial wick past that 15,000 and kind of pulling back in. So yeah, it could be fugazi, but let's see how we do. This 250 area plus minus a few dollars, yeah, that's valid, right? Like if we kind of churn here at 250 on Tesla, like that's still, I think, a valid trade for potential longing this area. But yeah, maybe getting long right under 251 and holding it for like $1, maybe that's not the best thing to do. And I was definitely wrong for doing that. But again, not crazy size, not full size position on that position. So yeah, let's see how this holds. 249 holding for now. Nothing really crazy on the tape here, right? I do not want to get long while the market is kind of seriously selling off hard into past this 15,000 area. Now, what are you guys trading today? Throw it in the chat. Let's see. Let's check out some names. Cringe asking, is CCL a good buy right now? Now I know Prad was in some CCL, and I think they had earnings this morning as well, right? So let's take a look at CCL here. We were talking about this opening drive fail earlier, but like look, that opening drive fails, and look at the follow through on like this pre-market low break, on this last week's low break, right? And then on the previous week's low break. So you're breaking multi-time frame levels on the way down, and then look, you also have a $15 break as well in here, which is a psychological break. So like you got quite a few reasons to sell this name that it gave you out the open here on CCL. Is it a good buy here? I have no idea. Let's see if there was interest here on the chart looking left. On the daily, we can look back. And lo and behold, right here, this was kind of where we gapped. We're looking at a bit of support here on the 14, where we gapped up into. So if this kind of breaks this 1380, then yeah, I think a gap fill test of this can be in the stars, this 1340 area. But yeah, I think this 14 area is pretty key. A good look to see if it holds or not. for a potential under/over on Carnival Cruise Lines.
I see people. Oh, by the way, guys, I jumped into an SQQQ long, which is basically a 3 times leverage QQQ ETF to the short side. So every time the market's going down, this goes up. So it's an inverse 3 times leverage ETF. And if the market's breaking the lows, I want to take the SQQQ's high day breakout long. So it didn't work out. I punched out because market's trying to get back above 15K right now. So that's a quick little penny loser. Not upset at all. Moving on from that trade. RTX is now trying to move back to the 95, 90, 96 areas where we do have an order to take more fill short. Let's see if that one ends up paying us to the downside later on after catching that fill. But right now, no other positions left on the board for me. I want to talk about this position too. Someone in the chat said meds is killing me right now. That's what meds do. Meds is killing me right now. I need a bounce on meds. You're actually a doctor, or you studied
I studied medicine. For
medicine,
a little bit,
not
yeah.
doctor. You studied medicine,
not
not medicine. And you know, we had interesting conversations about meds, about a lot of different. Anyways, moving back, meds. You were talking about how you need help on this position. Honestly, man, I'm gonna say I don't know if that bounce is there. This stock could easily go back to the pre-market lows. It is right now trying to move back to this low around 1450 or so. I think the game on this stock for the upside today just might be done. It's still up 75%, yes, but depending on where you're long, obviously this is just my opinion. I am not looking for a long on this position anymore. If I am looking for anything, it would just be like a pop to VWAP and then so I can short it back. The game looks like it is over. We have had halts to the downside and then it tried to go back up, but then look at that next halt to the downside, right? So it could very easily set up in that same way. It could try to go up and then have an insane halt to the downside right after. Let's go check on what the float is. FLOT float checker. There you go. FLOAT. Float checker for MEDS, most likely a low float. Yeah, 350,000 shares only. How is this even legal, man?
Wow. Yeah. No. That's like no float. Like anybody.
And the short float percentage goes
from.
from 1.7 to 27% short float. The dollar value is around $15 right now.
Wow. Yeah. No. That's like asking for trouble if you get short on that name. 300K float, like anybody can come in at a $15 price. Anybody can come in and just buy up that whole float, right? So it's like in terms of like liquidity and everything, yeah, there could be certain strategies or methods in there, but like nothing with crazy size for sure.
Oh,
on something
CCL.
like that. What's happening over there?
CCL is making a nice move back up to the north side right now. Looks like it held 1390. That happened to be the low at day. We're getting a little bit of an SSR bounce right now on CCL. For those of you who are new to the show and don't know what SSR means, it is a mechanic in the market. Anytime a stock goes down 10% or more, it triggers said mechanic for 2 days on that day and the next day, where the stock cannot be shorted by just taking out the liquidity on the bids. You need to be waiting on the ask for the stock to take higher. Then only can you take shorts. So this size that you're seeing on the bids over here, only the longs can punch that size on the bid to get out of their longs. So no new shorts can enter by taking out that size. Hence this mechanic, when you see size showing up and when you're playing the red light, green light game on the stock market, you know, buyers coming in, I'll jump in. Sellers coming in, I'll jump out. When you're playing this red light, green light game, especially with size to show you support at the bids and the mechanic triggered is SSR, that is always a great system for you to build into that longs over there. Give it that very tight risk. Usually you're risking like 5-10 cents at best. I haven't seen an SSR trade be more than 5 to 10 cents, honestly. And when you're keeping your risk so tight on it, your reward ends up being immense. You know, you're getting like for a 5-cent reward risk, you might just end up getting a whole 100 cents or even 200 cents on it, which is ridiculous risk to reward on it 99% of the time if it works. If it fails, you lose that 5 cents, you lose that 10 cents, you go home crying and you come back the next day.
Yeah.
Right now, that trade's working. Right? It's ripping to the north side.
Yeah, for sure. This 250 coming back in. Looking for that scalp again. Now, we are looking kind of weak. Like, whenever we retested this 250, it keeps getting hit down like 15 pennies to a quarter off the 250 below it with sellers coming in on the tape. Like, just waves of red coming in, aggressive, holding that 250 down, right? So, like, I'm watching this 250 very closely to see, again, over-under idea, to see if we kind of reclaim and kind of push back up into some of last week's closing prices, or we kind of fade off of this 250, right? Now, like what is the ATR on Tesla? Let's look that up real quick. I have my FinViz right here, and let me pull that in. Look at that. ATR is 10.78, so like almost $11, right? So we've kind of gone 250 to 278. That's about $8 up, $8 down. We've done almost an ATR in a single direction already, and kind of wiped back down all the way into 250. So let's see, maybe we can get a couple more dollars down off this 250, right? And if these sellers off 250 stay strong and they stay persistent, like they could be convincing enough for bigger players to kind of get into the 250, hold it down, and then we see a proper fade off of like this is the level I'm looking for, right? This is the daily right here. Let me pull up an hourly chart so we can get some of the after hours prices and volume. Like, look, this is the level right here that I'm watching, this 248-ish area, right? So the 250, we're there already. 248, that's like the shelf from the past couple of weeks. If we can get below that, then we have 242, then we have 231, and again, like that's well within like a larger time frame range, right? So yeah, we're pulling away from that 280 right now, and we might be headed towards that 240, 230s, but I think overall picture on Tesla, the sells might be in off of this area. But yeah, just trying to keep that in mind. 249 is holding as well on the other side of that range. We're kind of forming this range between 249 and 250. So any convincing price action through these levels could give us some direction, right? Now, ES and NQ are still kind of teetering at these levels. This 15K, like I said before, is going to stay interesting, right? A lot of players, a whole number, psychological level also has proven itself on the chart multiple times from both sides. So yeah, there's definitely going to be interest here, and the fact that we're kind of dwindling, kind of hanging around here. The momentum has dwindled. The selling momentum has dwindled around this 15,000. Makes sense, right? So let's see if we kind of turn off of this level and kind of hold and respect this. Now, NVIDIA 412. I know NVIDIA was at 420 earlier this morning. Wow, look at that. NVIDIA 420 short. Now that was an idea, man. Yeah, like that was an idea. Like we're at 412 now, right? Look, even if you took a pre-market low break, which was, sure, I'll give you, it's under 420, right? You don't want the 420. You want to be convincing. You want to be convinced on the short. Look at this price action. We come in. We try to break above last week's prices. We don't really go through. The market's coming down. So is NVIDIA. NVIDIA breaks its initial reaction low, right? And then it starts to come in and visit its pre-market low levels. Now, look at this wick here. This wick literally wicks off of this pre-market low area, right? So I think this wick right here gives you that opportunity of like,
they're
okay,
grabbing licks.
They were grabbing licks under the 420.
Get it?
Yeah. So 420 finally breaks, right? And then you break down through this wick, and then look at the selling that really comes in, right? It's decisive, it's strong, and it has confluence with the rest of the market. So yeah, that 420 short on NVIDIA, oh yeah, that was definitely definitely a trade. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I love it.
Still 250 churning on Tesla. You know, I think I should be wary. I should kind of hold on to see if we convincingly pull through, and I kind of got rocked on this last trade trying to chase this 251 break. So let's see what this 250 does, because this 249, 250, 251 channel, this potential break could give us something on the direction.
All right, yeah, markets getting ready to go back down. Looks like we just created a lower high again and a lower low on the NASDAQ, but the S&P 500 is a little bit different. NASDAQ's making highs, and lower lows on the 5-minute chart that I'm looking at. So a little bit different on the S&P 500 over there compared to the tech basket. The tech basket, in my opinion, has been way more in play a little bit, right? So like the Apples, your NVIDIAs, your AMDs, AI in general has put all those stocks into a whole new realm in the past 52-week ranges or so. I mean, Microsoft was almost at all-time high, right? Nvidia did break all-time high. Apple did break all-time high. So, and NASDAQ does seem to be more in play. So by that I mean, you know, we're seeing NASDAQ market move around a little bit more. We are currently back at 15K, trying to show us a red candle on the 5-minute chart at the moment. Let's see if those levels hold up again. I am, as you guys can see, long SQQQs off of this trusted teal, and the man's gonna be on in about 4-ish minutes or so. He's got an amazing shirt on, so don't go anywhere. I know it's about to be 12 o'clock soon, and you know, people might be hungry, getting ready to go grab some food. Stick around a bit, just get to see what Max's shirt looks like, and then do whatever you want to do. But yeah, markets are still giving you some opportunities for the short side here, ladies and gentlemen. I also want to show you what CCL is doing. Still marching to the north side, taking out the 100-period EMA right now on the 1-minute chart. Let's see if we can retrace all the way back to VWAP. And trust me, if we go anywhere close to 15 bucks again, I am shorting that level for a beautiful triple top entry again.
Yeah, I think that 15 is a good look on CCL. Like I said, that 15 key psychological area, as well as some levels on the chart when you look left. But yeah, that 14 hold, like we talked about, that 14 area coming in clutch, right? That there were buyers there before off of that gap, and they came in again, right? Now I'm watching the rest of these names here. I got some of these large caps on watch, and yeah, Pratt is 100% right about tech being the leader of the whole market right now, with AI and everything kind of leading the way, and printing a lot of sales, right? Nvidia. So that kind of earnings report can definitely bring some volume into the markets, where you're like, yeah, this industry is showing a ridiculous amount of gains, so it could potentially have something for the future, and then the moves just start extending to the long side, right? I think people started getting reminded of the .com era with the whole AI, and a lot of people are comparing this AI boom with the .com boom. But I don't know what your opinion on this is, Prad. But like I think there's a huge difference between like the .com boom, what happened then, and kind of AI and what's happening now. And I feel like we're kind of still in like a very the infantile stage of AI.
I don't think we're in any sort of a bubble in AI right now, man.
No, I don't think the bubble
people who think there's a bubble in AI I'm sorry, just don't understand AI or computers to that level. And I can understand that, but I don't think there's a bubble in just yet. I mean, when bubbles are here, you'll see small companies like, I don't want to say like Palantir, but small companies like Palantir IPOing. That kind of looked like a bubble back during 2-3 years ago when IPO season was crazy. Yeah. Any stock would IPO, they're not even making money, and their valuations are like 50 times, 100 times, trading at like ridiculous prices, right? And then what happened? All these IPOs came back down. So that looked like an IPO bubble a little bit. Then we had the SPAC bubble. Those are real bubbles. Like they don't have any actual substance behind it. But AI, I mean, you're already watching how AI is changing lives every single day, fixing medical fields, fixing every other field out there, and we've just scratched the tip of the iceberg over here. So I don't think the bubble has started. We're just getting ready to dip that stick in the water. We don't even have the water ready. We're just getting rid of the water, the soap water ready. Yeah, it's not even soaped up. We're getting the water ready. We're shaking it, and then we're gonna dip it, then blow it. There's still a lot of steps over here for that bubble to be formed.
For sure, for sure. All right, everybody, my time is at an end. You got Mad Max coming on next, and have a good one. We'll see you guys later. Enjoy your time with Prad and Max.
Thank you, Obi, for a wonderful time. Always a great time hosting with Obi, the one Kenobi himself. Shout out to Obi-Wan. Hopefully you guys were able to enjoy learning how his trading setups work, his methodologies, his brain in general. So shout out to Obi, everyone over there. The next person up is going to be the man, the myth, the legend, the demon himself, Maximilian. Is going to show up. Sharif, I think, is getting his braces or something. He's got like some dental. Is that right? I think that's what he said last week. I think he's got some dental. He said he might get braces or Invisalign or something. So, shout out to him. He might be medicated right now. So we'll give him some time to recoup, come back to us over here at the Trader TV live desk. Until then, you guys have us. Markets are still, kind of muted right now, ladies and gentlemen, but we can't say the same about S&P 500. The SPYs are all the way back to VWAP on the 5-minute chart. I'm looking at the SPY futures, that is, and the SPY ETF almost back to VWAP. Looks like we're seeing a little bit of rejection come in right now at the 1-minute chart over here. 433.20s pulling back slightly. NASDAQ trying to pull back to 15,000. Let's see if that breaks 15,000 over here. RTX shorts are burning me a little bit. We are stair-stepping to the north side on RTX, and my stop is 96.20, so I'm just getting ready to take a little bit more size in front of 96.20, and then I'll throw my stop out there. Technically, I guess your stop should be at the pre-market ranges at this point, so I might just do that. I might just trade this whole range, and then if we punch above this range, I'll just take that L and I'll move on, but I'm looking for that whole range over there. I know I did say that we're going to look for the best setups at the moment, but this one does not look like one. I'll be honest with you. So be careful if you're in this position with me. I am not very confident with this position at the moment. Max is still launching his software, but he is on the desk, so we'll give him some time. As you guys see, look at that beautiful koi shirt that he has on. I love the koi shirt. Never actually seen a koi fish ever in my life. I know you have. You've been to Japan multiple times.
Couple times, yeah.
Couple times, yeah. Koi fishes. I always wanted to see what a koi fish looks like. Wow, my friend, Tesla is taking out the lower day right now. 248 breaking. I think. Breaking? Are you short?
No, I was short. Then I was long. I like the idea of like 247.20 holding here, and then back through 248. But let's see what happens on this Tesla breakdown. I don't know if I want to take this long back through.
I don't know either.
Where's my market chart here? Oh, they're the wrong things. Yeah, I haven't been on Sharif's computer for a while, so this layout's a little messed up at the moment. Yeah, I mean, Tesla, like the long-term kind of support level just broke. That 248 has been holding for a bit.
247 breaking now?
247, so I'm going to think like maybe $2 more.
245?
246. I'll try to get long. I don't want to try it yet. I don't think, yeah, I mean, the market's kind of trying to take out the low, right, NASDAQ?
Yeah, NASDAQ's trying to take out the low. SPY's rejecting VWAP.
Yeah, I don't know. Tesla's kind of giving it up today. Unfortunately, I was short a bunch of times a little bit early here, which really burned me today on Tesla. I was shorting all the way up, and then I'm longing all the way down. So, classic Monday situation for me, going a little too hard on a bad idea when I was kind of tired, Brad. I was stuck in an airport for 5 hours yesterday.
Ooh. Where'd you
Drinking
go?
free beers at the lounge and everything. It was just traumatic.
Where'd you go?
I was in New York.
New York?
This weekend. I got stuck there for a while. I honestly didn't think I was going to make it. I was on, I think the only plane that left that airport to Toronto. I was, connecting through Ottawa for a bit. I was connecting through Montreal for a bit, and then finally get on a Toronto flight. Yeah, it was fun. But my mom and my sister ended up on a different flight at a different airport. They didn't get home till 4 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, man. Yeah, airports are so annoying. Flying is just so annoying. Why can't we just teleport like Star Trek and just get things over with? I mean, it would stop my 2-hour commute for sure, right? Just teleport to work, teleport back home.
I mean, Sean wouldn't let me take the Trader TV jet either. He was using it. I think he was in Mallorca or something. So, yeah, I mean, I got to get some seniority around here so I can use the Trader TV jet. But, yeah, I think, or just, make $100 million this year by my own.
Yeah, I tried to get Q over here with the long on Tesla as it went back through 247. As you guys can see, we lost instantly on that trade. Tesla is still going to the downside. 246 break incoming right now. There is a little bit of size, not too much. We broke 246. Is that the fail break that the Maximilian himself was talking about? If we go back through 246 over here, I will look like an absolute fool for trying that area.
I'm long here at 246.
He is long right now. We are trying to push back up also. The market giving us a little fake break to the downside maybe, and then we punch back up, but the S&P 500, NASDAQ did break the lower day one more time, and the S&P 500 pulling back from VWAP to the downside, still continuing to go to the downside. SQQQ longs are in the money right now, 10-ish cents. Keep on climbing, maybe. Let's actually go check them out because they might have taken the higher day again. They did take out the higher day. That means Pratty Daddy adds to the position one more time. What? There you go. There's my ad. We add to that position one more time. This market might just be done, ladies and gentlemen. We are really going. Amazon. Let's go. What is going on with my keyboard? Hello? Oh, I'm going to need to wire this keyboard now. It's because the Bluetooth is acting up. All right, anyways, Amazon 129 break incoming. Lower day 128.97. Is this going to quadrunk along with the rest of the market? We've seen this 130 area come into play for, I think, Friday. But 129 coming into play right now. NVIDIA 408, ladies and gentlemen. Wowza, market's really going down.
Wow, yeah. We're starting to tank now. ES still hasn't really given up the bottom, though. So I wonder where the bounce is. I wonder which stock to look for it on. I mean, Amazon at 129, that has been a key level. So maybe Amazon is the place to look for the bounce. But I mean, obviously, it's given up the entire gain on the day. Google at 120 as well. So we got some key stocks at key levels here. If we are going to bounce off the bottom, 120 on Google, 129 on Amazon. I think like Tesla's basically told us what it wants to do today. Unfortunately, that's just going to go down. So I don't think I should step in front of that one again. Apple is actually holding well above pre-market lows right now. And,
baby, what a short on Amazon here. 129 break, lower day. We were trying to see what we wanted to do with it. It did actually break. I mean, look, only 10 cents in the money, but maybe it does flush even more than that. And here comes the selling. Here comes the selling pressure on the market.
Oh, yeah,
Let's go, says Sean over there. I'm guessing he's short 131s.
No, I got 130s.
130. He's short 130. So yeah, he's multiple dollars in the money. It's now in the $2 club, as he said not too long ago. For me, it's only in the 30-cent club. Let's see if we can add it to the dollar club very soon, as the S&P 500 is now taking out the opening low, but we're still above the pre-market lows on the S&P 500 market here. Oh baby, where are the non-believers who said Prad's gonna go platinum again? Where's 190 at? Not now, baby. Not this year. I'm telling you, not this year. It's going to be the call out of the year. Remember these words, call out of the year. Apple, I pretty much put the high on my own portfolio here by calling that. It sucks to be me. But hey, I should have probably taken some profits when I made that call out, because these markets are quadrunking right now, ladies and gentlemen. SQQQ, bear money coming in on that one. 20 cents, baby. Markets are seriously dropping, man. Holy.
Yeah, Tesla just broke 245. Does about 20, here we go, down into the 50s. So yeah, everything is getting smoked here. I don't think trying the long at the moment. Oh, wow, okay. About 1,000 lots just got filled on the offer of Tesla below 245. So I wonder if there is buy interest here. It just seems so sketchy to try.
I know. Right now. It's like catching a fallen knife, man. It's so hard.
I mean, that is something that I do. It's just like, Yeah, I don't think it's worth it right now. Market breaking down, obviously giving up that 15K right now. So let's see where we get to. Amazon kind of not holding at all. Yeah, nothing's holding for the bounce play. I feel like I've missed the short at this point.
Baba's holding? Wow.
Baba.
Okay. You want to talk about Baba?
Yeah, let's see. Alibaba, New York. Baba's doing such light volume today, but what a run up. I didn't even notice this one this morning. Somebody was talking about Alibaba at 85.
Alibaba.
Yeah, I mean, holding VWAP, I guess. Sean's short 86.50. He was long 85 before.
Can we get a poll in the chat? Does NVIDIA see 400 today?
400.
I mean, we're like $1 away from 405. Does NVIDIA see 400 today?
Wow, these stocks really giving it up, eh?
Yeah, 430. I mean, NVIDIA was like, what, 428 this morning? We're at 406. Yikes, man. Monster drops over here on the market. RTX really squeezing me over here. 20 cents out of the money on that position. Why is RTX going up when the market's going down? No clue over here what's going on this side. Looks like defense stocks being put some money back into it. Maybe that whole idea of whatever's happening in Russia, not really as strong as a catalyst as I thought it would be. Still down on the day 1%, just not in the money for me. So a little bit of scary on that one. I mean, look, NVIDIA 406 breaking now. A new lower day on NVIDIA 405. Let me show it on the chart over here. 405.61's coming into play. Do we see 405 breaking? And if 405 breaks, Is that going to be a fail break, allowing us to catch some sort of a dip by long? Hear that possibility is showing up very soon around 405.20s right now. A little bit of buying coming in. Instantly popped up 50 cents off of that 405.50. Wow. Okay. Is this? I'm not gonna look. I'm trying to anticipate instead of participating. So I'll step back a bit.
That's the way to be.
And I'll look for the right signs for me to get into a trade.
Yeah, that 405 was a key level previously, so will be definitely interesting. I think isn't 406 something?
It was.
The
I think it
$1 trillion
was.
level. So we just gave up the $1 trillion level on Nvidia. I think if the 405 does fail break, that could provide an opportunity. I'm just worried about the liquidity down there. Like if you get into a position where
it could drop $1.
Yeah, it could drop $1. It could drop $2. So it's kind of sketchy. There's not really enough size on the bid there for that to be key, I don't think. And we're like, I mean, it's kind of holding 50s. I don't know. That's hard. That's hard to do. If they're like if 1,000 lots or something or 500 lots popped up on the offer and then they filled it, then you could probably take that back through. But really no size on Nvidia on the tape at all. Everything just won, so it can be manipulated as it does go back through. Wow, almost $1.
Oh, I had the order too.
Almost $1. Oh, that could be the bottom right there. The ES bounces pretty hard.
Oh, I had the order and I removed it.
So hard. That could be interesting. I was long 420 today and I got like 80 cents out of it. How insane is this move that we've had down on some of these stocks like Tesla, Nvidia? Tesla goes $15 from the high. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean,
all my levels are blown up. What do you do now?
Now you sit back and wait for new levels to come into play, and you don't try to gamble with the levels on the fly, because without any preparation, you're just asking to get beat up on the market. That's right, we're talking about practice. Amazon, I just took some profits on Amazon over here to the downside. As you saw Tesla curl back, and I saw a little bit of a green take on the SPY over here near the lower days, and the same with the NASDAQ basket. So I figured, let's take some profits on Amazon. It would be stupid not to take some profits at 50 cents in the money off that 129 short or the lower daybreak short, whatever the way you look at it. RTX really still pumping up. I mean, RTX didn't really push down when the market was breaking lower. So if the market's going higher, does that mean RTX goes higher with it? So maybe I should just take my losses instead of trying to gamble all the way up to 96.40 area, which is the pre-market highs. So I'm trying to, make up a system over here, make my it's holding these highs, Brad. Why are you still playing this trade? You know what? I'm out. We take that loss, we move on.
Tesla long above 245 now. It seems to be holding. This could be low of day. This is an interesting setup for me. The breakdown was clean, so now we'll see if the break up can be clean. I'd be aiming for like 246.50 on a market bounce here, as ES does look like it's bouncing, and size keeps getting filled on the offer. So let's see what happens on this Tesla. I'm going to be punching out like 80s. So if that happens right now, I'll be out of this. But looking decent right now, printing a lot of green on the tape. Let's see if that volume can come into the upside. We know that Tesla can make those couple dollar moves off the bottom. Obviously, we're already $2 off the bottom, but we can go to 246.50, I think. But let's see. I'm just kind of carefully watching this, wanting to see that into the 30s, 50s, and see what happens here. See if some shorts do decide to cover, given that we are $13 off the high of day at the moment. But yeah, looking for it to get back to
Can Nvidia hit 400 today?
I feel like that 405 could be the low. I mean,
no,
that's enough.
They just spoke in my ear. They were asking me, what did you want on the pulse? I was just trying to remember that because I forgot what I wanted itself. Yeah, I mean, you might not be wrong. 405 could hold. We're seeing both these markets hold up right now. Let me show you what the S&P 500, where am I typing? Let me show you where the S&P 500 futures look like at the moment. Showing us a little bit of a bounce off these lows. Come on. Charts, there you go. A little bit of a bounce off of those lows over there. NASDAQ looks a little bit similar too, but NQ a lot weaker than the S&P 500 today, down 0.8 compared to SPYs, which are only down 0.24. Let's go look at the IWM Russell 2000, which recently rebalanced their whole portfolios on last Friday. Out of nowhere, nobody knew about that happening. Lots of volume came into the close and no one knew what the hell was happening. Yeah? We're like, whoa. And then Brandon at the big desk, the all-knowing man himself, the omnipresent, omnipotent Bendo, coming out and saying, it's the Russell rebalance. What? I wish I knew about this, but no, it sucked. It's a nothing burger.
Oh, yeah.
I actually lost money on it at the end of the day. But IWM Russell, man, up on the day. IWM Russell up 0.2%, 0.4%. Sorry, let me correct myself. And the diamonds, how do I pull up the diamonds? DIA? DIA on Amex? Yes, DIA on Amex, the diamonds. These are your Dow Jones 30. Absolutely flat on the day, 0.01, not moving at all. Trying to see if it can stay green and hold green as the S&P 500s are marching back up north. Our volatility, man, not too long ago, volatility UVIX, not VIX. UVIX was pretty low, but today it's at 20. Wait, UVIX is negative and the markets are negative again. This happens pretty rarely, but it happens.
That happened recently.
It happened
right?
recently, very
Wasn't
recently,
it the other
last
way,
week.
where VIX was going up and the market was going up.
I think so,
I
maybe.
think that's what happened.
Yeah.
So, you know, VIX not correlated anymore. Everything's broken.
System's broken.
The system's broken.
Glitch in the matrix.
Fed's telling you that they're gonna hike. Nobody cares. Let's go up. But now we go give up some of those gains. I wonder, like, what's the next stop for the Nasdaq? I did have some levels previously, but probably not on this computer. I mean, we haven't kind of given up quite a bit.
I made the right call jumping out of Lucid. Lucid's now at the lower days, ladies and gentlemen, at
low of
586.
That was like the strongest stock this
It
morning.
was.
I heard Wayne back there freaking out about Lucid.
Look at my longs on it. I started pre-market, and I told you too, hey, all-time low 540, risk the all-time low and forget about it, right?
Yeah.
It looked like it was working because I added, and I was like, yo, this stock's flying. I'm going to be the best trader on the floor today. I might not even be on the top 5 today.
Hopefully somebody's short from the top here on this market reversal. I'm wondering, like, yeah, I guess like 14,850 is kind of the next area on NASDAQ here. If I can pull this chart down. So we got some room to go. We got some gap to fill on NASDAQ. I think 14,850 is definitely in play if we keep going down. So I think definitely stay away from the longs until we, like, if we bounce back above 15,000. I'm ready when you're. Look who it is. Sharif is back, ladies and gentlemen. I was not aware of it.
I was not aware of it either. I thought he was at like a. What? Do I need to have those headphones out? But yeah, Sharif is back. C-Dog is in the house. And whenever he's going to jump on, we'll have him talk about what his sentiment about the market is today. Look at this market now moving back up to the north side a little bit. So that's going to give me my indication to jump out of Amazon shorts. Amazon no longer really pushing much further than this 128.30. 128.30 actually holding pretty strongly on Amazon there, Max. I think there could be a long over here, right back to the north side.
Amazon, yeah, I could see that long through. Like if it tries to break down again, fails to break down, I could see Amazon for sure holding the lows. It's been so strong recently. This is kind of the low of the range, 128.20. So if we hold this, if we do a little wick bottom through 128 maybe, and then right back up, I could definitely see this as being
here. It's trying that right now, man. Let's see if it ends up working out that way. I mean, we already saw SPY popping up. We already saw the NASDAQ make a little bit pop up, but NASDAQ showing us red again. Only question is, who is the winners? The bulls, the shorts, and who can we ride with? Because, you know, I'm a bandwagoner, bro. I'll bandwagon all day if that means I'm making some money. So where the big bullies at? And I want to join on your side.
I think I need to learn that bandwagoning there, Brad.
Bandwagoning.
I like to just, you know, make
you pick a team and you stick to it?
I just pick the team, man. Maybe I got to...
That's why you get being a Maple Leafs fan for all your...
Yeah, exactly. That's what built me for this. Being a Leafs fan has made me stubborn in my beliefs, yes.
I mean...
Brutal.
I'm a Leafs fan too, so if I'm not making fun of myself, then you know I'm gonna get very angry when other teams do. So that's the #1 goal. If your team sucks, make fun of yourself over there. Hey, look at that reversal coming in on Amazon. The longs might be in. I'm gonna try.
They may just be in. That's looking good on Amazon. Are you long at the moment? Yes,
I just punched in.
All right, so Prad's in on Amazon. I'm gonna wait to see how 128 breaks, and I think Sharif is going to come on now.
Oh yeah, would you like me to come on?
Whenever you want.
Yeah, let's go.
Oh, it actually breaks 128. Market wants to go back down. That's awesome, Max. Why don't you stop me doing this, huh? We're already 20 cents out of the money.
I told you wick 128. I didn't say wick the low here.
Already 20 cents out of the money on this one. Awesome, Max. Awesome. But no, I do like Max's idea over there. I'm not going to stop myself out just yet. We'll wait to see how 128 behaves. If 128 does show us weakness, we'll just take that quick little 30, 40 cent loss, most likely on the slippage, and walk away from it. You know, tiny size, so thankfully we're not going to give back our whole day. But if it does show up over there to add on that position under 128, take a little bit more size. There we go. There's that 128 break. Market's still around the lower days. Does Amazon get back over here? 127.91 is now the new low for AMZN. I'm thinking we even could see, like, you know, 85s, 84s come in before we do see the pop. There you go. There's the 85, 84s. We are dropping much lower now. Can the buyers show up? We are now 40 cents out of the money. There you go. There's the wall of buyers. But can we reclaim 128 is the question. NASDAQ still battling with the lows, ladies and gentlemen. And so is SPY. So not really looking good for the longs here. Don't be me, be Max. Wait for the level to really show you buying instead of just jumping into the front side of it. The back side is always where the confirmation is. The front side is where you're anticipating and not participating. Look at this buying though, man. I want more.
All right, Brad. Sharif's ready to go. So my quick 20-minute stint here is over. And the big dog is going to come back on and show you guys how to really trade. Good luck for the rest of the day, guys. I'm out.
Take care, Max. You know, Adam actually had a wish before you head out that he would love to see you and I on the show, and he got to see it for about 20 minutes.
Yeah, hopefully he wasn't at lunch.
So, yeah, that's right. We'll let him know to watch the show over here for this 20 minutes. Next time, though, Max, whenever you're here, we'll have more fun with this market currently puking, sadly, but going back up at the moment. Max, have a good one. I'll see you next time, buddy.
All right, buddy.
Sharif C-Dog, the main man himself. Not sure if he has braces, Invisalign, or nothing yet, but he's going to be on the show very soon. We're going to talk about everything that's moving and everything soccer. So get ready, all you soccer fans. Arsenal, what's going on with our... How you say it, and everything else. Look at this trade now. Amazon trying to move back up. Come on, Amazon. I'm just trying to do my special prayers over here to pump the stock back up to the north side. We are out of every single trade for the short side, basically SQQQ longs that we had, the S triple Qs. Longs that we had, we punched out of it pretty much at the higher end of these ranges. So as you guys saw, we added, let's fix that actually. Power off. Awesome. But I had power off on my end, not your end, so it's not my problem. Yeah. Trying to fix the colors over here so you guys can see the longs better. That really didn't do anything for you. Let me try doing this. Let's go lighter green maybe. Really fluorescent green. Now let's go really dark green. Let's do that. Really dark green. There you go. Now you guys see where the longs are. Long, out. Pretty good trade over there. Amazon still trying to move up north, but only 5 cents in the money right now apparently because of our first ad at 128.20s. Our second ad below 128, so our average is 128.10. Let's see if the market can hold up in this area. Take Amazon back through maybe to 129, giving us a whole dollar per share profit on that position. Will be very lovely to see that come in through play. People saying QQQ is bottom. Sharif next to me saying, oh baby, what's up baby?
Put on my mic.
Now
I haven't set up anything yet. So what
take your
is
time.
up, everybody? No, I do not have braces. No, I do not have Invisalign today. It was just a consult. Can't even get the words out, bro.
What's the consultation fee like?
Free.
Ooh, Canada, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, no, free. And I have decided to go with the Invisalign, Bradley.
Okay.
Apparently, I can work around the speaking issues later as I get more acquainted with them.
Can't you just take them off like for the
you can't
show
take
you're
them
on
off
and put
for
them on?
more than 2 hours a day, and I'm on air 4.5.
So you have to sleep with them on?
And you gotta eat. You can't eat with them on, so.
You have to sleep with them on?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, but I'm normal with that because I've had night guards before. What is up? I want to see what's moving. Let's talk some stocks. I haven't loaded up anything yet. I haven't even put my headset on. I have no setup whatsoever. Tell me a little bit about the market.
Yeah, the headset is this one today,
Thank
my
you.
friend, because I had to log in using your Unity login. I don't know what my Unity login is. I think we had to delete my username to create your username back in the day.
Okay.
So I don't have one anymore. So yeah, I use yours. So if you log in over there on Unity, it'll boot us out over here. Just fair warning. Okay. And now coming back to the market, Sharif's asking what's moving around. I mean, Sharif, the market started off up 0.5%. The NASDAQ basket. Now we're down 0.8%. I will let you guess where NVIDIA is trading at. You get one guess.
I get to look at the chart?
No, you get one guess.
No idea, dude.
It's at 406.
Oof.
From Friday's high of 428, 430 or
nice
something,
little
we're at 406. Amazon at 128. A big monster pullback across the board on all stocks. I mean, look at Tesla, man. Tesla 243, Sharif. That 250 short on Tesla, monster short to the downside. Sadly, I only took $2 per share. It gave you way more than that. You could have gotten $7 per share or so on that short. Market's beautiful. I love the market. If you guys were actually listening to that podcast episode we had on Friday, we were talking to Sean about why we love the market so much, and it's because every day is different. No day is like the other day. My old job that I used to work for, every day felt the same. Every day felt boring, and it got very resident sleeper, as the gamers call it. But the market's never resident sleeper. Even when the market looks sleeper, like it was supposed to have an inside day, the market will just wake up. Or if it's not the market, there'll be some stock for you to indulge in and make some profits here or there. So the market's never boring. The market's never sleeper. I love the stock market. If you haven't checked out that podcast yet, go check out that podcast episode. Couple names coming in here, a couple podcast name ideas. TradeX Freedom calling it Stocks and Laughs. I like it. Market Wrap-Up. Closing Bell Chronicles, Trading Insights. I like Closing Bell Chronicles, but Trading Insights might be a little bit too much over there. Friday Market Recap. I mean, we're just kind of like talking to each other, not really doing market recap. The Friday Trade Report, Insights and Analysis. Once again, I don't know how much actual trading and analysis will be happening. It's mostly the conversations, but we'll see. Back that stock up with Trader Prad.
Yeah, okay.
That one's not bad.
I like
Trader
that.
TV Live Pradcast.
Ooh.
I like that one.
Okay.
But yeah, lots of good names coming in over here. Thank you for everyone who participated in that tweet. I appreciate that very much. We will go through some of these name ideas. We'll come up with some cool graphics, some cool names, keep you guys entertained. And all we ask for you in return is to smash that like button. I don't even know where those things are on here.
Oh, I got it.
Maybe you can help me with that.
Boom. Nope, not loaded. Of course, make me look bad.
Hola. Like and subscribe today.
The today part is my favorite part of that, much in the same way that the giggle part is my favorite part of Sean's, at which he takes. There's the fail coming in. I knew it. The fail was coming in fast and furious. All right, guys, I'm looking at that.
Wow, NVIDIA 400 is actually coming in. I
haven't had an opportunity to chart at all, but it looks like 15K failed today on the MNQ. Let's have a look here. Let's see. Pull up the 15. Wow, I logged into my live account. I have to log out. Again, I'm doing things here without thinking. Okay, so we've broken some levels that we got to on the 22nd. That was Thursday. That was the 14,975. We've decidedly broke that. You'd like to see what happens here if we curl back into 15. I guess maybe you're looking for a rejection there. I don't know. 15.9 incoming, 15.910 on the low. Sorry, 14.910 on the low, 14.928 where we're trading at right now. You had a decisive break of 15,000. You didn't have that decisive break of 15,000 last week. It definitely did not come in. Let's go to the hourly real quick to confirm that. Yeah, that's confirmed by the hourly. Last time we were below 15,000 at this level. We got to go back to June 12th. So do we close at this level, or is this bold candle going to end up as a wick? 14.9 incoming, man. That's a really interesting break on the MNQ, on the NQ, excuse me. So yeah, very interesting to see how we trade the rest of the week. What kind of economic numbers do we have on the week? I haven't had an opportunity to look at anything.
I haven't looked at it either, I'll be honest,
so
but I do have it ready here.
Anything like that? Okay.
Do have it ready right here. So tomorrow we got building permits coming out. We got core durable goods orders. We got 10 o'clock new home sales. Wednesday, we have nothing really other than crude oil inventories coming out at 10-ish or so. When is that? Crude oil inventories at 10:30. Oh, wow. Market breaking the low, Amazon breaking the low. So I'm going to take that quick little loss on it, walk away from that trade, and we'll come back to it at a different time. But I'm looking at NVIDIA for a long, guys, for anyone wondering. Initial jobless claims coming on Thursday at 8:30.
Interesting. Okay.
Pending home sales at 10 on that same day.
Okay.
And then core PCE coming out on Friday at 8:30. So a little bit of a busy week. Are you kidding me, Amazon? Oh. I'm going to get back in here because the market does not want to go too much.
Okay, so nothing really for today. Nothing with, we got the 2-year note auction coming at 1 o'clock. 4.3 on the previous. I was reading an interesting article this morning about how we may have peaked on the 10-year. More about that in a minute. But yeah, 2-year note coming 1 o'clock. We'll see what kind of market moves we get. We usually get a couple of wicks here and there. Nothing usually sustained. Tomorrow, building permits at 8 a.m. Building permits, core durable goods. Like, get it together. That's some Canadian stuff. Ooh, we got CPI. We got Canadian CPI tomorrow. I'll be looking for that. Okay, my Katina man clapping, meaning that he's in a trade there. What else we got? Oh, he's excited for Canadian CPI. Okay, good. I thought you were in a trade. A? You didn't get that pun there? A? Oh, there you go. A boot. All right, yeah, we got a whole bunch of numbers tomorrow, so I'll have to go through these. Yeah, we have a bunch. Anyway, 14,910. Let's see how 14.9 holds here, Bradley. But yeah, I haven't had an opportunity to look at anything. What's the small cap world like? I see Meds was out and about this morning, up 90-something percent.
Meds was for
85.
sure off its meds.
Meds was volatile. Looks like it's below VWAP at the moment. I have to log out of my live account on IBS here and log into my Sim. So can I just send it back to you real quick?
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if I can get back into Amazon here. But I think my only way I'm going to get back in here if it gets back above 128. I'm just going through our Trader TV live watch list. For those of you who have not signed up to our watch list, you know, every single day we send out a watch list in the morning right before the market opens with every single stock that has any catalyst behind it and why it's moving around. Trying to see if there's any stock that I missed out to see if there's a move behind it. Snowflake, I believe they were having some sort of a conference or AI conference that were happening. I think it's 4-day long and today was supposed to be day 1. Let's see how the stock moved around based on that said conference. And holy smokes, why was I not watching Snowflake today? Ooh. This stock absolutely destroyed over here. It tried to hold a little bit of a range, but obviously market crumbling, taking Snowflake along with it. NVIDIA right back to lower day almost. I'm really patiently waiting to see when can I time along on NVIDIA over here with the rest of the market. I mean, S&P 500 pulling back down, NVIDIA right back to the lower days of, Amazon now breaking 128 and giving me that fill. I don't really want that fill right now because spies are still pulling to the downside and markets are still pulling to the downside. So not really too excited about this long that I got wicked into on Amazon. Wanted it to be at a different, maybe at a little bit different time when the spies are bouncing and NASDAQ is bouncing. But maybe this brings in the bounce for the markets by taking it to the north side upside.
Okay, so we have Papa Powell on the mic Wednesday and Thursday. And we actually have core PCE. Is that Thursday? Oh, yeah. So we get PCE on Friday. So those are some big things. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday should be interesting days just by the nature of those two events. Yeah, I have to exit here. I have to do this all over again. But yeah, trying to get my layout ready, guys. But I'm having technical issues as we dance near 14.9. The market really selling off here. The NQ looking to almost break 1% at the moment. You can come to my screen. Yeah, we're at 0.97, looking to take maybe 14.9. Let's see how we trade around this 14.9. But you know, you're not really too ambitious to take anything long at this moment. Even if they are at interesting levels. You'll have to actually see it trade and get bought up and the whole 9 yards to take a long today, at least for me, from what I'm seeing so far. Let's see what the chat is up to here. Anything interesting coming in from the chat? I got PFE, people talking about that. What else we got over here? Palantir, some people talking about. Nice to see you too, Michael Lloyd.
Here goes Amazon.
Amazon breaking down. What do we got over there, Bradley?
North side, not downside, not breaking down. Don't want to hear that at all. Currently moving back up slightly is Amazon. I'm sorry that I'm not staring right at you guys on the camera. I'm trying to look at two positions at once, which is NVIDIA possibly giving me an entry on the breakthrough of back of 404 over here. Can the market rip up, taking NVIDIA back through 404, give us a good $4 swing to the upside of 408 where my current EMAs are? Or does it still show us rejections and over... big walls, big areas where the stock is struggling to get past through. Amazon, we did give back some money on that position, trying to catch these longs around these areas. But we'll try a couple more times over here. But if it doesn't work, then it's probably best to just stay away from it because the market's clearly wanting to go down today, man. Look, we were up 1% and we gave it all back. So why fight that trend? Why fight that idea in the S&P 500 and in the NASDAQ basket? Maybe we wait for pops and short the pops instead. That could be a way easier trade. That could be a way better setup for us to look for throughout the day. So let's look for said positions that are popping up. Maybe Tesla popping back to 250. Not yet. 245 now on Tesla. Tesla trying to, though, maybe move back up. S&P 500 is showing us a green candle on the 5-minute chart along with NASDAQ. I know most of you are probably tired of us talking about the same five big large cap stocks all day. So why don't I take this moment to throw the chat some questions, see what you guys are looking at. I see RIOT at a quick glance off my eye. I'm guessing that's because Bitcoin has been very much active. Wow, Riot now at $11 on the day. Monster move. I mean, still not triggering SSR, only down 5%, 6%, but big give back on Riot over here. We've seen a lot of these positions not too long ago, but Bitcoin reclaiming that 30K, 31K, and now settling around 30K, pushing RIOT, pushing Mara, even pushing Coinbase to the north side. I think Coinbase at one point today was at $65, $66.16 the high day on Coinbase, now trading at $62, also pulling back, but still positive on the day. If you were trying to look for a stock with the positive trend and maybe some good catalysts such as Bitcoin popping up and the SEC catalyst or the court catalyst that they had recently, maybe Coinbase could be a good dip buy around the $60 area if it does come back into play, but that would put the stock most likely at negative on the day, so I don't know if that will be positive. We could look for somewhere around these pre-market highs of $61 for possible dip buys on Coinbase. NVIDIA right back to low a day, looks like 404 is not going to break, and if you want to hold, try to get long NVIDIA, your only option might be on the fail break of maybe 400. Let's see what the poll is looking like. Only 724 votes so far on the poll.
Voted.
I guess people are sleeping and not really, hitting like or reacting to the polls. But for the 727 people who have, 64% of you voted yes. You are expecting 400 to come into play. NVIDIA now new low a day coming in.
Yeah, well, down into the right, Bradley, as people around here like when I say for NVIDIA down 4.79. I like that look. There was a good technician on one of the podcasts that I listened to this weekend, and he was asked specifically about NVIDIA and, whether that's it. Is this the move? And there's it's just so hard to predict against it. But the idea is that there was still a little bit more room to go based on some Elliott wave analysis that he did. It was very interesting. He puts it a lot better than me. Forget the dude's name. I'll get you name his name in a second. But yeah, Mara, just to build on what Bradley was talking about there, back to Bitcoin. This one, very volatile, always midday. It gives you 10%, 9% intraday, but always seem to kind of be somewhere in a range. That is until this breakout here, once we got the movement on Bitcoin on June 20th. There you go, breakout of the range. That was a very clearly defined range for about a month and a half there. But yeah, Mara giving you a bit more of the same. This has been the topping area, this 13 area. This goes back a ways where we found resistance here. Hence this day now trading at around 11.59 at the moment. Yeah, where did we find support? That's interesting here. So let's have a look at the 30-minute. Yeah, interesting support area we're at right here. A lot of support around this 11.5. You have this quick break on the 22nd of 11.5, but you reclaim it really quickly. Do we get support at 11.5? Let's keep an eye. It's a clear level from before. Could play these ranges, and that's why I was kind of showing you why Mara, or how Mara was trending sideways, that you'd get 10% days, but somehow it would always remain within a defined trend. You can take advantage of that here. 11.5, clearly a level, and this is a swing trade too, quite frankly. You could get these at lows. So yeah, let's keep an eye on this area. In fact, I'm going to put a notification. I'm going to put it around 52, 53, and we'll probably take maybe a quarter position around there. See if we can get some support. But yeah, MNQ continues to pump to the downside. 14.9, now a distant memory. We're now at 14.892, and down we go. The NQ much, much weaker than the ES today. And as I look at my watch list, I can kind of see why. Energy is decidedly green on the day. All my energy names are up. I'm talking about classic energy, not green energy. And that's helping buoy the ES above the NQ as tech suffers now 14.9 to the downside here, Bradley.
Awesome. Thank you, Sharif, for that one. Currently looking at my position still as Amazon's in the negative, but NVIDIA is trying to battle this 402 area. I had an order to get back long at 402 reclaims. It did reclaim. I'm giving it the lower day risk 50 cents to see if we can make multiple dollars per share on that position. So that's the type of risk reward that I'm always looking for. And I'll try this again around the 400 area if this area does not end up holding. And the market, as you saw not too long ago that Sharif just mentioned, S&P 500 at the lows and NASDAQ breaking the lows. So both of these markets right back to the bottoms over here. So there could be more pain in the market. There goes the lower day attempt over here on NVIDIA. Let's see if the lower day can break, or are we going to hold in? NASDAQ already breaking the lower day. S&P 500 breaking the lower day. Amazon still holding around these areas, but I'm probably just going to cash this loss right here. Let me just take that loss. Ooh, there was some size on Amazon that showed up. 100 loss, not a lot. But let's quickly take these losses and wait for the market to, break the lows as it is right now. There goes NASDAQ breaking the lows. S&P 500 breaking the lows. I'm guessing Tesla is running right back to the south side. No, okay, Tesla is calmed down a little bit over here. Let's go check out Apple. Apple moving back to 185. Wow.
All right, I'm just trying to get apprised of what's going on. Okay, here we go. Mara at those levels. Let's now pull up Mara. All right, Mara trades on the NQ proudly. Surprise. All right, let's see what we're doing around here with our friend. Now, we're calling it our friend because we are now interested in trading Mara. Let's have a see. We're not going to jump into anything. It's obviously a counter trend trade, so it's really got to prove itself at these levels before we get into anything. And if that gives up 10 pennies, 15 pennies, it is what it is. We'll have to see how it trades. MicroStrategies also taking it heavily on the chin, 7.25%, 7.33% now for MicroStrategies. Down. You don't see it often that down. Usually it's just, 4 or 5%. Yeah, MicroStrategy started the day off near that 330 area. Now testing 300, 304, 39, the low on MicroStrategies on lower, volume, 616,000 shares. So not the greatest amount. Let's go to the 4-hour chart, get an idea of some levels. Clearly that 270 level, an interesting level, 275, 270, that goes back a ways. All the way back to March. So that's been support at that level. Still a little bit from there. 275 is interesting. If you are swing trading this, a good area of local support on MicroStrategies, taking on the chin though, as is most of crypto. Surprisingly though, Bitcoin only down 2/3%. I mean, down almost 3/4 now. Well, just as I say that, the volatility in Bitstonk is coming fast and furious here, proudly, as we move down closer to days. We're definitely at local lows here. 30,000 incoming on BTC. Question mark. BTC's coming down. Here we go. As the MNQ continues to go down as well.
Yeah, market's going down. This has to be it. This has to be it.
CVX is up apparently, says Renata. Yeah, I was just mentioning oil. CVX 2%. Your friend XOM, XOM up 2.1%. What's Oxy up to? Yeah, 1 2/3. Okay, energy very strong on the day. Is it still going? Yes, up and to the right. No stopping these guys. They are at days highs. Energy strong. You know what? 70 incoming possibly here on oil. This has been beat up lately. Oil has been taking it on the chin, but 67, like we've been showing you over and over again, holding on the CL August contract. We speculate, I guess, maybe some people buying, by some people I mean the U.S. government, replenishing those strategic stockpiles, proudly, that they've went through.
Hey, I have no clue what you're talking about right now, man. I'm in a trade, and we are trying to move back up north. Market's moving back up. Well, I don't know what stockpile, what is going on, but hey, the markets are very active at the moment. Look at this market trying to move back up north. We took some quite decent losses over here, trying to catch the bottoms, but this is what happens when you're trying to catch a falling knife. But now I'm trying to, focus in over here, trying to see what happens. Markets, SPYs, when I'm talking about market right now, I said 99.9% of the time I'm talking about NASDAQ, but right now I'm talking about the SPYs moving back up north in a pretty strong fashion. Can the NASDAQ, why did I say it so weirdly? Can the NASDAQ leech off of that move and push back to the upside over here? I don't know why I said it so weirdly. Push back up over here. NVIDIA, we had to punch the 40250 break. I like that area better. The consolidation on that area looked a little bit cleaner for the ad. And now we are about 30, 40. No, we're not. We are pushing up, though, on NVIDIA and on Amazon market. Come on. Is there a bottom here? Are the bottoms there today? Or there are no absolute bottoms to be caught on, and you just forget about the longs over here, Pratty, and complain about why you didn't get short earlier on. There is some move over here on NVIDIA, 30 cents in the money, $50 cents in the money. I would love to see that 404 breaking. 404 breaks, I think NVIDIA could really fly up to 406, 407 areas, and we could then, make some of these losses back, and then maybe even profit, turn NVIDIA back into the profit state, which it was at one point on the day today. Now, number 2 loser on the day, sadly, on NVIDIA. Amazon still hanging around in these very same ranges. I'm also looking at the futures time of sales. For those of you wondering, how am I trying to catch the bottoms? I'm trying to see if buying comes in on the futures around these lows, but if I do see selling according to the time of sales, then obviously I want to jump out of these trades. I don't want to be gambling and turn my whole day sour. I'm still green. We don't want to go red, right, ladies and gentlemen? So make sure that if you're in the same boat, you are managing your risk accordingly and you're treating your positions properly. If you don't treat your positions properly, it won't treat you properly back.
Yeah, you got to treat everything with respect. Keeping an eye here, but yeah, I mean, it's just a down day. I mean, there's really nothing to report. We retraced a little bit here on the NQ, back into 14.9 after making a 14.878 low. Well, I'm not going long anything here unless I really see it. If I miss it, I miss it. But what a down day it has been. The Katina man is short AMD, and it is headed to the downside. AMD, much like NVIDIA, well, not much like, they're both down, but NVIDIA double what AMD is down. 4.72 for NVIDIA, 2.18 for AMD. To the downside, both chart patterns looking quite weak, much like all of tech is at the moment.
Market's breaking the lows.
So we'll see here what happens. I'm going to go back quickly to the future to have a look and see what we are doing. Yeah, right back into the lows, as Pradley says. Dancing with 14.9 selling off. Down 1.14 now. The ES holding up much, much better, only down 1/3%. It's me, $2 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Hashtag no bottom. Well, there'll be a bottom somewhere. If one has to come in at 0, it'll come in, but it'll be somewhere. It'll be 4 o'clock, says Sean. Ponzi Fonzie.
You're not wrong with
that. What's a Lambo trade, bruh? I mean, your guess as good as mine. Wow. I mean, something short, question mark, we'll have to see, but I feel like I'm a little bit late to the party unless something really sets up here. Not going to be jumping in. Obviously, my eye is on Mara. We're watching it curl at the moment. 1150 is a level. We've been talking about we've got a lot of room to work with, 10% to the downside.
The bottoms are here, man.
Proudly wants the bottoms in. What do you see, brother?
Bottoms are here. For the intraday bottom, at least. Maybe not, but maybe for the next hour or so. Like, come on. How much are we going to drop here? SQQ is now at like 2070. And the fact that we had like basically $20 on this is, wow, like, what are we doing here? I mean, NVIDIA trying to push back up. Let's go see where Tesla is at the moment. Tesla, 244 still. Tesla's not moving at all. So maybe like 245 break long on Tesla. If the market punches back through the north side, could be something to take a look at. But right now, yeah, the markets are really battling these lower end of the ranges. Let me NASDAQ 14,890 or something. Let's go see what that looks like. NQ/U23CM. There you go. NQ/U23CM. Let's unfilter the tape also. 14,889 right now on the NASDAQ basket. Holding not that strong. It's not strong at all. If we were to go look at the NASDAQ futures, what could we expect as a level to the downside? Let's go do that. Oh, it looks like we already broke that level. There's a pretty big drop, man. Does that happen today? I don't think so, but it could easily happen all of the week over here. I'm expecting a whole red week, honestly. So let's see what happens over here.
Jeez.
Maybe we close this whole box back down. A clear rejection of 15K coming into today. If that wasn't obvious to you, then I don't know what will be, because this looks like the market wants to sell off, ladies and gentlemen.
Bradley looking and making a red prediction for the remaining trading days in the week. But here is Mara. Come to the screen. 1150 curl. Coinciding with a market bounce? Question mark. SSR bounce. Thank you for that, Neil. Let me look quickly here. So it is, yes, and 30,000 Bitcoin. So some confluence there. You get the SSR rule triggered on Mara. In case you're wondering what that is, now you can't short it on an on a downtick. You'll have to short it on an
SSR long?
38.8 million shares on the day. 1150. A technical level, we know, nice bounce on Mara. Keeping an eye on that. 1150 was the call. Do we get in? The thing. I don't like getting in. I gotta tell you the truth, because everything is so red. But Bitcoin is bouncing off 30,000. There's no question about that. 29,977. Low, immediately bought up. No closing print on the 1 minute candle below 30,000. 30,131 we go. Mara finding support now down only 8.25. What else? What else we got? An interesting consolidation happening here on our friend Tesla at that 245. You want to say like 243 to 245 level. Let's bring it in. This is Tesla. This is the 245 top in a range. Quite frankly, it's a 243.5. The wicks go lower. No closing prints on the 5 below that 243.5. Yeah, so an interesting consolidation area. You think flat bottom break, go with the trend, down 5%. Why find support here, right? Or do you just play this range or just stay away from it altogether? But yeah, Tesla doing an interesting little consolidation pattern here with a pretty defined range, while the market does find a momentary area of support. Some Arsenal news to speak about. Apparently, according to my sources, and by my sources I'm talking about like my Instagram account, Kai Havertz is in Spain doing the medical as we speak, and upon completion of which will be flown to London to sign and take the picture with Mikel. Any soccer fans know, you sign a contract, you sit beside the manager, he puts his arm on your back, he's the leader, you're the subordinate, he's leaning over on you like that. There's the contract, you got the pen, it's picturesque. He will be doing that, and apparently there will be the announcement where they take, the player takes pictures with the new kit, And that's all, you know, and the endorsement deals and stuff, they're all released at the same time. There's a big announcement. So that to be done soon. Arsenal in the hunt for Declan Rice. It looks like they will be upping their bid to £100 million to outbid Man City, which has bid £75 million with a possible $15 million to be added on depending upon performance. And they don't like those depending upon performance clauses because it's just so unequivocal. So looks like Arsenal sweetening the deal, and they're going after these other players too. I'm very, very pleased with what Arsenal has been doing, and I knew that this would be a byproduct of a good season. The fact that we were back in the Champions League, the fact that we had a viable team to actually compete for top spot would attract so many players, and that's what I've been saying, and hopefully that pans out. As I look here, back to trading, Mara finding a little bit of resistance here at 1170 as we dance with that 1160, 1170 proudly. Support for now, but I need continuity.
Wow, Lucid really pushing down to all-time lows here, ladies and gentlemen. That short off of 620 that Sean, I think Neil had too, I believe. Monster shorts to the downside. There is some size right now on the bids at 575. More than, I think, 1,500 lots or so. Market's looking like it wants to bounce, so maybe Lucid can bounce with it. Lucid still up 5% on the day, and the all-time low is only 30 cents away from here. So if buyers don't come in over here, where do they come in? Is that catalyst that they had today that they partnered with Aston Martin to provide them with, future powertrains and batteries and so on? Is that not a good catalyst for them? And at the same time, they now have a percentage in Aston Martin. So all of these catalysts do look good to me. I'm going to try this long over here on the stock. Give it that 1 cent of risk for this position. Let's see if we can capitalize on this move over here. I'll take a little bit more size.
Yeah, I'm just watching what the future is doing over here because looks like we found some nice support. Let's see if it hangs above 14.9 at 14.9, 14.9 getting bought up. Let's see, is this a level that we find some support at? We'll need proof. So not jumping in anything. Definitely a counter trend trade down 1%, but definitely finding that level for now. Eyeing this trade though. The other one is Mara. Obviously, already talked about that. I need a newer high here. So now we've obviously made a high at 1170. Here's the retracement. Is this the first retracement? If it is,
look at that size.
We'll get up, curl up, possibly make a newer high. Then I'll definitely be interested in this trade. Look for maybe 1171, 1172, breakout trade. Proudly, what's up?
Size just got added on top of the size that was already existing, and more size piling in that 575 area. So look at that level get cleaned out on 576. Now we have a little bit of size on 576 side. Can we pump to the north side? Looks like the bottoms are in. Your boy Pratt called out the bottom after getting it wrong for 7 million times, but we did call the bottom over here. We're now moving back up north on all these stocks. Tesla moving back up north. Tesla's 246. I wanted the 245 long too. I didn't take it. We're now at 246.50s on Tesla, moving up north drastically across the board over here. Looks like we might have had the minor intraday bottom for now. We are in the Amazon long. Wow, Nvidia back through 404. Can we get back through 405 on Nvidia? I'm not gonna keep gambling on this position. I'm gonna leave Nvidia alone. I tried to trade this so many times today, and I've been trading it so scaredly, so paper-handedly, I guess is the way to put it. I don't have the right term for it, that's why. So I've been trading it so poorly that I don't want to keep doing this anymore. I'm just gonna put my mental capital, my mental risk somewhere else on the market. There's a million stocks out there. Why am I sitting here, gambling and getting myself beat up and then going back to it? There's no point in it. So we'll leave this one in the dirt where it belongs for today. And we'll go to other positions which are working at the moment. Come on, TQQs, which is basically 3 times leverage ETF long on the QQQs. If the NASDAQ ETF is moving to the north side or the NASDAQ futures are moving, then this position should be profitable for me. We were also trading SQQQs today earlier on, and you saw how we smashed those longs to the upside. We're trying to do something similar on the TQQ side at the moment. And Amazon long, you guys can see that's on the board. Let's go back to Lucid to see how this one's moving at the moment.
Why is it
Still
moving
holding
today?
576, Aston Martin partnership.
Interesting. That's a nice look. for them. Yes. Kind of suffering from brand recognition. Everybody knows who they are. They're asking for $300,000 for their cars. What would you rather pay for, an Urus or?
What'd you call it?
Urus.
Is that how you call it?
The Urus.
Isn't it the Urus?
Urus?
Yeah, I thought it's the Urus. Lamborghini Urus?
Urus?
Urus? Whatever works.
Urus?
Like, well, I think every time this happens, when I get into this type of situation where people are arguing about, phonetics,
yeah, I don't really
what
care.
I say is
What do you say?
the Shakespeare's infamous quote, a rose could be called different. It wouldn't change the characteristics or the smell or the way it looks.
No, it wouldn't.
Right?
No.
That's it.
Wouldn't at all. I like that.
It wouldn't change the fact that the car is ugly, and I'm joking. It's a beautiful car. Brendan doesn't like that car.
Well, Brandon and I we talk about it. It's just, we agree.
Brendan hates that car. He just looked over, he's like, no.
Yeah, we agree. It's like, why are they charging so much again? Who are you guys again? Why should I buy you guys?
What, you don't want to own a car that's made by a company that makes tractors? Come on, dude.
I'm not talking about Lambo.
Oh, okay,
I'm talking about Lucid. No,
Lucid,
I'm not disrespecting
right.
Lambo. Lambo's got plenty of goodwill and plenty of, base. Okay, we're long. Mara, here's the reason I got long. Let's look. Here's the bounce, the obvious bounce, but it could be BS. You get the first pullback, and then the first pullback gets bought up, makes a new high. That's where I want to participate. Look, and the fact that I got a partial fill shows me that there is demand in this area, and there it goes. Getting bought up. I don't even have a full fill on this, but here we go. Do we get continuity? We're getting a double bottom forming on BTC at 30,000-ish. You think this one probably moves with it. At least that's what I'm hoping, betting on. Let's see what kind of continuity get. Where do we get filled? We got filled at 72. We need continuity here. What does the chart show? Let's bring in the 5-minute on Mara. Okay, so first of all, the level that I like to look at first and foremost, obviously Friday's close, where the actual long-term money stayed in, not intraday, 1271, and there was a good amount of action around that level from 11 o'clock onwards, so you like that level as a possible resistance level. That's first and foremost. Now, intraday today, where do we find support and resistance? Well, there's clearly something brewing here at 12 and a quarter, between 12 to 12 and a quarter, more like 12.05, 12 and a quarter. So we'll probably find some resistance in and around this area. You'd assume the $12 level, obviously, the whole dollar level, but the price action suggests it's probably around that 12.20. We'll see. We'll see what we get. But yeah, that's what I'm looking for. If you're looking for a full retracement on the day, I mean, that's kind of ambitious. You're obviously looking at a resistance level of 1270, 1275. That's not where I'm looking. I'm going to be a little bit more sensible in my ambitions, and I'll be looking for in and around here, this 1220, 12 and a quarter area, but we'll need continuity, and there could be bamboozlement, and there could be bamboozlement fast and furious. So where are we wrong? To me, it's pretty clear. It's a break of the low of the day. We're pretty much near the low of the day. So if we're, I'm giving it to the break of here. So you could either give it to the break of the close if you want to be really nitpicky and say, no, I'm going to say 1149, 1150 is the break for me. I got a little bit more room. I'll give it to the actual low of day, 1142. That's where I'm wrong. My ambitions are here. My out is here.
Rachel in the chat saying, I actually like the way the Lucid cars look. I guess I'm a weirdo. No, that's not what we were trying to say.
I like them too.
We like the way the Lucid cars looks, but I think what Sharif was trying to say was, you guys don't have a proven track record to be asking so much money for a car, but that's the beauty about, owning your own company. You can put the prices, and if you don't want to sell it to people, just don't sell it to people. But if you are a public company, then it's not that good for you, because bears like Brad will always be ready to short the crap out of you anytime it moves up, because we know that A, you're failing at creating inventory, B, no inventory means no sales, C, no inventory means no sales means lower demand, and D, means you're about to delist very soon. Yeah, very so even with all the idea over there that I have on Lucid, you saw me try to punch longs multiple times today. The idea was, the catalyst with Aston Martin might just help them out. They are only, pennies away from all-time lows over here on Lucid. That's my whole idea. I saw some size show up on the bids. Another viewer in the chat, Aaron's asking, when you say a lot of size, are you referring to the amount of buyers on the bid in the level 2? Exactly. So size means level, buyers or sellers on the level 2, on the bid or the ask. And when that shows up, I try to see if those levels are holding. Are those buyers strong enough to hold that level? Are they crossing up and wiping out the sellers, or vice versa? Are the sellers crossing down and wiping out the buyers? What exactly is happening at the market or on that stock at that moment? What game is being played, and what type of trades can we situate ourselves around in? So as you saw right here on Lucid at 574, 575, a lot of bidders showed up on the bid and they were refreshing. Then the bidders actually crossed up into the ask, and then they started bidding higher. So they started bidding 576, they started bidding 577. So that's giving me an indication to, build into a long, give it that 1 penny, 2 penny risk with slippage, maybe 3, 4 pennies at best. And then we just ride it to the north side over here, have some fun on Lucid longs, which were one of the most strongest trades in the day to start off with. But now giving up the ghost, as Sharif says it.
Sky Erlog, $3 super chat. Thank you. No message attached, though, sadly. So, yeah, at me, though, if you want to attach a message. Watching how we trade here on the NQ at 14.9. What's the situation here? Are we going to hold? Are we going to make a newer high? Are the dips, the retracements into 14.9 on the NQ, going to get bought up? Much in the same way that they were bought at 15.1 last week when we had that kind of same trade. Much different setup, though. But, yeah, not going to jump into this huge trade. Let's see how we trade around here. We're above it for now, but this could turn quite quickly. Bitcoin also turning back around, and now we have to watch out for our position on Mara, as bamboozlement could be coming in fast and furious here, as BTC coming right back down into 30,000. We haven't broken lows. My out is at lows. So that's the last line in the sand. I was able to add on this one, but I won't be, we'll see. We'll see how we do. But the out, the break of the low, BTC coming right back into 30,000. Let's see how we trade around here. Trying to see if there is some sort of confluence between these index names, or the NASDAQ specifically and BTC. Not looking like BTC's finding much support at the moment. We'll see how 30,000 ends up holding. We got to keep an eye because of our Mara trade. Okay, NVIDIA finding good support as well. 401 exactly to the dot is the low on the day. Now we're back into 406. NVIDIA, the animal that it is, continues to give us great intraday volatility. I don't know, man. This stock's been the name to trade, whether you were, whatever you're doing, since January onwards. 422, that's Friday's close. High at day 427. We're at 406 and a quarter now. So lots of move to the downside. What was the poll question? If we're going to see 400. Yeah, okay, well, not yet. 401 low at the moment. Let's see how we hold. How's our Mara trade looking now? Not great. We're out of the money. We're 9 pennies out of the money. We'll see if we hold here. I'm liking what I see, though, on the future so far. Not jumping into this trade, but looks like there's some good support here, Bradley. Bag holder. What do you think of GNRC? Quickly, just let me apprise myself of that. Generac, yeah, okay. So the generator company that has all those TV commercials, yeah, they're great, especially in the summer. With a lot of the outages, you always want to have that if you have a home, not so much in a condo. Generac's energy technology company, okay, we know it is. Let's look at the chart. What's the daily, first and foremost? So it's a downtrend. There's no question about that. GNRC, much like everything else, November 2021, the top over 500, and the low, the December low there, looks like it got to just below 90, 87 and change, possibly 86 and change. Been going up since the beginning of the year, not with the same pace as the general market. It's good. It's off the lows. So let's just say a 90 low and a 130 area. So all the mathematicians do that for me. I'm not going to do it on the fly.
Chart. Guys, go to chart.
Yeah, chart, guys. Thanks. And then, you know, we're possibly reclaiming the 200 year. Anyway, it's not a great look, especially because, you know, when you're comparing it to the ES or the NQ, it's definitely underperforming. I could do an overlay here, but I could just tell you for sure this is underperforming. Yes, it is off the lows. Yes, it is up on the year. Year to date is good, but is this a small or mid cap? This is a small cap. It's an $8 billion cap. So yeah, this is probably why small caps have grossly underperformed large caps for the majority of this year, save and except for January when the Russell outperformed the ES and the NQ. That has not been the case since. I know small caps have had a bit of a run as of late, but you know, nothing really to rival their large cap cousins. So Generac falling into the small cap category, and you know, even though it's up on the year, I don't like the look. I gotta tell you the truth, it ain't my cup of tea. But I did hear that industrials on an equal weighted basis, if you take industrials, equal weighted industrials, and then you do an equal weighted S&P, industrials are far outperforming when you look at equal weight. So I'm told. Do your own homework, but so I'm told. And I don't know if Generac would fall under industrials, would it? I don't even know. What's up, Bradley?
Someone in the chat saying DWAC Truth Social merger might come in. I'll give you the other side of the sentiment on that. I don't think it might come in, and even if it does, I don't think it will matter. And the honest reason behind that is because Twitter getting taken over by Elon and reinstating Trump. I don't know if he's back 100% yet, but reinstating Trump and Elon taking over Twitter, you know, kind of being more lenient with the bans and so on. I don't think Truth Social is going to take off anywhere, but I don't know the future, right? If DWAC does come back into play, if the future is exciting for that stock, then you know the person who absolutely smacked the DWAC halt is going to be looking for that trade one more time. So we'll see what happens. Right now, there is no trade on it, so there's no point in pulling that up. I'm not even going to waste my time with it. AMD actually giving you some good ranges one more time over here. I mean, look at that trade that I gave you a long time ago, that 116 break short, and now we're all the way back to 107, 108 on AMD. Wow, 50 period EMA on the 1 day chart. This is the yearly chart. Every single candle is 1 day, 1 full day's volume transacted on it. And the fact that we're right back into this range over here, can we see some buyers showing up in this ranges, or are we pulling back even more to the downside and actually getting under 100 on AMD? That's the question. Amazon breaking the lower day, stopping me out. I am done trading that stock on the day now. Now the only position I'm going to be managing is going to be Lucid. Lucid for a possible move back to $6 and getting back up through this 585, most likely this consolidation high that it had right here, 585, 586. Right now we're seeing a rejection, sadly, of that 580, which we were holding in these areas as a low. So if we are not able to reclaim that 580 and start trading above 580, then this long is not looking that good either. We are just waiting patiently to see what this market wants to do. Amazon making a new low a day. We might just see 127 breaking on Amazon. Sheesh. And NVIDIA now 406, 405, also pulling back to the south side. Could we see that 400 coming in?
Yeah, below 14.9 we go again, Bradley, on the NQ. Let's see if we get bought up, or this is just the next step down in what's been quite a robust down day. So I know you live in Brampton.
Yeah.
But I live around here, around Midtown. And Yorkdale is around Midtown. And Yorkdale has a Lucid store. So that, like, you remember how Tesla used to have them? Same thing. And so when you go to Yorkdale, what you always see is the Lucid test car being driven around. So I'm constantly seeing that car everywhere I go because I'm always there, right? Doing like shopping and stuff. So every time I notice something different.
Okay.
Right? Like, you know, that's just normal. especially if you don't get to see something for that long. It's quick, you know?
Right.
And this, have you seen the amount of screens in this thing, bro?
I think I heard you telling me it's like 2 in the back, 2 in the front.
It's just
like all
a
over
lot.
this place.
There's everywhere. Like, you know, the areas where you put your window up and down for the pass, it's a whole screen.
Right.
You do the whole thing from anyway. The point is, all I kept seeing there is not screens. I kept seeing GPUs.
Right.
And who's going to be providing these low quality, low grade, because they're not really high necessity GPUs, who's going to be providing these en masse? You know what I mean? That would be interesting to find, like, if anybody distinguishes themselves in that category, because every EV I see, all I see is screens everywhere all over.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I mean, it makes sense, dude. Once these cars are fully driving by themselves, what are you really going to be doing in the car?
Right. Well, you got to be doing something. You got to stay entertained. Yeah, exactly. Watching movies, go on the internet, so whatever it is. Yeah. NVIDIA bouncing, sure, 405 holding, 14.9. We're getting buying at 14.9, no doubt about that. So we dipped below, the dip got bought up. This is what you're looking for if you're looking for a level to hold. I'm still not jumping in. Let's see if we continue to make new highs, but the dips so far have been being bought up at 14.9 on the NQ. I'm eyeballing this. SOS, CL, the CPUs in those low-end devices have GPUs on the same die. Okay, interesting. Sharif, Tesla uses modified mobile low-power CPU GPUs. Okay, systems on chips, SoCs, for their cars. Not sure about Lucid. Very interesting. Thank you for that. Good to know these kind of little deets. I worked for self-driving Uber, and each Volvo XC had 4 top-of-the-line NVIDIA GPUs in the back. Really? So interesting. So we're going to probably have that distinction between high-end cars and, you know, mid and low-end cars, where the high-end ones are going to be using high-end GPUs. Is that it? I don't know. Interesting there. So AMD and Tesla, says Justin, with respect to that. Okay. Interesting look all around. I love the chat. Always educating us, baby. I think it's definitely something to keep an eye out on. Bitcoin broke 30,000. Eek. We haven't broken my support level on Mara. So my trade not done there, despite the fact that I am now 10 pennies out of the money on that trade. We'll see what 30,000 here does on BTC. We break below it. We reclaim it real quick. I'm also watching 14.9 on the NQ and how we get bought up, or opposite of that, sold off around this level. I want to see it resolve either way. I am eyeballing this trade, these 2 trades, I should say. Yeah, we'll see.
Someone in the chat asking, Brad, do you short Indian stocks? No, I don't really trade Indian market at all, man. But I know about the Adnani group or whatever. They recently had that big short report on them that completely destroyed them. So, yeah, but over here on Day Trade the World, I don't even know. I'm pretty sure we do have Indian markets available, right, Sean? Incorrect?
Incorrect.
Don't we have an office in India, though? There's an office in India. That's why I thought Indian markets are available, but the Indian markets are not available on Day Trade the World. But there are offices in India, so if you do want to open an office or join an office, all you have to do is send an email to marketing@daytradetheworld.com. To learn more, just go to DTTW.com and you can find out more about it. But yeah, over here, we are strictly North American, NASDAQ, as far as we know. We do have other markets too, but we don't really trade them as much as we would like to. Yeah, that answers your question, hopefully. People in the chat saying HD is rocking. Really, Home Depot moving to the north side, eh? 1.5 million shares traded so far on the day. Yeah, trading at $307, and the market's trying to, you know, maybe have a bottom over here. If the markets do end up having a bottom of some sorts, and Home Depot, you know, moving to the beat of its own drum, maybe it takes out 307 to the high side and keeps on rocking. I mean, look, recently we took out a nice 10-day range of that 305 or so that 305 break should have been something to look into, and you actually got to take that on the opening 15-minute or whatever breakout over here. Later on, we hold that 305 on the way back down. Now we're at 307. I mean, this just looks amazing to me. So if we do pull back to 305, I would love for that long opportunity again right over here, 305, 306 areas. The stock could have room to get back to 310 in the next few weeks or so. I'm actually going to put this stock on my watch list for the after hours show, so we can talk about it over there. Let me just quickly pull up some Google Notes or something. Google Keep, and I'll put that in there. Yeah, HD looks interesting to me. The fact that we took out that range, we've seen how weak the retail sector has been not too long ago. You know, retail numbers coming out bad, Home Depot pushing down, Walmart pushing down, Target getting hurt with the retail numbers and their own little problems that they had for themselves. So let's look at Walmart today. Here's Walmart 0.2. I know Home Depot is like more like you know, lumber and all those other things, but general retail sector looks like Home Depot is beating that sector today.
Yeah, it's looking to see who's got earnings today after hours. Today, who do we have today after market? Bubkiss. We got nothing after hours today. Just make sure that, yeah, we got all our ducks in a row. You know, once you get out of your routine, I don't know how you feel about this, but I have a daily routine.
Right.
And today, obviously, I didn't follow it. I had an appointment, this and that. You come in, you feel discombobulated. You don't feel like, you know, you've got all your ducks in a row. You come in, you're trying to trade, but you don't really know what's going on. All right, back here, NQ, 14.9. Still looking at that level. Above it, at it. It doesn't look, I mean, I'm not making a judgment one way or another, whatever way it resolves, but we're at a critical level. I don't want to see something here, baby. Definitely looking to take one move or another, but those 14.9 dips keep getting bought up. Maybe a move above 14.925, and then maybe we're looking long. We're back only, you know, a penny out of the money here on our friend Mara, as 30,000 holds for the moment on Bitcoin. Bit of like a triple, quadruple bottom, if you want to call it that, on the 1 minute chart here on Bitcoin. A lot of noise, obviously, on the 1 minute. So, yeah, I'd take of that, make that, you know, doesn't really matter. Anyway, continuing to watch here, looking to see if we find support at these levels. It looks like we're slowing down in our descent. Do we ascent? That's the question. Rekka 12, you're funny. Take vodka shot. It's not Friday. Maybe Friday. You never know. We've been known to have a beer or two live on the show towards the end, proudly, right? On Fridays. We've done that before. And so, yeah, we'll see. Yeah, looking good here. Looking good here on Mara. Still not going to jump in onto this future position, but definitely looking good at these 14.9 dips. Getting bought up nice.
Getting bought up. Buy them up, baby. Tesla moving back above 245 right now. We're watching Amazon kind of struggle around this 127.50s, but it is also moving up north. And let's get rid of Walmart over here. Let's show you NVIDIA. NVIDIA near 405, 406 at the moment. As you guys can see clearly, S&P 500 and both of these markets are moving up. All the longs, I mean, I did tell you, right? The bottom's in. I told you the intraday bottom was in. We are looking for those moves up. We have Lucid on the board to take advantage of this move. But Lucid, stock selection, stock selection, stock selection. That's the name of the game. Lucid not really doing anything for me at the moment. So we have to just be careful. Not sure who hit the idea symbol there. But I'm guessing the main man, Sean, did that because we were talking about stock selection Friday. You could have the best setup in the world. You could have the Lambo indicator and everything. But if you don't have the right stock to apply everything to, it doesn't even matter.
So true.
Doesn't even matter. So here's Lucid being an absolute dead fish, not moving around. NVIDIA kind of teetering around 406, 407. Amazon popped up to 127.70s from that 127.50, which happens to be the teal 50-period EMA on the 1 minute chart. Let's see if we can get that breakout of that area. I want to take that 128 breakout on Amazon for a possible move back to 129, 130-ish or so. But let's see if that is even available. A couple other positions that the chat's looking at. Chat's talking about AI. Yeah, AI is down 2%, but the relative volume is very low, ladies and gentlemen, and it's on SSR day 2. That's why I am not really bothered about, you know, looking for entries on this position. It's also stuck in absolute ranges from all of the week or so. So no new ranges. no new catalyst, no new bump in relative volume, the stock is not in play for me. But just looking at the chart, hindsight's 2020. There were a bunch of levels for you to maybe capitalize on. You could have taken the 34, 35 breaks. You could have taken those breaks again back through to the downside. You could have caught the bottom on 32. All these levels do look like they kind of came into play. Lucid is now moving back to 575, so I have to go watch my position to see if 575 holds, or do we go through 575 this time, and even that trade ends up being a dud.
Anemic bounces. That's what I can call them.
Anemic bounces.
14.9. Okay. Bounces nonetheless. But they don't look appetizing. If you are long inclined, I have to say, with all honesty here, another decline below 14.9. No, I did not mean for that to rhyme. But here we go. 14.878, the low. Market looking weak. Yeah, it's interesting. Look, I mean, still, we could get bought up immediately here, and the long could be in. I'm not going either way. We're still definitely within that range, but we'll continue to wait and see if this one resolves to the high side or low side. We're in the money, though, now on our Mara long as BTC comes into VWAP. Finding resistance on VWAP is BTC. It is now red on the day, 1%. To the downside, it was down like 1/3%. Mara finding support at 1150, but nothing to write home about. We're like 4 or 5 pennies in the money here. It's a joke. So we're looking for something a bit more, and we definitely need the breaks of these peaks here to print higher highs. We already have higher lows, and so we need continuity in that move up. We shall see. Wow, that 14.9 dip gets bought up again. Look at that. Dip below, buying comes in. Let's continue to wait. Not jumping in. Let's see how we do around here. But yeah, a lot of buying coming in at that level. It's just, this is the way it works, right? I mean, it's not so entertaining, but the development at the levels, I think, is the most important part in this trade. Let's see how we do here. Yeah, knock on the door, 1175 here on Mara, looking to print a newer high. And newer high on Mara comes vis-a-vis the, I think it's 76. Let me double check that real quick. 77 break, so that'll be another higher high. We'll wait for that. Why are you giggling?
Sean, Neil. I love it, man. I love it. APLD, someone in the chat saying. I love it. APLD, someone in the chat saying, Pride, can you please take a look at APLD? Yeah, I'll take a look at it for you, but I don't really see anything in that trade. I'll be honest. Once again, this looks like a very much of a dud trade to me. Look at this range we've been stuck in. How many days has the stock traded in this range? Right, $7 to $10 or so. Once we actually break out of this range high, then I'm more interested to trade this position or break down that range low. That gets me excited. That gets me, then we got much more room to the downside, much more room to the upside. Until then, it's just a hands-off for me. Another point that I set up about the stock that we were looking at earlier, average 10-day volume, 8.3 million. It's traded 8.62 today. I can't see it trading much more volume than it's already traded. If you are looking for any trades right now on this position, I probably wouldn't do it. But if you are, maybe there's some shorts over here off this double top incoming around $9.20. Maybe there's some longs at VWAP. But the fact that, I have to even use the words maybe or so on, just and also I just showed you how much of a range the stock has been stuck in. That big volume candle where it actually broke that range, I traded it. I don't think I have pictures of that day that I did trade it, but I actually did trade it on this very day that it broke that high of 1030 or so. And I got trapped because it went up to 1130, came back right down to the south side, and I lost about 30, 40 cents on it, I think. Overall, that's the story on it. If you were a long-term investor trying to take the break out of this trade, you probably got stopped out on it too. So I'm waiting to see if it either breaks this to the downside or breaks this to the upside. And as a day trading channel, I'll just leave my ideas and my thoughts to day trading time scale, not about a swing trading time scale, because that's a whole different thesis.
Sounds good. Sounds good. All right, so we are moving up in our position on Mara as we now knock on the door of 1181. So we're also above VWAP on BTC, above 30,125. So watching that one go. Also looking at this NQ involved in that now with a small position, looking for this one to hold 14.9. You like the dips, but you know, there still may be bamboozlement here, so be on guard. Be on guard. It's a red day. So here's what we're doing. So we're involved in those two at the moment. 10.69 on Mara and 14.923 and a half on the future. What's my profit targets on Mara? So the first and foremost, we know we're likely to encounter some resistance at the whole dollar. I'll be looking likely to take some around there. Then we talked about this area above the whole dollar around 12 and 12.15, 12.20, 12 and a quarter, in and around there. We talked about this being in a consolidation range and likely to present us with an area of resistance. So likely be looking to trim more around there if we were able to break through the $12. So that'll be my first and my second profit targets, looking for that. But we'll really need to continue to move up. But good movement so far. BTC finding some support at 30,000 and Mara kind of benefiting from that, guys. Renata's involved in CV. No, I don't know if she's involved. She's been talking about CVX a lot, high a day. We talked about energy being the beast that it was today and helping keep the ES higher up than the NQ. The ES now only down 0.19, the NQ down 0.9394. So CVX definitely giving the S&P a bit of a bounce here, and the other energy names. You had one, I guess, dip trade off this. It was the VWAP dip trade around 10:30 or so. Let's put in the ticker over here so everyone knows what we're talking about. CVX. And yeah, it's just basic. You buy the dip anywhere around here. Good day for CVX. The Friday close was 151.35. 154.82, almost that 155 area, high a day, 2%. The daily, what do we got here on the daily? Very, very much near the lower end of the consolidation range. It seems that 150 has been absolute money on dip buys as of late, and that goes back into mid-March. That 150 level looks fantastic. So CVX having a decent day today. The future still finding some resistance around here, but the Mara trade doing good, Bradley.
Just looking for some stocks that have any other catalysts that we might have missed out. Looks like IBM was part of that list. Even Under Armour was part of the list. Under Armour continues to shed market value following a downtrend. Downgrade at Wells Fargo today. We also got IBM efforts to reshape itself into a larger cloud company accelerates with buyout of Aptio. IBM apparently bought out a company named Aptio, so let's go check out IBM at the moment, see if that helped them out on the day today. Usually when companies buy out other companies, you know, they are out of some cash, so they do get sold off a little bit. But over here, IBM, you know, making that run up north because investors and the market itself probably considering that their new buyout, the new acquisition that they had, might just help them out in the future, you know, disrupting other spaces such as cloud and so on, which they want to. So here's IBM today. I wish I knew about that catalyst because I love trading IBM anytime there's a catalyst behind it. Today, a clean up straight up to the north side move, 1.19% up on the day, holding the 100-period EMA right now on the 1-minute chart and continuing to see if we can get back above 131 over here. High day is actually 131.32. Looks like we might just see some rejection around this 131 area, but I could be wrong. Amazon pushing back to 128 at the moment. Market still curling to the north side. S&P 500 almost back to VWAP on the 5-minute chart. Still you know, 3 to 6 points left over here for S&P 500 to go to VWAP, I believe. I can't see the exact number VWAP is at, so I'm just estimating over here. NASDAQ still quite a bit of a way to go, but successfully holding above 14,900 at the moment. You guys saw how I have no more positions left on board. That's because Lucid did break the size on the bids and push to the downside, so we got stopped out on that trade. And now I'm just patiently waiting to see what happens. I mean, the market's you know, holding the low areas. I want to really wait for a breakout of that area so I can punch it to, you know, some big tech stock somewhere, either to the upside or the downside. So just being patient, being very careful, being very patient, trying to see if any A+ setups present themselves to me so I could absolutely annihilate those trades. But right now, I don't really see anything happening for myself, so I'm being on the sidelines, being a bench warmer.
Yeah, I like that, man. Wait for your setup, baby. All right, some other names moving here. 405 holding on NVIDIA. We're dancing with the 406
I don't
level.
wait for my setup. My setup waits for me.
It does? Okay. Let me know how that goes. 128 coming in on Amazon. Nice curl in some of these names. I'm seeing Meta being yelled out a lot here in the chat, and with good reason, as we definitely get that curl off 277.5. Now knocking on the door of that 280.5. We'll have to really trend upward here if we want to go green. Green comes way of 288.75 break. Yeah, that's a ways away. We'll doubt we'll see that, but you never know, man. Power hour could bring the heat. Some interesting stuff coming up for tomorrow if you're Canadian. I think we get CPI tomorrow, which is always interesting to see what the Fed will be doing. We know how hot the real estate markets got again this year. Will the Fed put their foot on the brake?
Oh, Lucid. Oh my God.
Yeah, we're moving down.
Dropping.
Yeah, likewise with my position on Mara and the futures, as we get a retracement now on Mara back into the $0.75 off that almost 90 high, a bit of a, not quite, healthy retracement possibly. We'll see how we do on these levels.
Nicole Harris going, why is Mullen so active? All it does is go down. I guess that's why it's active. It's just getting short city every single day. It pops up after hours, and then it sells off every single day intraday. So that's just MULN. I mean, dude, it does 100 million shares every single day.
Yeah, okay.
If that's not active, I don't know what is. But it's a penny stock. If it's not doing 100 million shares, what are you doing at that point? Go ahead and delist already.
Delist.
Right? It's now 17 cents. I remember when this stock was at $1, and I was you know, the host on the show. This one viewer was like, the stock's gonna fly to $5, $5. I was like, be very careful, be very careful. And they were right. It went to 10, I think, if I remember correct. No, I think it went to like 2 something. Let's actually confirm it. Let's actually confirm what the high is on MULN. But they were actually not wrong. Yeah, look at that. I do remember it going up to those highs right here of $10, $11 or so. But then I threw out my bear warning, as I always do. Stocks like these are always known to just dump right back down. And now look at the new all-time low. It's not fun to being trapped into these positions. And even in the after-hour show, I think someone wanted us to take a look at MULN. I said, no, I'm not doing it. I'm not going to talk about MULN. I don't want to even put the idea of that stock in someone's head in case you do get up into a long and then you get hurt from it. So, guys, be very careful. I don't even know if this company makes cars. There's Lucid and there's MULN.
Let's look at it. I mean, it's been a minute since we looked at it. I remember looking it up before the Mullen.
I think even Nikola makes more actual products than MULN, don't they?
Automotive. Yeah, by the way, Proudly, thanks for bringing that up. Nikola, I saw that today, was very active. Yeah, down 14%. So, I mean, it's not bad. All right, Mullen Automotive. Let's look at images. What do we got here? Okay. The 5 EV debuts in Los Angeles. This looks like a concept car rather than a production. What does the actual production car look like? I'll have to probably go to the site for that. But yeah, interesting. Everybody's going with that, you know, SUV coupe style, where it's got the low, sleek roof line, right? Like a coupe, whatever you want to call it. Well, it's actually coupe.
Oh, you're not French, buddy.
Yeah, well, you're saying it wrong, bro. I can pronounce it differently if I want.
We were just joking about it earlier. It doesn't matter.
About
dude.
what?
As long as people understand it.
Yeah,
who cares?
yeah, exactly. It doesn't look bad from the back. I gotta tell you the truth. This looks pretty
looks
cool.
like a
You know what this
Panamera
looks
or
like?
no,
Yes,
Porsche.
it looks like the Cayman.
Cayman, thank you.
The Cayenne. Sorry,
Cayenne,
the
Cayenne.
Cayenne Coupe. There's the Cayenne normal, and then there's the one like that's the X6 with the low roof line.
What is
It's
this?
exactly. I have no idea what it is.
What is that? What are those?
Their version of the Cybertruck, maybe.
What are those?
That's the Mullen version of the Cybertruck. No, I'm kidding. We don't know. We're not. We're not making fun of them.
They're trying to make trucks too? Go back, go back. That truck up top, all the way up top.
There's one.
Are they trying to compete with
Acquired
Nikola?
no Bollinger Motors. They acquired a 60% interest. No.
Okay, so they're trying to get into the truck
Yeah, okay,
business,
we'll
compete
see.
with Tesla and Nikola over there.
Yeah, good
Markets are
luck.
pulling back though right now, ladies and gentlemen. A little bit, tiny pullback. Amazon struggling around 128. Amazon 128 not giving you that breakout that you might want. And not NVIDIA, AMZN, not giving you that 128 breakout just yet, but as the market's now trying to go back up, let's see if 128 can break. 128 also happens to be the 100-period EMA on the 1-minute chart. There's that 128 break. Can we stick with it and keep on marching to the north side? Come on, markets, go back up so I can get back in short.
Yes, listen to the Prostradamus, please and thank you. Exclamation point as we now come into local highs at we're still within the range, but you want to see a 14,930 break and take. That's what I'm going to say now, break and take. Meaning by take I mean take the level and stay above it. That's what I'm looking for there as we were able to add nicely at the bottom there to this position to kind of build it up. Now we're looking for continuity, knowing full well this is a counter trend trade. Keeping an eye on that. Mara continuing to dance with that 3/4 level. I'll be nervous if this makes a newer low. Now initially my out was the local low here, which is the 1145 break. Now I have to say that that's moved up. I've got to move that up. There's a new low here that I want to identify. It's at 1154. If we get a break below that, I think, I don't know if it's wise to move up the trailing stop here. I'll have to think about that. But that is definitely a possibility of moving up my trailing order with Mara here, as I am unsure about how Bitcoin will fare at $30,000, $30,000, as we now curl again off VWAP, possibly to come in to to 30,000 again on BTC for the umpteenth time since 1245. So be keeping an eye on that and keeping an eye on this market as we continue to dance with 14.9, not taking it decisively one way or the other. Nerves be racking here as we come down in on Mara, now down to the 1170 area, keeping my eyes peeled here on these positions. Sky Erlog. Hi, Sharif and Prad. I had sent $3 super chat. Did you see it? Yes, I did. I asked you what you wanted to ask and asked you to tag me in the chat. Thank you for doing that. Now you can tag me and attach your message. Usually you attach it directly with the super chat itself. Let's look at like this. Why don't you? Okay, let's see this. Prad, what are you going to name your show? Interesting. When he gets back, I'll ask him. Maybe, I don't know if he's got a name for that yet. Let's see here. Nothing else really being talked about. Back into CVX says, I don't even know how to say your name. Yeah, so not much going on. Let's see what's strong in big cap world here. It looks like Amazon really staying above that or dancing with that 128, trying to stay above 127, holding it down 1% on the day. Apple down the least, has to be said, only 0.4 to the red side for Apple, holding 185 very well. All the prints holding in at that 75-ish area, nothing closing below it. 185.75 is what I'm talking about. Everything else decidedly lower. Apple faring best on the day in big tech, big cap world, I would have to say. But the chart looking like a dud, to be honest with you. Yeah, not much going on as we continue to hold these levels on the NQ. About 15 minutes left on the show. It's been an interesting Monday. You know that the market kind of has been in wait-and-see mode. And yeah, I think we're just giving back some of the last week profits a little bit proudly.
That's the high on Apple today, eh?
What is it?
188.05. $2 away from making me spend 300 bucks.
Did you get a new quote on that?
I don't have to. It's
Did
not
you
gonna
call
happen.
Brogdonov?
I don't have to. It's not gonna happen.
He's confirmed?
If I call, I'm not calling the hair salon. I'm calling Bogdanov.
And he confirmed?
I don't have to. He's my homie. He knows. He knows. He watches.
I'm happy.
He watches. He hits the likes. He's the homie.
I wish
he knows
I had
not
that
to
plug.
happen. He just knows. It's just that simple. Now Amazon though, which wasn't that simple on the second time around today, we did give back the longs or the money that we made on the short by trying to hold the longs over here. It is now rejecting 128, sadly. But market's not really moving anywhere. Market's not going down. Market's not going up at the moment. So we'll have to be a little patient. There's still 15 minutes left on the show, ladies and gentlemen. So be sure to throw us in the chat what you want us to take a look at. We'll take a look at Roku because a quick glance at the chat. Joe Stevens says Roku short. So you know how much I love Roku. So let's go pull up Roku. I still... Whoever it is, that viewer from back in the day who signed me up for the Roku's emails, I still get those Roku emails, so I'm gonna find you.
That's hilarious.
I'm gonna find you.
That's hilarious.
I did it to myself. I doxed my email, so they got my email, and they signed me up to a bunch of troll stuff. They signed me up to Weight Watchers. They signed me up to Roku because I talk so much crap about Roku.
You did that for
they signed me up to
yourself.
Piton also. They signed me up to Piton newsletters.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
That's on the nose right there. That's amazing. That's my favorite one of all because you're so vocally anti-Piton. I love it.
They signed me up to like a bunch of these emails and they spam me after doxing myself. So now I'm very careful when I open my own email or anything. I'm like, I don't want to get doxed. I don't want to get doxed. But yeah, coming back to Roku here. Someone said Roku short off of VWAP. Could be a trade, but look, the market's not really pushing too much to the downside right now.
Bump it.
Sorry, the market's not really pushing too much to the downside right now. Most likely it goes back up. Look, we're not seeing lower lows come in on the NASDAQ market, nor are we seeing that on the S&P 500 market. Roku's up on the day. Yeah, we're seeing VWAP. Well, why'd you have to say that and ruin my train, man? You derailed it. But no, we are seeing it reject VWAP all day now, ever since the 11 o'clock market, let's say. So that idea might still stand true. We might continue rejecting that 11 o'clock VWAP rejection. Might stand there, but I'm not. Trying to gamble over here. The risk to reward is not really there for me. I don't think we go all the way back down here, nor do I think we go all the way back up here. So the risk to reward is simply not there. So I'm going to be hands off on that.
Yeah, I like that thinking. That's very clairvoyant thinking. If it's just not there, I'm not going to punch in. But yeah, we're basically at the same levels we've been at for a while on both my trades. Waiting for them to resolve one way or the other. Not much to add at the moment, except to say maybe we take 186 here on Apple and we try to go green through that 186.75 break. I mean, that would be nice. That would give the nice lift to the market we've been looking for. I'm looking like some other names I've been looking at today. Let's see what small cap world has for us up here. I'm looking at the scanner. I'm not seeing much. It's been light in small cap world. We've had the odd one. Again, it's been very characteristic for these small caps to run their best in the pre-market. There's always the exceptions, obviously, but we see a lot of the good moves for these small cappers pre-market, and then they're duddy a little bit. Midday, keeping an eye on meds. Meds at that $15 area. However, it's down 8
Are you on meds?
Am I on meds? Not at the moment. No, I have been. I've taken antibiotics. I like that. I am on meds, but I'm not on meds. Yeah, I like that. Playing with words, Bradley? This one always takes long to load, so don't bother coming in a chart because it's had issues loading before. Yeah, but meds at that $15 area, it's below VWAP. VWAP as 1675. Let's load the 1 minute. Do we get it here? No, it's got to do another.
You can go to my chart.
Yeah, go to Bradley's.
You can talk looking at my chart.
Sharif, says Aaron Yeager. Tomorrow, a big move up coming, ... Is that a prediction? Aaron Damas? Bradley doesn't agree. Bradley doing the Matumbo finger, saying, nuh-uh. Free fall Friday, free
Coming
fall
on Tuesday.
every day. If this guy had it his way. I like how these are all rhyming today.
Yeah, I honestly do believe this whole week might just be a red week. The market had like 8 positive weeks in a row before its first. Well, Brenda, was it days or weeks? Weeks, yeah, 8 positive weeks in a row before we saw the first red week last week. So I do really think we're bound to see at least two red weeks, 3 maybe after 8 strong green.
You're an ambitious guy.
I am.
I like it.
So let's see it.
I like it. I know. Let's go.
Yeah,
What's the expression
I can
about a
only dream.
man's
I can
own
only
ambition being exceeded by his what? A man's grasp can only be exceeded by his ambition. What's the expression? Something like that. It goes, so they say, folk wisdom, or so I was told. 14.9 again coming on the future looking week at 14.9. We'll have to keep an eye on that. What is Mara up to? Back near highs on Mara. Mara working out as Bitcoin makes a higher low at 30,075, looking to continue through 30,100. Nothing really resolving at the moment. Let's see some of these names here. Disney getting bought up all day.
No way.
Since Dr. J. Disney's been an interesting name. It hasn't been its time lately, quite frankly. Disney as of late, probably.
Whoa!
Ooh. Actually, is that the daily on the
that's
bottom?
3 minute,
Which one's the
1
daily?
minute, 5 minute daily.
Daily, yeah, that's what I mean. Look how consolidated the daily has been.
That positive catalyst coming in for Disney from Apple, partnership from Apple. We also saw some company buying out one of these streaming companies recently, and I was, throwing out that idea that Disney might get bought up by Apple just to include it into their Vision Pro or whatever. So we'll see what happens. I mean, Disney's a big company. Don't get me wrong. But I think Apple could easily buy them out.
You're a very ambitious guy today, man. Disney, well, not with the current FTC head. There will be no such acquisition, I would suggest. She is very much not interested in anything like that.
Well, that doesn't make sense to me because if Disney is not just like, streaming, and if other companies like Amazon, all these other companies are competing, Netflix is competing too, why would they stop Apple and Disney merger?
I don't disagree that they should.
Yeah.
But what I'm telling you is they've taken a different philosophy there at the Federal Trade Commission under the new FTC
The non-monopoly clause or whatever.
Yeah, look, so here, can I give our viewers just like a little bit of understanding of my understanding? So when a company grows as big as Amazon, as big as Apple, essentially, they stop becoming as innovative, and the way they stay as innovative is through acquisitions.
Exactly.
They keep acquiring small companies throughout, and they stay innovative, they stay hot. Some of them hit, some of them miss, and that's the nature of the game, right? By not allowing these acquisitions, you're kind of stifling that process, right? And that's why it's been such a successful process. But now, when you're talking about an acquisition like Disney, does it really fit under that narrative? Is Disney that small acquisition that's going to allow Apple to stay innovative? No, it's not, right? So if you narrow it to this narrative and say, okay, well, you're filling this role, I mean, we'll see. I just don't think it will happen at the moment. What does the chat think, man? Y'all in fantasy land, says Joe Werner or Wenner. Some reason.
Man, reality sucks. Okay.
Hey man,
I play video games for a reason. I play fantasy video games for a reason. New World, I spent 12 hours on it last night. So if I'm not in fantasy world, then where else am I? Come on, man. You gotta dream.
You're gonna be buying Apple's thing there.
Me Vision Pro.
Yeah.
Do I have anything Apple on me?
No, you don't actually.
No.
Yeah.
But
do you actually have anything Apple? I don't know.
No.
You don't have an iPad? You don't have anything? Okay.
I used to have like the small iPod Nanos and like the old school iPods, and even the iPod Touch when they first came out. And then I really became anti-Apple since then. Look, I got nothing against their products.
I respect it, man.
I got nothing against their products. I actually love the company as a shareholder. And actually, as a tech guy, I love Apple because they changed the whole space.
Right.
They literally changed so many things in the tech space that you can't even put it on one hand.
Yes.
Right? So it's like I love everything that they do, but me being like the open source guy, which they are not, they're a very closed box system, that pissed me off. Oh, sorry for the, I don't know if the P word is a bad word or not, but that really triggered me. And ever since then, I was like, you know what? No, I'm not going to buy anything Apple. But the first product I ever wanted to actually buy for Apple, AirPods Pro.
Okay.
They are a beautifully made product.
They're pretty good.
And then the second product I ever actually want to buy from Apple is going to be the Vision Pro.
Statement made and answered, because
besides that,
the
I don't
question,
want anything Apple ever
So
again.
you are okay because okay, hold on, guys.
I can't justify the price.
This whole conversation started, this dialogue right here between him and I started by me asking him if he was going to buy the Vision Pro. He laughed in my face, said I don't own anything Apple. The end of the conversation ended up being he's buying.
No, I said I would like to. I would have liked to bought the AirPods Pro, but I never bought it for myself. I bought it for my dad.
Okay. Caveat, nice. You tricked me there.
Dad.
You tricked me. Okay,
For my
you
dad's
bought
birthday.
it, but not for you.
I bought it for my dad's birthday, not for myself. I own Sony headphones, so I bought it for my dad, and I thought about buying it for myself, but no, I said no. I have a rule. I have a moral.
I respect
I have
that.
a moral compass, and my moral compass says no Apple products. But I might have to break that moral compass for the Vision Pro, but I can't justify that price.
All right.
Maybe if Sean can give me a raise, I can justify that price.
Ooh, okay. Well, there you go. There you go.
Sean's not even listening. Move on.
Well. the price, it's 35, well, no, 3,500 US.
Yes.
Do we know what the Canadian is going to be?
4.2 probably.
It's not even, did they announce when it's going to come out?
Does that work that way, conversion rates?
Yeah, well, I don't know. Usually it's a little bit higher.
Higher than the conversion rates?
Yeah.
Probably for import fees and everything else?
I have no clue, to be honest with you. Like, I have no idea, but it's always usually a little bit higher than what the conversion is at the time. It fluctuates proudly. We're doing well on the MAR trade. We're not doing so well on the future trade as we dance back down with 14.9. Do we hold again? The dips have been bought up. I'm going to keep, obviously, my out on the future trade. No question about it. No discussion. Low day break, 14.87, 8.5. Stop already in place. MAR going well. We're almost, 15 pennies in the money on that one. But future, we need to see what this one's going to do. 14.9, the big level, 2.5 minutes left before we send you to the big kahunas to my right, Sean and Neil. Brendo will take you guys through the rundown in the close and through Power Hour there at 3, where we will, I'm assuming, get some market resolution, whether to the upside or the downside. 14.9's been in view the entire show here. Since I sat down, 14.9 has been in our view, and we've been dancing with it ever since. We're still doing that dance at 14.9. The reason I'm charting off the NQ is because I'm looking at big tech and whether or not they can recover. One quick thing before say proudly, ES doing better than the NQ, energy strong.
Talking about mergers and everything that we were talking about, here's a stock that is actually, looks like it's getting merged very soon. Activision and Microsoft. Activision keeps on pumping up for the last few days now, up almost 2% on the day, and at a really solid level, if I remember correctly. That 83.50, 83.60 level, for some reason, sounds like I've traded around it. Yeah, 83 right here. I'm thinking about 86.90 instead. But that 83 level, we have some lines out here. This was the day that the stock actually made the news and the pump to the north side. They're getting bought out. Oh, not the NOOSC, but the news. You're right. Them getting pumped up to the north side. But over here, ever since then, they just kept getting rejected because they had that ECB problem. They had the FTC problem. The people you're saying that they might cancel the deal and so on. They were thinking about cancel the deal over here. But then now the court cases are happening. They're going through the whole processes.
Yeah.
So
processes.
I don't know, it's trying to be fancy. We are now pushing up over here on Activision, though. So let's see if this deal closes through very soon. If this deal does close through, that means more games in the Microsoft catalog. And Activision did say that they're not going to gatekeep the games from Sony and other platforms. So we'll see if that one ends up working out that way. For now, though, it seems like the deal might just end up playing out the way it was originally planned, which is Microsoft buying out Activision for billions and billions of dollars.
You know what's jokes here is that the EU could say no. I know that they haven't, but and then America or the American regulator could say yes. The Canadian could say no. Like, what is it's so?
So who do they have to listen to?
I mean, you may not be able to offer the product, I guess, in that
Europe?
jurisdiction.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's tough to say. I mean, I'm not exactly well versed in that.
Why isn't there like a world committee of this? Like,
nobody wants to give up jurisdiction to a world committee, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, they want control over your own affairs, right? Anyway, guys, it is 2 o'clock. Pradley, thank you for being on today and covering for me. I appreciate that, being on the full 3 hours. My guy always holding it down. Don't forget, Pradley, new show, people. After hours, after the close, 4 o'clock onwards. Stay tuned for the closing show with Pradley afterwards. We are all done here. Same bat time, same bat channel tomorrow. Brendo's at the big desk.
Guys, yeah, 2 o'clock on a pretty busy afternoon here.